The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. Nabusog tayo sa aksyon mula sa long-time rivalries at mababangis na tapatan na naganap last week sa MPL Philippines Season 12. Before we begin the last week of the regular season, balikan natin ang mga kaganapan sa MPL Arena this past week. Another engaging week ang na-experience natin sa MPL Arena with our fun community activities, pati na rin ang mga MPL Store Team booths ng Smart Omega and ONIC Philippines. Per months na nga kasi, kaya naman nakasama natin sa Lancelot sa kanyang Christmas Carnival outfit na nagbigay aliw sa MPL Arena. Para sa Week 5 ay ang top 2 MDL-PH teams na Echo Proud at Smart Omega Neos ang bumisita sa atin para magpakilala at magbigay support sa kanilang corresponding MPL-PH teams. Nabigyan din ng spotlight si James at Coach CJ ng Echo Proud at Supermark and Coach Dap ng Smart Omega Neos sa kanilang Smart All-Access interviews. Hindi naman naiwasang kiligin ang buong MPL Arena after our lovely interview with Benny Cutie's wife, Cheska. Another set of student leaders and community heroes na nanggaling naman sa Cavite and Laguna ang ating nakasama for MPL Battle Trips. Para naman sa M5 Esports Journalism Workshop, nakasama natin sa isang educational interview sina John Edison Ubaldo of Tiebreaker Times, AC Coloma of ABS-CBN News, and Krishna Villanueva, a student journalist from NU Laguna. Nagkaroon din ng cheering and dancing competition sa pagitan ng Raiders at Orcas na pinangunahan ni Yeah Boy at Butters para sa side ng RSG Philippines at sina Mima, Hito at Lancelot naman para sa Echo. At ito ang ating top 3 plays for Week 5. Getting the third spot ay si Lancy at Domeng with their 2-hit combo against Light noong third match ng Day 2. 9 minutes into the game at over 2K na ang gold lead ng mga Tigre. Gagamit ng Astral Echo si Lancy sa mid lane para makapagbigay ng vision sa kanyang team. Magkakaroon siya ng vision kay Light at papatamaan niya agad ito ng Astral Recall. Kalahati ng HP ni Light ang mawawala at tuluyan siyang mapipitas ng binana matapos ang follow-up ni Domeng with a precise Renner's Apathy. Classic Benny Cutie ang makikita natin para sa second spot with 2 split push plays against Smart Omega and TNC Pro Team. Mag-uumpisa ang unang split push play sa isang lore dance between the Barangay and the Orcas. Sa gitna ng lore dance ay magkakaroon ng 1-for-1 trade ang dalawang team kung saan si Ryota at Carl Tizzy ang mawawala. Lamang na sana ang Barangay dahil wala ng retry holder ng Echo. Pero hindi na mapipigilan ang pagkapanalo ng mga Orca dahil matatapos na ni Benny Cutie ang laro sa pamamagitan ng isang classic split push. Ang second split push play naman ni Benny ay magiging successful with the help of the young GOAT. Gamit ang kanyang signature Fredrin, haharap si Carl Tizzy sa 4 ng members ng TNC para gumawa ng diversion. Makakapag-follow up ang iba pang members ng Echo habang hahagupitin naman ni Bagyong Benny ang base ng Phoenix Army. Another split push for Benny and sweep completed para sa mga Orcas. Getting the top spot for Week 5 ay si Carl Tizzy with an on-point prediction laban sa Smart Omega noong Day 1. Habang papunta sa Lord Pit ay makakasalubong ni Carl si Chaknu na nagtatago sa mid lane bush. JP and Benny behind his back, kukuyugin nila ng sunod-sunod na skills ang tank ng Smart Omega para mabawasan ang HP niya. Susubukan pa sanang tumakas ni Grapnu gamit ang Wild Charge pero tatapusin siya ni Carl Tusok gamit ang isang on-point na Phantom Execution at susundan pa ng Thorned Rose plus Puncture combo para ma-pick off din si Itomax. Just another day in the Young Goat's office. At ito ang ating Week 5 standings. Dumako naman tayo ngayon sa event highlights for Week 5. Matapos manalo sa kanilang revenge match laban sa ONIC Philippines, hindi napigilan ni Sensui ang pagsagot sa mga sinabi sa kanya ni Boss A nung unang nagharap ang agents at Sonics.
Yung sinabi niya, di daw makarete. Niretrihan ko yung 4 kanina eh.
Ito naman ang naging pahayag ni Edward matapos tanungin patungkol sa chances of winning ng Pilipinas para sa upcoming M5 World Championships.
Yung chances, 100%.
TNC Pro Team ang unang team na ma-eliminate from playoffs contention this season matapos silang masweep ng Smart Omega. Pero hindi dapat mag-worry ang mga TNC fans dahil ipinapangako ng Phoenix Army captain na si Ben Things that the Phoenix will rise from the ashes and soar to even greater heights.
Pabalik kami sa playoffs next season. Antayin niyo kami, magpapalakas pa kami. Maraming salamat.
For the last day of Week 5 ay naging bittersweet ang laban sa pagitan ng besties na si Irad at Carl Tizzy. Pinutunayan ng dalawa na sila ay tunay na besties matapos ang botohan nila ng flying kisses during the pre-game Smart All-Access interview with Irad. Mula sa isang sweet connection between the two junglers ay naging mainit na sagupaan naman ang sumabog between the Raiders and the Orcas nang magsimula ang kanilang historical battle. The Orcas ended up on the wrong side of history nang basagin ng Kingslayers ang kanila sanang record-breaking 12th straight win to secure their own playoff spot. It's all love between Irad and Carl naman matapos ang statement ni Irad kung saan nagpapasalamat pa din siya sa Young Goat na nagbigay sa kanya ng motivation to overcome the defending champions.
Nice game, tsaka dahil hindi ako nagtanim ng sama ng loob at nirespeto ko lahat ng sinabi mo dahil doon, nanalo kami.
At ayan ang mga kaganapan sa MPL Arena for Week 5. As we head into the last week of the regular season, 4 teams na ang qualified para sa playoffs habang 3 teams pa ang maglalaban para sa last 2 playoff spots. Join us here, Shooting Gallery Studios Makati, to find out kung sino ang last 2 teams na mananaig at kukumpleto ng ating Season 12 playoffs bracket. Ngayong araw, sabay-sabay nating tunghayan ang isa na namang linggo ng world-class MLBB as we open the final week of MPL-PH Season 12 regular season.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Good day, MPL Arena! And hello to everyone around the world. I'm Mara Aquino and you're tuning in to witness the world's strongest MLBB players in action. This is MPL Philippines Season 12. After 5 grueling weeks, we're now down to the final 10 matches. These matches will determine the teams that will proceed to the playoffs and represent our country in the M5 World Championships. Who will secure their final ticket? Every point is crucial from this moment forward, so make sure you don't miss a moment of it. Pero bago tayo magtungo sa Land of Dawn, alamin muna natin ang mga latest MLBB Community Chika sa Smart All Access. Kasama sina Han, Chantal, and Leo. Panelist, pasok!
Ang hirap pala ng ginagawa.
Oo, ang hirap.
Iba yun?
Nakita niyo yung intro ni Boy. Papaturo kami sa kanya. Pero ngayon, welcome guys sa Smart All Access segment kung saan kasama ko ay walang iba kundi si Chantel at si Leo. At of course, masasaksiyan na naman natin ang panibago and unfortunately, ang pinakahuling linggo. I'm sure nabitin kayo, nabitin sila, at nabitin tayong lahat. Pero patapos na ang regular season.
May kasabihan at naniniwala akong we're saving the best for last.
Tama.
So kahit na lumipas na ang 5 linggo ng regular season, ngayong week 6, bago natin i-lock in ang 6 na magbe-playoffs, feeling ko may mangyayari pa.
Ay, na-excite ako dyan. Anong nananostro mo, madam?
Feeling ko patibayan na to. Patibayan na ng lakas ng loob, lahat ng mga pwedeng strategy, kailangan na nilang ilabas.
Sakto. Kasi yung ating hashtag na gagamitin natin para sa araw na to upon all of your conversations will be hashtag MPL-PH S12 Matira Matibay. I wonder why Matira Matibay. Bakit nga ba? Kasi di ba, 3 na lang yung natitirang teams eh. Di ba?
Kasi basically, alam na natin yung 4 na teams for the playoffs. So, 2 na lang. Sabi mo, 3 pa yung natitira na team. So, yung 3 yun, magkakadikit pa ng points. So, kailangan nila mag-body rock para matira talaga matibay. Kasi magkakadikit, so ibig sabihin, every talo, every panalo, it counts.
Yes.
That's right.
That's right.
Oo.
Correct.
And with your body rock, malalak ang playoff slot.
Ayun ang mahirap. Yun ang mahirap. So hindi, kailangan mag-body rock para hindi malak. Okay, wordplay. Bahala na sila, bahala na rin kayo kung paano nyo i-rate yun. But as we were saying a while ago, meron pa tayong 3 chances for a playoff. Actually, 3 teams fighting for 2 playoff spots, and most of them, or actually all of them, are gonna be playing this week para ma-lock in yon. But there are also some other things na nangyayari, especially over on the side of Indonesia. Dahil confirmed na guys, we're gonna have 2 or at least 1 Filipino player coming home, making a comeback or homecoming dito mismo sa Pilipinas for M5. So, I think we can look at a little bit more on what's in store, kung sino nga ba yung mga players na yun. Kasi, I think tatanong rin natin yan later eh. I mean, hindi ko na isi-spoil yan ha. Tatanong natin para sa inyo yan for a bit, pero there you go. Right? MPL ID S12 Playoffs Bracket. At anong napapansin mo? I mean, napanood naman siguro nating lahat yan. Di ba,
All
Leo?
sim. I think a lot of us. I think overall, MPL almost hit 2 million concurrent viewers in last night's all-time high. And kagabi, sa totoo lang, what stole the show for me was the solution. Si Marky.
The solution.
Oo,
Na-upset ang RRQ.
Alam mo, Marky, nakita ko pa, parang natulog ako mga 5 a.m. Tapos may tweet pa siya 5 hours ago sa mga 12.
At sabi?
Sabi niya, hindi pa rin ako makapaniwala na na-comeback namin. Kasi di ba, parang very intense, almost isa na lang ngayon. May kita natin, di ba, yung laban ng Geek Fam at saka ng RRQ 3-2. Sa mga hindi nakapanood, mag 2-0 muna yan bago binaliktad ng Geek Fam.
Kumbaga, nagpabugbog muna sila sa una. As we always say, di ba? As typical Filipino teleseries would assume na ang bida nga ba talaga ay talagang nagpapabugbog sa una, but it's also the same thing para kay Kyrie and ONIC Esports. Kasi even though we kind of expect or in-expect natin na it would be a slight breeze for ONIC Esports going up against Bigetron Alpha, parang hindi ganun yung naging kaso, di ba? Kasi umabot sa point na nag-game 5 sila.
Nag-all the way.
Nag-all the way.
Both
Okay?
series. So, sulit na sulit.
Oh, sulit na sulit ang lahat ng mga manonood, pero nagawa nila yung mga dapat gawin. This time, we're gonna talk about the things na hindi mo dapat gawin.
Mga
if you're
no-no.
a player, alright? It's a no-go, it's a no-no.
Ano kaya yun?
Okay, ano kaya yun? Interested din ako eh, kung ano ba itong mga to. Kasi, baka
ginagawa ko siya.
Baka ginagawa ko siya, kaya ako laging natatalo.
Feeling ko din.
Okay? Kailangan nating malaman to. Okay? Meron akong idea. Number 1. Naririnig ko lang to ah. Number 1.
Ano yan?
Ayoko kasing sabihin kasi baka sabihin hindi ko siya ginagawa eh. Pero yan. Yan. Okay?
Ito.
Hindi ko siya ginagawa kaya lagi akong talo.
Buti na lang, hindi tayo competitor.
Oo, hindi
Lagi
na
din ako naliligo,
Lagi
kaya
tayo
talo.
naliligo. Pero, usap-usapan kasi ito sa sa community ng mga players na parang bawal ka maligo kasi you're removing all of the swerte.
Oo, tapos pagka loose day ka naman, sabihin kailangan mo na maligo kasi kailangan mo nang iligo yung salam.
Oo, kailangan mo ng
Banlaw.
Banlawan.
Kailangan mo nang tanggalin lahat.
Pati yung fans na dadali dito eh.
Oo nga.
I think if I'm not mistaken, this is very strong culture in the agents community. Sinasabi nila, pag nanalo na yung blacklist, si Dex, belated happy birthday by the way to Dexstar.
Yup.
Sinasabi niya, guys, pwede na maligo pag nanalo sila.
Oo. Tsaka namin nagsasabi, di ba, hindi lang bawal maligo. Iba nga, walang kakain hanggang
Walang
di tayo
kakain,
nananalo.
lahat ng mga
Di ba? May ganun eh.
Not on the
May
list
ganun.
though. Not on the list, I think.
Oo, wag muna guys. Kain tayo ng maayos. Okay? Next up, ito ang susunod. Okay, ito ang susunod. Ano kaya to? I wonder what this is.
Ayun.
Okay. Bawal mag-spam ng TP.
Bago maglaro.
Hindi, pati habang naglalaro.
Pati habang naglalaro.
Okay.
Medyo nakakatakot yung win rate kasi yan or yung lose rate. Basta, delikadong mag-spam ng TV.
Hanggat tournament na, dun lang pwede. Yung tipong mababasag nyo na talaga na sobrang dami yung minions, nakaayo na sa inyo ang panahon.
At saka ano yan eh, pride yan eh. Siyempre meron may pressure.
Oo.
Sabi mo, uy, tumipi na ako, kailangan manalo
Oo,
kami.
kailangan manalo kami. Yung TV mo kasi minsan may kabalang kasama yun eh.
Oh my God.
Ay, sinimulan ko na.
Kailangan
Ano
ko
parang
panindigan.
Nako.
Ito na.
Ako, manakawa ko lang ng buff, hindi pa agad ako eh. So,
Siyempre,
Buti hindi ako pro. Buti hindi ako pro.
Siguro 1 minute pa lang tumitipi ka na. Di ba? Yun ang palo. And speaking of palo, ito siguro ang pinaka ayaw na nilang gawin ngayon. Kasi
Never again.
never pa akong nakakita
Ayan.
within the day. Okay, never pa akong nakakita ngayong umaga na may nagpa-picture na team sa kalaban nila.
Nako, ito yung, guys, totoo to ah. We can't make this
Oo.
up. Nabawi nung mga natalo nung round 1, yung kalaban nila,
Oo.
nabawi nila yung points via sweep. Dahil nagpa-picture.
Dahil nagpa-picture.
Feeling ko part na talaga. At saka di ba
Wait lang.
si Cardi, si Zayn, tsaka si Irada, meron
Oo.
silang picture together
Oo.
prior their game.
Tsaka tingnan mo kung sino yung nagpa-picture. O, di ba? Una, sa left. Sino nagpa-picture dyan?
Smart
Blacklist.
Omega.
Blacklist. Kasi yun yung nakalagay.
Oo, kasi sila yung nag-post.
Tapos sila yung natalo.
Sila yung nag-post. Tapos, yung sa Echo naman, sila rin yung nagpa-picture.
Sila
Sa
yung
RSP
natalo.
naman, sila rin.
Sila yung
So,
na-end
kailangan ng
streak.
goal dito, yung kalaban nila na team, yung magpa-picture sa kanila.
Hala. Ganun, imbita. Guys, tara.
Punta kayo sa
Guys,
ano,
guys, ayoko na. Awat na. Next time na lang. Or wag na next time. Kasi parang ano eh.
Pag sure na.
Oo, pag sure na.
Wala nang next time. Playoffs
Wala
lang
nang
next
Oh
time.
my
Playoffs
God.
lang next time. Okay? Alam ko, naghahanda sila and I'm sure na siguro yung mga pamahiin ng mga players na yun ay kanilang panghahawakan. But for now, we're gonna stick with the things we know because this time, it's the daily routine. Trivia time para sa ating mga fans and napansin ko, ang dami mga tao ngayon na gusto talagang makilahok and
Oo.
meron yata tayong mga nakita from before.
Meron na.
May nakontrata.
Okay,
Meron.
may nakontrata na.
Sabi
Sino ba
natin,
yung dito?
LF to, LF.
Trivia. Oo.
LF.
LFT, looking for trivia.
Looking for trivia. Tama. Okay. O sige.
Sige, hanapin natin.
Meron dyan.
Hanapin na natin.
Sino yung nakausap natin,
Sino ang
nakontrata
kausap
natin kanina?
Madam? Madam, andito
Yan.
po ba kayo? Tara
Si
po.
Madam.
Alright. Sige, madam. Maaari na po kayong pumakbang. Papunta sa harap.
Ayan.
There we go. Okay. Madam, isang magandang tanghali po. What's your name po and sino yung sinusuportahan yung team ngayon?
My. And syempre, Echo.
Alright, so Miss Mai.
Orca si Miss Mai.
Yes,
Orga.
of course.
Okay, I like it. So, Miss Mai, meron kaming isang question lang naman para sa inyo. And I'm sure na narinig nyo rin to kanina kasi nabanggit din namin siya from a while ago. So, since ang daming ganap sa MPL Indonesia, that is what the question is gonna be revolving on. Ilang laro ba ang nangyari sa MPL Indonesia Day 2 kahapon?
Total games.
Bibigyan namin kayo ng 3 chances.
10 games.
Yun!
Hindi na kailangan!
Hindi na kailangan ng
ng chance!
chances.
Congratulations, Miss
Pinasuportahan
Mai!
ko dun yung ONIC, syempre si Kyrie.
Oh, there we go.
diba?
There we go. You gotta give some respect again. Congratulations, Miss
Thank
Mai.
you.
Of course, you're gonna be getting a
Ay,
merch
thank you,
coming in
thank
from
you.
MPL Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you
What's
po.
in your bag?
You may now take your seat po. Maraming salamat.
Bag raid, oh.
Oh, di ba?
10 games.
Wait lang.
I-ready ko na to.
Hindi na kailangan ng 3 chances. Feeling ko hindi rin kailangan ng 3 chances ng isa.
Itong next.
Oo.
Feeling
Yan
ko
ang
din
pambato mo. Yan ang pambato. Layo ah.
Game ka?
Layo ah. Game ka?
Oh, tara.
Game na.
Tara, boss.
Ano pa yan? Fade away look.
Oo.
Fade away.
Inisip niya. Teka. Kailan ba ito tawagin?
Oh, hindi. Parang
Dapat slow mo
kunwari
yun
ano
eh.
muna. No, kunwari ayaw muna.
Patay mali siya lang.
Oo, patay mali siya lang. Ay, hindi. Nakausap na ako nito kanina.
Here you go.
Alright,
Bro,
na.
anong name natin?
Paulo po.
Paolo.
Ngayon, hindi ko na siya tatanungin kung sino yung sinusuportahan niya. Parang obvious naman. Di ba? Parang
Feeling ko
obvious
din.
na. Oh, parang,
Smart Omega, no?
Omega.
Balik na lang.
Okay, so, ngayon, question number 2. Di ba? Nabanggit natin kanina na meron ng sure na Pinoy na posibleng umuwi or bumalik dito sa Pilipinas para sa M5. The question is, ilang Pinoy ba ang naglaro kahapon sa MPL Indonesia Playoffs? 3 po. Okay. Tama yung 3.
Oh, 3.
Ba't may
Follow-up question.
Follow-up question.
Follow-up question. Okay.
Okay.
Sino yung 3 players na yun?
Si Kyrie po, from ONIC Esports.
Wow, may team.
Tama.
Tama.
Si Marky, ng Gig Fam.
Tama.
Wow, may team pa din.
Saka si Baloyski,
Yang.
From?
Gig Fam.
Dati kasi magka-team, di ba?
Tatlo pag. Joke.
Iba ang audience natin ngayon, no?
Palong-palo, basta.
Nanood ng 10 games, no?
Nanood ng 10 games. Sinulit mo ba? Kamusta panonood kahapon?
Ayun, intense. Kala ko nga matatapos na yung last game ng Gig Fam eh. Kaso na-depa.
Depa. Oh,
Nakatutok talaga si Kuya.
Respect. You love to see it. And of course, major love kay Boss Paolo and kay Miss Mai. This has been Leo, Chantel, and my name is Hans Galeria. Tingnan natin ngayon yung sked kasi hindi pa pala tapos. Okay, tingnan muna natin yung schedule. Okay?
Thank you po.
Ito na yan. Maraming salamat, Boss Paolo. Pero ito na. Sisimulan na natin yung version natin ng boxing. Kasi triple header na naman to, Shans.
Round 1.
Yan.
Echo versus Minana Evos.
Round 2. Omega versus APBR.
Ang hirap talunin, ikaw na ulit.
Sige, ako na lang. Round 3. ONIC versus TNC.
Fight! Fight na.
Fight na!
Yun na yun.
Again, I mentioned earlier to start, I expect that we're saving the best for last. And even if some of these teams have nothing to lose, feeling ko baka makita pa lang natin yung best performance nila. So I'll leave you at that.
Ito na. Magsisimula na. Ako kinakabahan ako at na-excite ako at the same time para sa kapalaran ng ating mga teams. And syempre maglalak muna kami dito pero it's time to make your body rock count. Kaya naman casters, it's your turn to shine.
The streak may be over, but of course, the race to reclaim, or to claim that top spot is still up for grabs. Or will the White Tigers start to make a statement here to make their run for the playoffs? Welcome. This is the MPL Philippines Season 12, week number 6, day 1. I'm Rockhart. This is Naisu, and this is Midnight. How you folks doing?
Doing great. It's crazy that we're already in the last week of the regular season, and like they were talking about in the panel there's been a ton going on, even yesterday.
Yeah, it's not just PH, it's not just the amazing games that we are witnessing here, but also the Filipinos in the outside of the country vying for that M5 slot.
Of course. But before we head into our match discussions, let's first give a huge shout out to our official telco partner, Smart.
Smart is still the Philippines' best mobile network, having the fastest network and nationwidest coverage in the country, as awarded by Ookla, the Speed Test Intelligence Data for Speed Test Q1 to Q2 2023.
And you can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via the mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
Of course, with the new Smart Giga Arena 20, you can power your game and unlock the thrilling world of Giga Arena tournaments for your shot at incredible prizes.
GA20 comes with 2 Giga Arena tickets and 100 MB for all sites for only 20 pesos. Yes, only 20 pesos, valid for 1 day. Load Giga Arena 20 now in the Smart Online store.
All right, we're going to go back into the discussion here. That was an interesting pre-show where I know a lot of us still have eye bags because, man, oh man, what a long day we had yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we weren't live, but we were all watching MPL Indonesia's playoffs.
10 games.
10 games.
Bro.
10 amazing games, and it all started from RRQ versus Geek Fam. We all thought that series was over. I was like, okay, this is done. They can't defend anymore, but, Baloy gets that revenge team fight that they needed. And that started, that was the point where they just broke RRQ. The kingdom was broken, and they started with an onslaught on game number 4, and that, ended with a very interesting reverse sweep by Geek Fam.
Yeah, I mean, the solution as well coming into play, man. Big fan, bro.
Big fan.
Big fan of that. But obviously, for this game, though, what is at stake right now? We are in week 6, guys. This is the last week of MPL Philippines Season 12 playoffs, and we're approaching the end. Teams' playoffs win conditions are starting to get very, very clear. For Echo, they're at 29 points, and the next one is 21. They're probably not in any problems right now, but they want to secure that. If they get a win here, I think a win, they will secure that slot no matter what APBR does.
I mean, already, too, yeah, they're in a great position, like you mentioned, Rockhart. And I think for a lot of the MNNE fans out there, this is the matchup they're looking for because it's a little more complicated, right? And their kind of tournament lives, if you will, are on the line, and it starts here today. That's kind of the big thing. We've seen them struggle. We know if you look at the standings right now, you'll see how close it is, right, in terms of locking in those last 2 playoff spots. And you can see this. Again, what's at stake? All they have to do for Echo to get that top seed, win 1 single game. And for MNNE, there's a lot more, right? Win the remaining matches while ONIC and Omega loses their remaining matches. So things have to kind of fall in place for them.
Yeah, there will come a point where MNNE was his chances. If they lose games, it's no longer in their control. So they really need to win versus Echo. But on the other hand, you have a team like, they just need to win 1 game. Although this is not like a win that will secure the top seed, but in retrospect, it kind of secures them the top 1 spot because their last match is against APBR, which is the 2nd team in the standing. So technically, you need to win 2 games because you're still up ahead. You're still up against APBR tomorrow.
Right.
But if APBR, finishes their run with a perfect record this week, there is still that chance. So Echo, they need to win that 1 game because if you are sitting at the top spot, you are able to choose between the 3rd and 4th team that you will be facing in the playoffs.
Good advantage.
Yeah. You don't want to tie, right?
You don't want to tie.
Oh, you know what else cannot be tied? Carl TZ right now.
The GOAT.
My God, the
GOAT.
The first player to reach 100 match kills, 1,000 kills. Fifth player reached 2,000 assists. He's a jungler. And of course, the only jungler to reach 2,000 assists. And this quote from Coach Panda, no jungler right now can compare to Carl Teasy. He's the most respected. And of course, the face of the best player in the Philippines. I mean, bro, you do that pose. Yeah, you're pretty. I hope I didn't do that wrong. You're pretty good, right?
Yeah, this one.
So I think that's highly in the bag here. You're right. They need at least 2 games, 2 points. You don't want to tie with APBR if ever. So yeah, that's basically what we're looking for here. And of course, for MNNE Evos, the last time they faced off, I mean, it was pretty close. I guess closer than most people would expect.
Yep. And if you look at the stats here, like for Echo, they won with the Yuzong.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting because we just saw RSG beat Echo with a Yuzong. And I feel like MNNE Evos coming into this matchup has a great idea of how to deal with Echo. Even though they've suffered the same loss in their first head-to-head match, you kind of have an idea now how to beat this lineup, how to beat this unstoppable Train Express of Echo.
You just love it when his eyes lit up when he said Yuzhong.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a Yuzong.
Remember that? I think that was us, right? That was the same
that
guys.
was us.
But yeah, same thing. We've seen there is an obviously a weak link in the armor of Echo and the Echo Express that was exposed. And now I'm wondering, right, do we actually see any adjustments from Echo, or do they just go with the same game plan they've gone for the regular season? You know, that's my question.
These are really, really big questions right now because for MNNE, man, they got to do all that. No shower or whatever, everything. They do it there. So, but for more about this game, let's throw it over to our insider. He's got a lot to talk about here.
Okay. So, confirmed na, mga kaibigan. Ito ang status nila ngayon. Okay, ang status ni Rad and ni Carl TZ, friends. Okay, friends na kayo ngayon. Kamusta, Carl? Of course, nandito tayo ngayon sa lounge or player lounge ng Echo, kung saan makakalaban nila ang MNNE Evos para mamaya lang. Pero, Carl, layo muna tayo ng konti sa game. Okay, kasi week 3, sabi mo, ayaw niya naman maging tropa ni Rad. Week 6 na ngayon, tinanggap mo na yung friend request niya. Anong nagbago doon?
Siguro ano lang, parang ayaw ko na may pag-away. Pa-playoffs na kasi.
Playoffs na. Tama, playoffs na. Konti na lang, medyo gigil si Kuya Arl. May ano ba yun? May dagdag ba yun na parang, kasi, malapit na eh. Achievement na sana yun, yung 12 win streak nyo eh. Tapos siya yung na-stop nun. Dagdag ba yun na parang, sige, respect, ganun.
Hindi po, may respeto naman talaga ako sa kanya eh. Tapos gigil pa rin naman ako sa kanya kahit in-accept ko yung friend request niya eh.
Gigil pa rin, kahit in-accept na. Okay, Irad, alam ko, nanonood kayo ngayon dyan. Chillax ka muna. And ngayon, nakita mo rin naman kanina na isa na lang. Okay, isa na lang, secured nyo na ang top 1 dito sa MPL Philippines Season 12. What does that mean for you and your whole team na you're 1 win away from being first seed?
Siyempre po, masaya po na parang top 1 kami, ganun. Parang kami pinakamalakas ngayong regular season, wag lang sana mag-joke. Tapos, momentum din namin.
Alright, momentum din nila. And of course, they're really looking forward to this top 1 seed na panghahawakan nila in just a bit. And I'm sure na yun din yung hinahabol ng ibang mga teams ngayon kasi parang sobrang layo nyo eh. So, ngayon, you're close to getting the first seed. You're now secured of the upper bracket. Ano na lang ba yung hinihintay ni Carl? Kasi nakita din natin kanina, Flinash, na sobrang dami mong achievements eh. Sinasabihan ka pa nung dalawa na ang yabang. Pero ano pa bang hinahabol mo ngayon? Ano pa bang hinihintay namin sa Carlito the Great?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Hindi mo alam? Pero yung isa na, first thing that comes in your mind. Anong gusto mong mangyari pagkatapos or within this season?
Siguro 3-pit.
3-pit? Alright, that sounds good. Para sa Echo as they go up against MNNE Evos, we heard it first from Carl TZ. Ngayon naman, balik na tayo sa ating mga casters.
Alright, that's a Carl TZ looking real fresh. And I don't know if he did any of those rituals. I don't even know if he needs any of those rituals that we were talking about earlier. Right? So, yeah, looking like Echo knows what they have at stake here. And what can you guys say about that?
Well, at stake, you know, again, we kind of talked about it a little bit. It's securing that #1 spot, which I would say for most people out there watching, statistically, they're probably just going to assume with the given situation, the points that they're at, the rest of the games they have, most likely it's Echo at that top seed, right, when we get to the playoffs. But there obviously, every time we get to the end of the regular season, there's always things kind of falling into place,
shake up,
right? And I would say that this season, especially with the fact that we have now gone from 8 weeks to now the 6 weeks, it's weird to be in a position now where we're at the last week and, like, still we don't 100% know all the teams going to the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Just yet. And
I mean,
there's so many conditionals.
It's just the 4 teams, right? Like RSG, Echo, Blacklist.
What's
the other one?
AB Bren.
AB Bren. There you go. AB, MNNE was still trying to secure
they're they're
their
7
playoff
right
spot
now.
for the first time since Season 8. I mean, sorry, Season 9.
Yeah.
For the first time since Season 9. So I think the stakes is really, really high for MNNE because right now they really have a good chance of doing so. Even up against, you know, the same old classic storyline of trying to fight against ONIC, Omega, you know, for that last spot, they have a good chance of doing so in Season 12. And especially with this lineup, right, with the composition that we've seen for the past 2 weeks, again, I think they have the right the tools that they need to, like in this game, beat Echo.
Yeah.
Right now, the big question as well on everyone's mind, I wonder when Yawi is going to make a play as well. That's something that a lot of fans are actually been talking about.
Today.
Could
be.
Maybe. Did we see him here? He was there, but we.
I mean, yeah, he was there.
We wouldn't know.
We'll know in a second, but I think
when they walk out.
Yeah, I think wasn't it? Didn't they say though, like, as long as they were winning, as long as things were working for them, they weren't going to change anything, right?
Oh,
now,
yeah.
now that they had their first loss, that's why I think a lot of people have been talking about it. You know, over the past the last week, really is. You know, we're going to see Yawi play. I think we've seen him also. If you're following him on social media, you've probably seen him be vocal about it. So
he's so vocal about it. He
is
really
very
wants
vocal.
to play.
He is.
I mean, and again, the question is whether or not Echo will change their winning ways or will they come up Yawi clutch. We'll find out later on, though. Here comes the teams, though, coming in the stage.
Their streak may be over, but with playoffs upper bracket already locked in, defend the championship. Focus on the goal. They are the champions of the Philippines and the reigning champions of the world, Echo! They're closer than they have ever been to making it back to the playoffs. Hukbo, Tigers, it's time to fire up at oras na para sa MNNE Evos! And our coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Imba DJ. MPL Arena Magingay! And welcome to the first match of week number 6!
Week number 6, and looks like no surprises are coming now today. You got Echo right here, main 5 for you.
No changes here. We still got JP in the roam, so we'll see. We'll see when Yawi gets to play, but this is the lineup that they have pretty much rostered for the entire season, and it's worked really well for them. Again, that's why they are where they are, and leading into the playoffs, really what they want to do is just secure that top spot.
Yeah, there's no problem with the team, so don't change it. But MNNE Evos, with the changes that they did, specifically on week number 4 and 5, they are now able to adjust accordingly to the patch, to the meta, and this roster has been shining, specifically with Spider Miles being able to capitalize on the support heroes, and I think that's going to be a good matchup against JP, but more importantly, Kaizen matching up against Carl TZ. It is a giant task for MNNE Evos to kind of like solidify the jungle position against the young GOAT.
Yeah, personally, I'm very amazed by the Spider Miles and Kaizen coming in a bit later into this season, and even though they're getting their heroes banned out, they're still making things work for them. I'm actually super impressed by these kids.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really a matter of who does the job better. But one important thing to look at in this matchup also is the XP lane, the battle between Lord JMAR and, of course, Sanford. And XP has been really fundamental in terms of objective takes, but we've seen, like, a lot of times Echo just sacrifice XP lane for the sake of using Sanford to amplify the presence of the jungler, because again, Carl TZ, whenever you give him such a good early game, he's able to control the enemy jungle, and I think against Lord JMAR you can't do that. You can't sacrifice that XP lane because Lord JMAR is gonna punish.
Not only that, but just looking at this chart here, yes, XP lane. I love the XP lane. I love focusing there. But also, just like you mentioned earlier, the jungle, right? Go against who we just showed, Carl TZ's milestones, his accolades, right? They have to be able to control some of those, if not control, contest some of those objectives early on. The Turtles, the Lords, you saw the disparity just between the percentages between those two teams. So that's something that we really want to see MNNE Evos do going against Echo here.
I actually love what Midnight said. Sanford there, I think, is a big reason why, XP laners, they have that turtle lane. And, and Echo has a 71% turtle take contention rate. That is probably direct relation to what happens on the stage, right? So let's find out what else they need to do to win here in the keys to victory.
Well, here are the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix Ultra Fast Gameplay. Now, Echo, they need to play on a faster pace. We've been setting up MNNE Evos to have a good mid to late game. They have been able to perform, especially with a sort of like a blacklist international composition with the group ups that they are able to do. So Echo needs to be able to play around that, and I think early game is really, really important. That's why they need to play on a faster pace. Not just that, but make sure that you are able to play on a faster pace. That's why XP lane is going to be crucial here. Protection and Sanford. That means rotation coming out from the mid lane, maybe coming out from Sanji and JP. Now for MNNE Evos, if it's early, look for 40. Again, we've seen RSG before utilize the sacrificial XP lane on the side of Echo, and they were able to shut down Sanford and provided them enough room in the early game to make sure that they are able to capitalize in the mid game. That is the main plan here, and that should be the goal of MNNE Evos. If you have an early game composition that can punish, go to the XP lane, look for 40, shut the XP laner of the Orcus down. For both sides, anticipate and get ready for extended engagements. This applies on Turtle and Lord dances. We've all seen Filipino Lord dances. We've seen 2-minute Lord dances. We've seen 4-minute Lord dances. And everybody should be patient, because in this game, whoever takes the biggest objective of the game, which is the Lord, would win the late game end game conditions. And that is why it's really important for them to be patient and anticipate these late game extensions. And those are the keys to victories, again, brought to us by Infinix.
All right, actually, I just had war flashbacks of a few, the XP laners getting punished. I think I actually was on social media and I saw Sanford literally post, "I was not able to play that game when he got consistently killed."
0-3
in the XP lane, right? So you're absolutely right. Whoever wrote that was actually on point.
Control him, because I would say any fan of Echo or any fan even of Sanford are watching him rise up. Look at this. Here's the head-to-head. He is such an impact player for Echo, and that's why they've been so successful.
Yeah, and the beauty of this matchup is that they're polar opposites. Like Sanford, he plays for the team. He sacrifices farm. He sacrifices his lane to make sure that he's able to group up with his team. And in contrast, you have Lord JMAR, which is, funnily enough, they are a team that utilizes Ube really, really well when you have the right composition. But Lord JMAR prioritizes XP lane matchups. And we've seen that when they were up against Blacklist International. He was so heavily focused on shutting down Edward, although they did lose that game. But you see the movements, you see the intention. And I think Lord JM has a chance to shine against Sanford here, which is why Echo should look into that XP lane.
I completely agree. I always remember Lord JMAR when I saw his Paquito play. Not so much for the fams, but actually you're right, because comfort pick and he's trying to win the lane, right? So you're right. I think Lord JM is the hidden gem here. Obviously, Gem's not playing, but he's a hidden gem here of Banana Evos, and again, it always boils down to making it work with the rest of the team. By the way, Lancy coming into his own here on the lane. I think we have to bring this guy up.
Oh yeah,
right.
Lancy versus Sanji, right? Like that's gonna be an interesting matchup because we've seen like Lancy put up an outstanding performance against veterans like Few.
Yeah.
So I think that is gonna be a great matchup considering that although we've seen Lancy he has been able to perform for the past few weeks, but I've never seen him like have a bad game.
Well, we'll find out as you go into the draft. Will Lancy get his Novaria? I think Novaria. He's been playing Novaria like crazy right now, and teams have been ignoring it, and they have been getting punished.
Well, we saw, even if leading into all this before we opened the show, we saw that was one of the highlights from, last week.
Yes.
Him and Domeng. We saw that Domeng AR. The combination, what do they call it? The Novatrix. The Novatrix combination.
Wow. Precise kill.
Yeah, they might. Maybe they go for that, right?
Yeah.
But I would say that any team that was, all these teams obviously are going to look at what happened between Echo and RSG, right, last week, and really learn from that game, that series, right? Multiple series there, or that series there, and how they were able to break the streak. I mean, there's a lot to learn, even for us. Like, if you're just your average viewer, you probably learned a lot on what actually works against Echo.
There you go. Echo did learn, They get up that Novaria, considering that Minana Evos also banned out Yuzong. So there is that respect between the two of them. Like, Minana Evos does not want to play against Yuzong, even though we've seen that there are cracks in that strategy. Echo, they have stolen the Novaria while also banning out the Claude of Doming AR, and they go back to the standard picks. We go with the Paquito on Sanford. Really outstanding performance as well on that guy. I think Sanford on the Paquito is also a huge threat versus the marksman of Minana Evos, because now you are forced to either go for an Irthel, a Brody, or a Bruno, which is something that Minana Evos has pulled off in the past. So I think with the variation that we have right now, like the draft, it's utmost respect between these two teams.
I love what's happening right now. Literally, Kaizen with the comfort pick on the Akai, then JM being nerfed here with the Paquito pick, and now it's a Florin coming into Minana, throwing some shots of their own.
I mean, it was a question between Florin or the Rafaela, but Minana Evos, they wanted to get the Florian here in the third pick. Now we wonder why. We don't understand fully yet, but maybe they're just hiding the matchups for now, because you have a gold lane that you can pick in the second phase, which can be limited by the second phase bans. And I think Minana Evos does have the upper hand because they are first pick on second phase. Now, looking at the draft index, Vision, of course, is going to go on the side of Echo, but I just want to say, like, early game, in terms of objective takes, especially around the turtle, I think Minana Evos has this in the bag.
For now, even with this first phase, they obviously shine in certain parts of the game, and that could be what they're doing, because like we talked about when we had those two pie charts up, was we know that they need to be able to contest those objectives, those neutral objectives early on against a team like Echo that already has the entire choreography for those fights down to a T. Right? I mean, let's be honest, right? That's why we talked about, and you even mentioned this, breaking it down. The Philippines has the best Lord dances in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Some of
Undoubtedly.
Some of them are super quick. Some of them are, we've seen, what, 4 minutes,
4
5
minutes. That was us. That was us three.
That was us. And,
it was a crazy game.
Yeah, it can get to that point. So you want to be able to solidify yourself some of that advantage of the first phase of the draft.
I like it.
That's what they go for Nana. These last bans are coming out, though.
Yep. Irthel forced out on the side of Minana Evos. I mean, has been banned out. Brody has been banned out now. You can go for the Bruno, but we've seen Sanford again be comfortable playing into that. So Minana Evos, they go back to the Ixia. Something that we've seen before, especially up against an Akai, which is already a good matchup for Echo. Now you ask yourself the question, do you go for the Rafael on JP? Because you just have an amazing lineup that can deal with the Ixia. And actually, we've seen this before as well from Minana Evos where they pick Ixia into a bad matchup. And I think it's just the comfort of doming AR and again, the way that they want to play these team fights. But Echo, they have a chance to shut that down. If they pick the Rafaela now for JP, this Ixia is just going to have a hard game, especially from mid to late, because that mobility being given by Rafaela, it's hard for you to focus down the full barrage. But instead, they go with the Cho. I like this 1-1 matchup against Ixia. Not that bad for the Ixia, but definitely a lane that Minana Evos needs to cover.
I was half expecting a Babe Tricks here for Ben Cutie, but yeah, 1-1 is something that's been highly, I would say, underappreciated by a lot of players right now from a lot of teams.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that they make that pick, especially against an Ixia, who is also known to have such good range.
Yep.
Which is, personally, I feel like it's so strong because of that, and a lot of people in the ranked games right now agree. They've been actually banning out the Ixia as well. That's super interesting. So here, I guess comfort is key here for Minana.
Promise. There you go.
There you go. That's good.
It's such a good Promise game. Counters 3 heroes on the side of Echo, like the Akai, the 1-1 Cho. Hard for Echo to actually engage in team fights, but in terms of pick-off, like Echo, they have a huge capability of just picking off somebody on the side of Minana Evos, force out that that Nether Realm, and then just allow 1-1 to play in the late game. But one thing that Minana Evos has is damage. Like they don't lack team fight. They have a way to initiate. They have a way to play aggressively with that Paramis and Terizla combo. But again, they do have to worry about a 1-1 because lockdown is gonna become an issue for Minana Evos.
But you know what the thing is about this lineup for Minana? They don't look at that ISO 2.5, well, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But you have healing from Florian and you have the Nether Realm.
The Nether Realm, yeah.
Bro,
the Nether Realm.
Who's gonna die here?
They got a lot of sustainability as well.
As long as they stick together.
Yeah.
Right? That's the key.
We'll see.
So watch out for the smart power prediction here for this game. And at some point in the game, watch out for the lower thirds. A poll will show up and you only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL-S12.
And one lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll.
All right, let's load up into game number 1 of match 1 for the last week of MPL Philippines Season 12 regular season. And again, some very glaring strengths and weaknesses for both sides actually right now, if you think about it for Echo as well.
Very obvious problems for both sides. Like lockdown is of course an issue for Minana Evos. Prolonged team fights, they win. But that is also the case for the 1-1, not so much for the other players on the side of Echo, but they do have that strength in the front line because Minana Evos does not have burst. So if Benecutie decides to front line, it's still hard for Minana Evos to fight into that.
Yeah, speaking of fighting into that, look at this. Very aggressive here for Minana, just making sure they also have control of the mid.
I'm wondering, like, as I look at this Minana lineup too, you know, how long they need, really, to get to the point where they are in that damage department. JP gonna get dragged, should be fine. But yeah, I know they're really banking on this Ixia here, especially.
Yeah. Super annoying to play against Florian in the mid lane.
Yeah, they have a really good, anything outstanding for the emblems here?
I mean, of course, the agility coming up from the Terizla with the Festival of Blood. I'm actually curious as to why he did not go for the Wilderness Blessing. Instead, he went for the Festival of Blood. Probably because he's thinking that he is going to soak up a lot of damage in the late game, but that movement speed is really crucial up against Echo. But we'll see if if it comes down to mobility or tankiness for the Terizla.
I actually agree. You might need some of that move speed coming into chasing Benecutie, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Ouch, ouch!
Oh! Carl Teasy gonna get poked down quite a bit, dragged back as well, but all this, good poking here. That first turtle now coming up. So we'll see if they can actually play around this minor advantage they have. Lord JM also getting a position here. JP and Sanford trying to hold it down while there's still been pressure in the purple buff as from Lancey. So he's putting the work there. They might just trade this the best they can. Carl T's going to lock him down with a heavy spin top side of the map. Turtle's still going to be worked on here as well. Turtle secured by Kaizen. First blood, though, going to the hands of Sanji there.
Of course, that's going to be a little gold traded back, but as you can see, Lancey's actually back right away because of the passive. So overall, I would still say a win for Minana. I just don't know how much gold Benecutie got on top side. But right now, that's a very interesting trivia. Number 1 in most games won. He's literally the winningest now.
Yeah, he's a walking accolade at this point.
Yeah.
Like he is a library of achievements.
Woo! Wow, there
Well, that
you
was
go.
a good pickup.
Full barrage, right?
Yeah, that went in the hands of Domeng, so good pickup there on the top side. Manana Evos looking for more ways to get an advantage here. Now, the big question again is, how long does it take for Domeng to get where he needs to be on the Ixia? Well, getting this early kill already helps him quite a bit here.
Like, scaling is now advantageous for Minana Evos.
Yep.
Because the thing about that gold lane was, it was skill-based. Like, the 1-1 for sure would have, would have a better time compared to Ixia. But now you've just given Doming AR a kill on the Ixia. Minana Evos will just continuously scale. And we've seen this before when Minana Evos, when they've gotten the lead in the early game and they have a scaling lineup, they just play chill. They're willing to trade, objectives, kills, just to make sure that Doming is able to sit in the gold lane and farm up. Because late game, yes, Echo does have damage and they do have capabilities in terms of team fight, but Minana Evos, they're just better in terms of scaling.
And I don't know if you noticed that dodge there by JP, straight out from the Appraiser's Wrath. Just a little bit of a TikTok play, if you will. And I think at this point, yeah, I think we are seeing Minana slowly get that goal, but you had to remember, 40, Mr. 40 right here, he's not getting hunted down, like we said in the Keys to Victory. Relatively having a pretty chill time there in the XP lane.
Yeah, great job there too. Once again, Domeng farming up really well. That's kind of what they have to do. Any team that drafts pretty much an Ixia into their lineup, you really got to take care of it because that is going to be a main damage dealer for this game. Now the fight for the second turtle here. Already using the penalty zone. The flicker going to come through. Sanford on the run. A couple hits away. Still alive though. Able to survive. Turtle still for the taking here. Carl TZ trying to get in position. They're trying to hold him back. Brazier's Wrath comes down. He's the GOAT for a reason.
What a chat. I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised there. I mean, Minana went full out. They went all in on that one.
I mean, they kind of misplayed it a little bit, especially with
Benny.
Kaizen. Oh, Benny.
Oh!
Tried so hard.
Domeng.
Little bit misplaced from both sides. I mean, Kaizen could have used ult on a turtle with the retribution. Benekudi shouldn't have dived at top lane, but again, this all benefits Minana Evos because again, the win condition of this game is that gold lane. Doming AR with the 2 kills against the 1-1. Scaling is going to become a problem here for Echo.
Yeah, and so far so good here, at least for Echo. They're getting most of the neutral objectives and most of the jungle. But in the lanes, I think Minana are actually in the lead here, right?
Yeah, and for me, Minana's doing what they have to do, right? This is something that we talked about. If they do the 1-for-1 trades, at least for the Turtles for now, if they can get the last one, that'd be great for them. Again, Domeng having this kind of lead is great, right? He's on his way to getting back to Domeng Nation. That's where he's probably going to end up on this Ixia for this game. As long as he can stay alive. Look at that.
I mean, just looking at the straightforward approach of what their lineup wants to do, right? Oh, hold that thought.
Oh, Carl T's going to use the heavy spin. Going to find Kaizen, lock him down a little bit. JP already forcing out that Nether Realm as well. Still going to have to fight this one out. Lancey can't.
Oh, the heal!
He does with the heal, though, from Spider Miles. Lives to fight another day.
I brought that up, man. I brought that up. You got Nether Realm as well as Florian heals for days.
Yeah.
How? How are you going to get kills here?
Can't even reduce that heal.
Oh!
And again, Doming secures a kill on top lane. 3-1-0. Already has a DHS. And again, Minana Evos, they're winning all the lanes, even though Echo is leading by 500 gold, 400 gold. It does not matter because we've seen Doming AR pull off with an amazing performance in the Ixia. And looking at the straightforward approach of what their lineups are meant to do, Minana Evos, they will have an easier time when it comes to actual team fights.
For Minana, it doesn't matter if you don't have the massive gold lead, as long as the gold is in the right targets.
Yep, Sanford.
Well, see if they can fight this one and secure it. Carl TZ not going to be able to get it this time. Third turtle secured here by Minana. They're going to go for it. Pull him back with a stampede. Carl TZ could be in trouble. Going to get knocked up as well. Whittled down the best they can. Appraiser's Wrath comes through. Carl TZ falls.
You really just don't want to fight prolonged team fights with Minana right now. You are going to lose out on value each and every time just because of the Florian.
Yeah, the damage over time is insane from Minana Evos because of the survivability and, of course, the damage coming off from the frontliners. Because the thing about Fredrin and Terizla is that they're not just meat shields, you know? They also deal huge amounts of damage, especially if you try to take out some HPs on the side of the Fredrin. He's going to be able to have insane amount of damage with the access of the ult.
I think most of the time it's going to be very apparent. I mean, later on in this game, it's going to be more apparent that you're right. the Fredrin and the Terizla, you blink and they're gonna take you down.
Yep.
They're the stickiest, and then add on the fact that there is healing coming in.
Yes.
Makes it very difficult.
Oh, JP wanted this kill. There's the way of the dragon. Lancey will fall. That was everything thrown at him. He's back up though. As
Can't
we
even
mentioned.
push.
Yeah, can't push it.
Can't push, man.
Insane too. Lancey's top of the damage meter. You know, I mean, for everybody.
Yeah, it's the bounce, It's a bounce effect.
Oh, here we
Kazin.
go.
JP now going to be in trouble here. Caught out. Kazin with the return, fighting for Lancey there. They actually get another kill. Going to be working on it still on the top side here too. Benny Cutie's got to be careful here.
Yeah.
3 members.
And this is
surrounding.
crazy because we usually see like Benny Cutie, especially with the one. Oh, hold the thought.
Oh,
Doming.
I think he's going to push
Again, the
for it.
heals.
He's gonna go for
He's
it.
gonna go for it. There. Gets the crossbow of Tang off.
Full
but not enough.
barrage.
Full barrage gonna go. Finds Benny Cutie and he will fall. Now Carl TZ on the run. Sanford joining the fight. The 1-2 punch comes through. Domang.
Oh,
there's
the
the
Nether Realm.
It's too much utility for Echo to deal with for now.
Can't take me down.
King Doming at this point. Protect the king for Minana Evos. And I was just about to explain earlier on, like, it's awkward for you to play 1-1 in this game. You can't even frontline because, yeah, you do get the procs, you get the stacks, you're able to pop off that Inspire. But the question is the damage really enough? Is the range really enough? Because you have those flickers on the targets that you want to take down for the 1-1. Like Doming has his own flicker, and you also have the heal and the saves coming out from the Nether Realm. So for Echo, the question always is this enough?
It's like they always have. It's like an onion. You have to peel and you have to peel and you have to peel until you get there.
It's like it's not even an onion. It's like a croissant. It's just a ton of layers, man.
It's just too many layers. Oh, JP on the hunt with the way of the dragon. They're going to get him out already. That was the Purify going to be used. Barrage going to come down, forcing Carl TZ back. He will fall, though, and Lord secured by Kazin. Now JP on the run here. Can he get out of dodge? Benny QD working on that orange buff. Should be fine. Manana coming out strong there for that first Lord.
Yeah. This is a Manana that's fighting for their playoff spot right here, right now.
Come on, man. Won't you agree when I say this looks like how Blacklist used to play? Like they just group up, protect each other. Lord JMAR actually switched up in terms of playstyle. He always goes in front. He always tries to catch Carl TZ. And this is how you destroy the Lord Dance of Echo. Just go on Carl TZ. Force the heavy spin out of the Akai. And when he does so, they fully commit. They don't let Carl TZ come near the Lord.
Basically making him unkillable as well. This lineup right now. I think with the lack of Benny Cutie, with Benny Cutie always on top, they're having a hard time finding their damage as well for Echo.
I mean, right now, biggest thing is Benny Cutie's been pretty much shut down for the most part, right? Still going to be working, though. Lord JM going to take the crossbow tang. There's the heal. And that Nether Realm that we're talking about time and time again. Now the assault on the top lane. JP, penalty zone he goes. Tries to flicker out. Should be able to survive despite that revenge strike. But they're still going to go for the tier 2.
Nether Realm was a little unnecessary coming up from Lancey, but you get the idea again. Minana Evos has insane saves. Benny Cutie can't even take down the Terizla. How are you going to protect Carl TZ from the Lords?
Yeah, so right now we're seeing a very uphill climb here for Echo so far, which I hate to say it, is very characteristic of a lot of their first games now in recent memory.
Yeah. They have a higher lose rate in game 1s than game 2s, right?
Yep.
For Echo. But now looking at the items, Malefic Roar is going to come out from the 1-1, but again, the issue is that range factor coming out from Doming AR with the front lines that he has, the Fredrin and the Terizla. And also the slows coming out from the Corrosion side of Doming. So it's really hard for Echo to close the gap, get that backline, and even if you do get that backline, like if you have the perfect initiation with a team fight, there's a Nether Realm. So Echo, they really need to be creative with the approach of how they want to start the fights. It should come out from Sanford and in JP. The backline access, they need to assassinate those targets, and that will come to a point wherein the only problem that you have is will the damage be enough, especially against this Florin.
Right.
But at least find the creative angle first.
With a lineup like this and a Florin behind them, you have to look for the damage you need, plus add a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because that's what you actually need to get these kills in your belt.
Yeah, and the issue is Echo can't even take down the Florin, because how?
He's too far away.
He does not show himself during fights. You can use Flicker Kick onto Spider-Mans because he has Purify.
Yeah.
So this has been the issue for Echo for so long. Now the kick.
JP gonna go ahead and go for Lord JM instead. That's the heal already going through.
Not enough damage.
Look at his HP.
Wrong target. Oh, Sanford.
Even with the crossbow of Tang, still gonna be healthy. Now that was a lot used, right? Both teams here expending some resources. They're gonna fight for it. Inspire was also used by Benny Cutie.
Oh, nice try.
Now this Lord is up here.
That got burned. I mean, even if you use Inspire, like the presence of just these meaty frontliners on the side of Minana Evo, especially with the heals coming out from Spider-Mans, they didn't even use the Nether Realm.
Yeah, that was just healing. And you saw the HP of Lord J was like going up and down, up and down, up and down. It's like, it's so funny to watch that.
Oh, Lancey.
Oh,
Lancey.
still gonna be going for it. Sanford trying to put some pressure there all around this purple buff. Lord was being held and juggled around by Carl TZ, and it's still going to be, hasn't reset just yet. So Kazin wants to keep it there as well. They know Lord JM's not going to be here.
Oh,
Sanford
ouch.
also up there as well.
JP.
Still, we're back to it, the Lord dance.
Minana looks like they also
JP?
did their job.
JP can go for the kick here. Lancey flickers
Oh,
out.
no damage.
Still going to be fine. No damage just yet. Lord still worked on. We've got Lord JM running here, battling for the Lord. Carl TZ going to go in with a heavy spin. Comes down to the retribution. Carl TZ gets it, but he falls. Minana looking for something. Benny Cutie, though, now on the top side. Popping that crossbow of Tang and still couldn't get the kill on Lord JM. He's in trouble now. Outside, Benny Cutie. Gonna dodge that penalty zone. K's in there though. Sanji trying to get here in time to help him out. Benny Cutie survives.
I think we haven't seen a 1-1 in such a long time. We forgot how slippery a 1-1 can be.
Yeah, penalty zone didn't hit from Lord JMAR, and again, Carl TZ stealing that Lord from Minana Evos. Again, little misplays coming out from the players on the side of the Tigers, but Echo, they do find that creative angle that we were looking for, like the force on JP, even though the damage wasn't really enough. Minana Evos, they lost the resources to contest that Lord.
Yep.
Right, using up everything, basically, and trying to run out Minana Evos. I love how Echo's being very creative here.
Yeah.
Like, they are not facing Minana head-on.
Yep.
They're doing it in so many different ways that Minana's having a hard time keeping up. What's Echo going to do next? What's Echo going to do next? That's what keeps running through their mind right now.
I think that's exactly why JP picked this Cho pick, right? Because we've seen him be very creative in terms of using the Way of the Dragon. Sometimes it's just to get one of those ultimates out, either the Nether Realm or the heal. Lord JM going to jump in, though. Penalty zone. Not going to be able to follow up just yet. Sanford now taking a run of damage, has to back out. They'll lose both inhibitor turrets, top and mid, holding on to the bottom one for now. Minana Evos now finding their backs against the wall here.
It suddenly looks like a very different game from what we saw 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. I mean, whenever Echo is playing like aggressive like this and they hold the jungle of Minana Evos, it becomes awkward and it becomes hard for Minana Evos to actually reclaim those grounds because of the presence of the 1-1.
I think they still want to go here. They want to battle it out. They're going to drag him out. Carl TZ now with a heavy spin.
Heals.
Getting out of dodge here. Another Nether Realm. Saving the day. Kazin now. JP will be slammed down with their Praiser's Wrath. Full barrage can come through.
Look her out!
Cutie with the crossbow of Tang. No one falling from it. Lord JM goes down.
Man, that looked a little messy for a moment, but it looked like it was all part of the plan here. If you're Echo, they're selling the lead here, and now Minana struggling to go for the defense.
Echo, they are again finding these creative initiations against Minana Evos. Little slip up with the Netherrealm usage. Doesn't really need it for Minana Evos. And they have to be precise with the spell casting on their side because these are the tools that you are exhausting versus the trades that you're getting out from the Echo. And whenever you don't have Netherrealm, it just amplifies the strength of this 1-1. And we saw that earlier, even though Lord JML was able to get out, the damage was already done. And Echo, with the damage output that they have, specifically with Sanji, throwing out those Astral Recalls, it does give a lot of playing room for Echo to kind of prolong the fight against Minana Evos.
Ooh, win probability here. A little closer than they thought, but there you go. That's Minana who's taking initiative this time around. Lord JM, he's looking for that initiate, but he's not really finding any targets. Don't forget, top side as well.
Okay, there's already being the pressure in the top side. We know that their inhibitor turrets are down, top and mid. Manana's got to deal with that.
Oh,
They got to
Benny's in
juggle
mid
this
lane.
around.
Benny's in mid lane.
Benny, we've seen him do this before. He's making his way to the top side. They send Domeng back.
Oh!
Kaizen, though, somehow goes in, gets the Lord under Carl Teasy. Now he's trying to get out of dodge here, still working on it. The team's going to help him out. He's going to get locked down with a heavy
NetherRealm!
spin. There's the heal coming through. NetherRealm already going to be used as well. Can they escape this? They're firing back here. Sanford looking for an angle.
Appraiser's
JP
Wrath!
the Wrath. He'll fall 2 down for Echo. Minana finding some hope plus the Lord here.
What an intense last few minutes that was.
Oh my
I
goodness.
was having a hard time keeping up with what was happening.
Kaizen, though, with the sidestep and the first skilled retry to steal the Lord under the nose of Carl Teasy. JP did not expect that at all. They thought that was for sure a guaranteed Lord with the heavy spin and the kick. But the dodge from Kaizen allowed this to happen. Minana Evos.
Now there's going to be a Lord walking up on the mid on top side. And of course the rest of Minana on mid. And now it's looking like it might be a difficult defense here. But of course the rest of Echo members are going to spawn up soon.
They're still going to respect even that poke damage from Sanji here, but great shift of the tide for Minana. Now they're making their way. They want to get some of these base turrets down as well. They get the top one. JP can flicker in. It kicks the wrong way, though. Heavy spin comes down, finds a lockdown. NetherRealm to help him out. Kaizen could be in trouble.
Goodness, the heal!
But the heal is too much. He finally falls. It's JP and Kaizen down. But they're still going for it. Middle turret as well. 2 down for Echo. 1 for Minana. And now the bases are mirrored. 1 turret up for each base of the teams.
Oh my. No marksman anymore for Echo for the next 30. And there's 2 waves pushing in for Minana Evos. They don't have the full barrage. They don't have their jungler. They don't have NetherRealm. However, they have the Florian heal.
Yeah, this is going to be a long 20 seconds here. Can they hold this, though?
They're going to have to go for it here, trying to hold on Echo, holding on to the base the best they can. Sanford goes in with a 1-2 punch. Carl Teasy falls, though. Full barrage going to bring Sanji to half health. He fires off Sanford. Immortality going to be popped here. He'll fall as well. Next minion wave making its way. JP and Benny Cutie will be up here.
Oh.
They're so low, taking the damage. JP jumps in. They keep them at bay. Minana Evos down 1, and they have to retreat. Echo stays in it.
JP comes to save the day.
Oh, they forced it, Minana Evos. They were impatient. Domeng, he bought the winner truncheon. He was trying to dodge the knockup from the Cho, but it wasn't really on time. And Minana Evos, they lost their marksman. They can go for the push. And Echo, they now are in a position where they can steal this game away from Minana Evos. Lord is spawning in 5 seconds. You don't have the marksman for Minana Evos.
And whoever's operating that win probability thingamajiggy is having a hard time right now. All right, who's actually on top here?
They're turning.
It's not apparent.
Well, right now it's been a back and forth. Yeah, pretty much for the last 10 minutes or so. Now that we have this next Lord up as well, it'd be great if Minana Evos can secure this one. We've seen Kaizen do it under the nose of Carl Teasy before. Can he pull it off again?
Yeah, 21 minutes, and this could be very well the last Lord of the game. We've seen Kaizen do some pretty amazing stuff on his own. What more with the rest of Minana right behind him right now. But again, you're fighting against Echo. Look at the bottom of the map.
Split again happening for both 1-1 and the Paquito. And they don't see this Minana Evos.
Forcing some backs here. But it looks like they're not really going to go for the split at all.
They get the turret, though, looks like. So now
they're turning!
going to be exposed. JP going to jump in. He's going to be stopped, though. K's in there as well. Lord going to go ahead and reset. The pokes from Sanji. There it is.
Oh, NetherRealm.
NetherRealm already going to be used
early
here. Very early. They've got the information. Echo might want to fight this. Also, they're still parking Benny Cutie there on the bottom side.
I guess they don't really need Benny Cutie right now on the bottom side of on the fight here on the Lord, because right now Echo's lineup, the big 4 right now here around the Lord area, looks like they can hold, and Minana just not really quite made up their mind yet.
Yep, patience. Patience is important here for both sides. Look at the map, look at the information, don't get split by Echo. And that is also true for the Orcas here. Do not really overcommit into anything. Because again, MNNE EVOS, if they decide to go for the turn, if they decide to go for the fight, they have a better time in initiations because of the range factor coming out from dumbing AR.
Alright, so big lull. The silence before
Benny
the
Cutie
storm. BenQ already doing some pretty strong initiations on the bottom side of the map as well. And Carl Teasy still holding on to this Lord.
There's so much pressure being put there on the bottom side, and you know they have to deal with it. I mean, both bases are exposed, so it really just depends who gets the upper hand on putting pressure where they want to. And right now, that's Echo putting in the bottom side. Lord Jam kind of holding it down there.
Still have HP.
Yeah, we know how crucial as well his penalty zone's going to be. Oh, JP could be in trouble here. He's going to be really low. Team trying to help him out. JP will survive here. Look at Sanford's positioning, though. He's on the hunt. He's going to jump in. Can he turn this around here for the fight? They're going to break it out. JP might jump back in. Sanford takes a couple hits. He's quite low. He will fall.
Full barrage.
Full barrage going to come down.
Beautiful angle.
Gecko in a bad position here. JP falls as well. 2 down for Echo. MNNE EVOS, Kazin. He's got to be checked as well. He has to go back. Can't commit to the Lord.
This Florian proving to be such a nuisance right now, the Echo. So many good plays that could have actually worked out if not for the Florian.
The taunt from Kazin, man. It stopped Echo from dealing any further damage to dumbing AR. And again, it's always a question of do you have enough damage? But when you have saves like this, the energy eruption coming out from the Fredrin, the Netherrealm, the heals from the Florin, it's hard for Echo to focus fire onto the Iksha of MNNE EVOS.
617 on the kill score? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
Man,
what
a bloody game.
It's been a bloodbath of a game. They should be able to get this Lord. Carl Teasy might try to pull the impossible here if he can.
4v1.
Expect him to jump in. Actually, he's just going to be whittled down quite a bit. Goes in with a heavy spin. Going to come down to the Retribution battle. And it's Kazin that gets the Lord for MNNE, and Carl Teasy will fall as well. A big play here for MNNE.
Did he cancel the heavy spin?
I think he did at the very last, or he did get stunned or something. I actually was a little bit confused. I actually saw Sanji trying to coordinate the Retribution.
Yeah,
that was a nice try, but didn't work out in the end.
The timing as well from the energy eruption coming out from Kazin. Again, that taunt really is annoying. Even if you're an Akai, if you get taunted, you can't use Retribution.
Yeah, that's huge. That's the reason why Fredrin's just so high up on the jungle boards right now.
Yeah, JP trying to delay the Lord take. Yeah. But without Carl DZ, MNNE EVOS, they're forcing the issue here inside the base of Echo.
Again, another really long 25 seconds here for the Orcas right now. They're looking to defend.
Mind you, they have a Netherrealm.
Yeah, they held it together the best they can. Lord now in the base here. MNNE EVOS could close it out. Oh, Barrage going to come down. Benny Cutie
he got
get stunned. Wind of Nature, but the penalty zone is too much. Benny Cutie will fall. MNNE EVOS will take game number 1 as they inch closer to claiming that playoff spot.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Now this is a MNNE that came to play. This is a MNNE that is itching, that is clawing their way towards their playoffs dream.
That's what they needed.
They played this game, I would say, near perfection.
Yeah.
With the way that they utilized their composition, but also that goal lane advantage that Doming had in the early game. That is what allowed for this game to really happen and turn it against Echo.
Yeah, the early start, we said it. You know, as soon as he got 1, the first kill that he got, we're like, all right, that's already a big thing for the Iksha because we know Iksha takes time. Then he got 2. And then I think he got another one. He got 3.
Yeah, before he got shut down.
And we like to call him Doming Nation.
Doming Nation, bro.
Doming Nation really paying the dividends here for MNNE EVOS. But you can also pay like a legend with Maya and MPL-PH. Score your own limited edition MLBB card exclusively available on Maya.
Right there. I don't know if you guys got that. I was actually looks really. It's a customized card.
Do you have one? It is a very, very cute card.
It's a cute card. Hope you guys got that, and I hope that you guys are ready for more, because here we go again. We're seeing Echo, as we did see in the early games. A lot of shining moments. Obviously, the potential, the championship aura is still there, right?
Yeah.
But somehow MNNE is getting the best of it.
I will say that, like Midnight mentioned, we have seen them drop game 1s, but we'll see if they adjust from this, and maybe even the roster.
very critically. We'll find that out as we go into our analysis for this game, of course, by midnight.
Well, adjustments are needed to be made, and in game number 1, they needed to adjust into the pacing of Minana Evos, because again, Doming AR really got off to a great start with the Ixia, and that just propelled Minana Evos into such an amazing mid-game team fighting composition wherein they are just able to outscale Echo. But the MVP of our game is going to be Kaizen AR with the Fredrin, that crucial Lord Steel. And his overall performance against Echo has been phenomenal. We discussed earlier that this is going to become a factor here, a crucial factor for the victory of Minana Evos, the contest on the jungle, the contest on the Lord, and how you play Lord dances. And I would say Kaizen AR really held his own against the young GOAT of Echo, namely Carl TZ. Those retributions into the early games, yes, Carl TZ did have fantastic times on stealing the turtles away from Kaizen AR, but his overall movement allowed Minana Evos to have a comfortable early start, and Echo was having problems when it comes to dealing with the other heroes of Minana Evos, because you have a lot of things to worry about. You have to worry about the pacing of the gold lane, you have to worry about the Fredrin standing in the front lines with insane heals and saves coming out from his with his teammates, and also the 1v1 matchup between Kaizen and Carl TZ. Because for Echo, it's actually not a 1v1, because Minana Evos, every single time Kaizen is going on to Carl TZ, there's always that backup coming out from Lord JM AR. And that was really, really hard for Echo to deal with, because again, you ask yourself the question, do we have damage? Can we actually go up against Minana Evos at the moment? And without any response to whatever Minana Evos is doing, Kaizen AR is able to do a lot of things in this game. And the amount of times that he was able to save himself, save his teammates with crucial energy eruptions, Appraiser's Wrath, the HPs coming down from the sustain, especially with the front lines of Minana Evos, allowed Doming AR to just constantly fight from the back lines, use full barrage to its maximum extent with very, very good angles coming out from Doming AR. Echo really found it hard to deal with Minana Evos. Although come late game, there was that damage factor coming out from Sanji. They are able to deal well with the backlines as well coming because of Sanford. But at the end of the day, it wasn't really enough. If you compare the straightforward approach of these two compositions, Minana Evos would win more team fights than Echo just because of how their lineup works. Now, Echo, they did defend their base against Doming AR with a very crucial pickup coming out from JP. But this team fight, again, we saw the saves that Spider Miles and Lancey was able to pull off with the Netherrealm and the heals, and of course that energy eruption from Kaizen AR, allowing Doming AR to survive and unleash the onslaught of the full barrage. And the mobility factor was also removed from Echo because of the corrosion sight. And Minana was just run them down, and they took the base with the another layer of full barrage onto Benecuti. He was able to get out of that and use the Wind of Nature, but after that, when he got baited out of position, the penalty zone was there to close out the team fight in game number 1. Now we're looking at the kill map here. It's mostly the Akai and the Cho. Because the thing with Kaizen AR is that he understands that these two are his enemies. These are the two players that will contest him in Turtles and Lord dances. Cho and Akai will always be there when the Turtle and the Lord is near 3K, 2K for the kick, for the heavy spin. But Kaizen AR, understanding this, has been able to play an amazing dance around Carl TZ and JP. Now we're going to be looking at the post-game stats here. Really interesting to see that both Kaizen and Carl TZ went for the same emblem, the firmness. Again, early game tankiness is crucial here, especially with heroes like on both sides, wherein they just scale, they don't deal that much early game damage, and this allows them to have an insane early game. But Kaizen AR, again, being a Fredrin, is able to fight more in the front lines alongside the Teresa because of the Florine factor. Now, I want to point out here, again, Doming AR with the itemization, the DHS, the corrosion sight. This is what destroyed Echo. Whenever he unleashes that full barrage, he's able to slow down Echo inside that ultimate and deal massive amounts of damage. While also Lancey AR, instead of going for the fleeting time, he went for full damage as well with the Genius Wand, the Divine Glaive, and of course the Blood Wings, allowing for more sustainability come out on the Promise. He is able to control the team fights. It's not just he is a saving tool for Minana Evos, but also a damage factor. And there was one point where Naisu highlighted it out, like he is topping that damage matrix coming out from MNNE EVOS. Although Echo, they had a Novaria, which again will deal more damage as the game goes later. But it was the team fight presence of MNNE EVOS that allowed them to propel their composition into such a late game monster. Specifically with Doming AR having a fantastic early game with a 749 GPM on the Ixia, effectively getting the early game momentum and swinging it into a mid-game teamfight victory lineup and allowing this late game to be just immense for Echo to deal with, and that is why they won game number 1.
Yeah, I have to really, I remember...
That's a swing.
Oh yeah, swing to mid-game.
And again, this is actually, this is a very no-frills lineup that MNNE created here. Again, no sugarcoating, it's very ube. You know?
Oh yeah, it's very straightforward.
It's the most ube I've ever seen in MNNE, any team play, and it worked out so well. And again, Echo had a hard time against it, even though a lot of them had a very strong individual plays.
Yeah. Ultimate Busian experience.
Ultimate Busian.
Sorry.
That wouldn't be ube. That'd be like
Ubie.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
Of course, you know what? MPL Season 12 is also live on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out. And don't miss on any of the epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now. It's available on your device's official app store.
Okay, my thing that also looking at that game 1, and we know well, usually, Echo happens in the game 1s. They kind of like struggle in a way for some reason. But the way I look at it too is MNNE EVOS obviously learned. What I was saying before we even went into the series, they learned from what they saw from RSG, for example. They had their own spin on it, whichever way you want to call it. But also just mechanically, I mean, even lane to lane, they played really well here. And it's when you look at it in terms of where they are in the standings, it's unfortunate that the MNNE we're seeing right now today, it took them a while to get here. Yeah. Let's be honest, right? It took them some time to build up on what you're seeing them play against, who is still, again, they are the world champions. They're the best team right now in the season in the regular standings, and they had a phenomenal game against them, right? Even Kaizen, the MVP, was able to play very well against the GOAT.
Dude, that dodge. Bro. That dodge from the kick and the heavy spin into first skill retribution to Steel Lord. Chef's kiss.
Clean. And so that's my thing is like, we do know the first time they met it was a 3-game series.
Yeah.
Right? Now, that's why I'm wondering. For Echo specifically, if they want another 3-game series against MNNE here, how do they change that around? How do they possibly get this reverse sweep?
To be fair, that was a reverse sweep. That first time,
the first time.
It was
it was also a game 1 loss.
Yeah, it was a game 1 loss.
It was actually something that I'm thinking right now. Like, all right, for Echo, do they have these things planned out? Like, obviously they play very well. They always play very well. But that last pick on the Wan seemed very lackluster to me.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of weaknesses on the draft of Echo. For one, I would want to highlight that Edith ban. It came out of nowhere. I respect the fact that the Edith is just strong in this meta, but MNNE EVOS, when was the last time we saw MNNE EVOS dominate with an Edith? So it felt like an awkward ban from Echo. And again, you pointed it out, the 1-1 pick, the idea was there, like the lane matchup, it was okay for Benny Cutie, but you were playing into a line that can actually deal with the 1-1 front line. And we mentioned that earlier on, where suddenly there will come a point in the game where the 1-1 game will become awkward because of the last pick promise as well.
Yeah,
and
we saw that so many times.
Yeah, we said it like the last 10 seconds we were saying promise. They popped out, and conceptually speaking, you cannot touch the lineup of MNNE EVOS. Again, with just straightforward approaches, it's hard for Echo to play that composition in game number 1. Specifically against the lineup of MNNE EVOS.
I'll add to that because Lancy, I heard you guys say so many times. Wait, that's too early. That Framus was too early. It didn't even need to be played perfectly.
Yeah,
right.
That's how strong the lineup was.
It's so easy to play.
Like that is what better composition gives you. Like more playing room, more room for error. Because conceptually, again, it's just hard for Echo to sort of play into to MNNE, because the thing is, you have to force out those errors. You have to think about how do we actually engage? How do we not mess this up? And that kind of messes up with your gameplay, because instead of pressing buttons, you're thinking of so many things to do in the game, while your enemy just does what the hero does.
Not only that,
Presses buttons.
like talking about pressing buttons, man. Also the fact that just one of the great things about Florin is you can literally heal from without necessarily being there with them, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
that's a big part of it, and we saw that a lot of times, right? Where you pointed out half the time you didn't see Florin.
You can't see Spider Miles. Where is this guy?
Dude, early game, constant balls.
Yeah.
Late game, where the hell is Florin?
Yeah. Oh, they're
That's
really
funny.
low. There's another realm. Okay, we got that out. Oh, they're really low. There's a heal.
Maybe that's a strat. Maybe that's a strat against Echo. Do not, prevent them from splitting. Even though Lord JM was doing his job, with Echo, they always group up with the gold lane and the tank just to make sure that they have enough firepower to deal with whoever defends. But with the Florin, I think that shuts it down. So I think that's the main concept as to why they picked up the Florin third pick. Even though I would say it was still weird putting it on that spot. But I understand, prioritizing Spider-Man's hero pool. But Echo made the Florin pick look better when they picked up the 1-1.
Maybe there's also, that answers your question, why did Lord JM take the Festival of Blood with the Brave Smite? And he did a fantastic job at holding down the split pressure from Benicudi. So a lot of times, even when Sanford was there by himself, it was like Sanford was punching a wall, basically, right? From one, because it's Terizla.
Wall of muscle.
Yeah, and wall of muscle. And then here comes Benicudi to help him out in that fight. But Lord JM was still fine.
Yeah.
Right? So it was just a good kind of synergy between his choice of emblems, even.
Yeah, it's crazy because you are already facing a Terizla.
Yeah.
There's the Terizla factor wherein if you don't kill him, he's just going to get his HP back.
Sorry,
and
so
you also
tough.
got Thorin.
Yeah.
It's very, very tough to deal with. And I think Minana Evos coming into game number 1, with all the things that we've discussed, now it makes sense. Now it suddenly clears up the picture of how they want to play against Echo. This sets up a precedence of what Echo needs to adjust in game number 2. Because talking about compositions, Echo needs to be really careful in drafting these lineups that don't have burst damage.
Now, if you're Echo, have you read into this one? Did you see that play and you think, you know what, I got the key to beat that? We're going to find that out on game number 2 here. Now, I just noticed, again, I have to reiterate what I saw earlier. There was like a bit of a swapperoo on what Piro's Echo picked.
Yeah.
Those are Minana he picks, right? So I wonder right now what Echo's going to do, and it seems like they're going for what they know. Carly's back on the Predator in here. And a swap once more with the jump.
Little swapperoo.
Okay. They picked up the Akai, Terizla. I'm gonna go nuts if Echo decides to go for an Ixia.
That's a steal. That's a steal right away.
Oh, okay. They go with the Lilia X-Borg. It's nice against Akai and Terizla. Please do not pick Ixia on the side of Echo. But if Minana Evos decides to go for something like a Brody or an Irithel and bans out the remaining marksman second phase and lets Echo pick up the Ixia, I think this sets up a great draft once again for Minana Evos.
I agree. Mr. Imba DJ here
Oh, no,
coming
fine.
up
They
with
pick
the
it up
extra.
themselves. Okay.
All right,
Because there's no counter anymore. There's no counter unless Echo again goes for Rafaela on JP. But I don't think that's happening.
It's going to be very difficult to reach this Ixia if you're Rafaela. Maybe JP can go back on the Cho here. Because right now, if you're just going straight up 5v5, that's 2 huge walls that you're going to have to fight against.
That's true.
So
that's true. A panda and a walking muscle.
So if you're Echo, you have to go from the back or
Yes.
somewhere in the middle.
Somebody that can snipe out the Ixia in the backline. But your main issue is that you are rocking an X-Borg and a Lilia alongside a Fredden.
Yeah.
These 3 are monsters in front. But if you are going to focus on that area, you still beg the question, how are you going to deal with the Ixia, right?
Yep. There you go. So right now on the draft index, really showing early game is a priority here, or sorry, late game is priority here for Minana with how they want this setup to happen. But again, we are going to have to see whether or not what's up with the Echo draft right now, who seem to be lacking in almost any major thing.
Oh yeah, they severely lack like the damage that they need, specifically on the early game. Although I would say, even though they don't have the right damage, it's still annoying to play against these 3 heroes.
Yeah.
Because it's like playing with a red ping. You know, you just get controlled, locked down 24/7, but you still have to consider, do you have enough damage? I like this Rafaela and Florin man because it removes the healing factor as well as the mobility from the Rafaela. So it does put Minana Evos into a position where you have to solve this this problem wherein you are facing a Fredrin, a Lilia, and an X-Borg in the front line. Maybe, again, a Faramis pickup coming out from, Lancy. But I'm not going to be surprised if they go with something different. Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was just going to say, it could come out from the support position or the roam position. And now Spider Miles is flexing his muscles.
Oh, okay. The Kaja and the carry locked in here too to round out the lineup for Echo.
I'll just bring this up because I feel like the Diggy is gonna face off against almost pure damage.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of crowd control here for Echo, except for the Divine Judgment, obviously, and the taunt.
Yeah, Echo has a good way of dealing with the Diggy, but I don't like this during team fights because with the Time's Journey, carry does not deal that same amount of damage.
Oh, you're defending more for the defense.
Yes, so I would have wanted more for the Beatrix because it does give them more with the Kaja alongside the X-Borg, but the carry provides you the late game. You are able to kind of like match up the late game of the Ixia. I'm not going to be surprised if Karita pops up here on MNNE EVOS or the Faramis because again, you just need to sustain front line. So they go with the Faramis still. It's insane team fight presence from MNNE EVOS because you have a lot of ways of sustaining your heroes. But my main concern is if JP pops off with this Kaja, you don't have the great of a recovery tool on the side of MNNE EVOS. This could just be a snowball game for Echo.
It's crazy too because in a similar way, just you take out the Florin, right? So you don't have the heals, but they still have like double utility for them. It's like
shields.
the Nether Realm of the Time's Journey. You know?
Again, this is MNNE going for an unkillable lineup. They're trying to go for it. And draft index very similar from the previous game where, yeah, 0 burst, but we know there's damage there. They're drafting a very, for the lack of a better term, sticky lineup. A very in-your-face, stick-together lineup here. They don't need that burst because they're just going to whittle down. They're going to exhaust the enemy team of everything they have, and then it's the battle of attrition. They win it.
Yeah.
They win the battle of attrition.
It's going to be an interesting, interesting team fight approach for both teams, but I would say a more direct lineup, again, is MNNE EVOS. But this time around, Echo has a lot of creative ways that they can utilize in facing MNNE EVOS composition this time around.
And this is something that we're going to see if it boils down to whether or not we'll see KZen and Carl TC battle it out once more for the Retribution Steals, or will it be more on the team fights? Let's load up into game number 2 here and see what's going to be different here for MNNE versus Echo.
Again, on the line here, would be great for MNNE EVOS and their fans, of course, if they can sweep Echo here. That would secure them those 3 points that they desperately need to get a chance into the playoffs here. Real quick, looking at the emblems.
Wait, is Bedikitty rocking an Assassin emblem on a carry?
It seems so. It seems so.
Yeah.
And the firmness and the tenacity as well.
Yeah, you just want to sustain. It's become popular nowadays, like with the carry and the Claude, to just have sustain in the early game because you are waiting for that 2-item power spike with the Corrosion, the DHS, or maybe the Golden Staff. You're just waiting for those timings, and you want to be able to protect yourself in the early game. That's why Firmness has been a really, really good choice for both the carry and the Claudes.
Yeah, get that early game into your pockets. Nothing crazy on the isolations just yet.
And leg plates, by the way, on the carry. So just
Oh,
physical
yeah.
defense all across the board.
Oh, Sanford.
No.
Gonna get locked down here. Not gonna be able to escape that one. First blood going to the hands of Lord JM. KZen.
Guys, does this look familiar?
It does.
It looks familiar.
It looks very familiar.
No, Carl Dees is next.
Oh, this
Screw
is
Turtle.
bad.
Carl Dees is next.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
He'll be fine, yeah. I think so.
He'll be fine, you know.
Lacking burst though, but then again, we are seeing MNNE forcing down onto the XP lane early on so that he won't get the ultimate, and maybe they'll get a better time on the turtle, which is happening right now. Although Carl TZ very close by as well.
There's a penalty zone on
Yeah.
Lord JM.
Oh, Lord JM gonna jump in, finding Carl TZ, takes quite a bit of damage himself.
Goodness.
He's in trouble here, still
low.
healthy
He's
for
low.
now. Appraiser's Wrath gonna come down. KZen secures it though. Lancey trying to get out of there, will fall to Sanji, and there's the last insanity. Lord JM goes down as well. They get the turtle, but they give up 2. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, JP will survive.
From the looks of it, MNNE actually got some good stuff as well from the bottom lane, forcing JP to go back, and Benny Cutie as well.
Wow. MNNE is highest KDA.
Really?
47 Team KDA in S12. I mean, it's really crazy, but Echo, however, did win that team fight.
Yeah, Minana more like kill Nana.
My goodness, KZN AR is getting all the minor objectives out of this game. I mean, even though Echo won that team fight, I would say still victory goes to Minana Evos because the lineup of Echo is meant to do that. Like,
That's a very... Yeah, that's true.
Their composition can actually deal with Minana Evos, but you just let the Tigers run away with a free turtle. I mean, it's not free, but they got a turtle.
And Doming also secured that corrosion scythe so early.
Yep.
So that means that the Gold Lane's also having a fun time here, even if he's not joining the team fights.
And that's the kind of scary part, right? Because right now, if you're Echo, you're really going to want to play around JP. You're really going to want to find these divine judgments, but Minana Evo so far has done a fantastic job at being where they need to be, right? In terms of the map space, the pressure that they're putting themselves, and also the fact, too, once again, that you have the Diggy just kind of protecting Domeng.
Yeah.
That's great, right? I mean, that's exactly what they need to do to take this to where then you put the game in Domeng's hands later on, you know, towards that late game. Where you're just really banking on a full barrage doing the majority of the damage.
Just imagine, right? Like, Echo, if you don't find the Divine Judgment, you try to go all in against Doming AR, but you're faced with Heavy Spin, Nether Realm, Time's Journey. Like, the only way for Echo to actually take down Doming is with a Divine Judgment. Unless Doming messes up his position, but all throughout regular season, I mean, there were maybe 2 or 3 times I've seen Doming out of position, but it's hard because Doming has always been consistent with his positioning in team fights.
And after you try to go, you get through these layers, right, of these sustains, and then you get reverse time back and you get penalty zone back on the counter play, which is what Echo...
No, the flicker back.
And Doming didn't die. So that's what we were talking about. Lancey was there to help him out with the Nether Realm, so he's able to survive JP using that Divine Judgment. Meanwhile, rest of the team going to be fighting here for the second turtle of this game.
And a battle happening as well on the bottom side of the map means Minana's fighting on both fronts. Being answered immediately, I think we have to go bottom side on the camera here.
Oh, no, okay, so they get the turret, but both are going to go down here. Now let's focus on the turtle fight. Bot lane handle, there's the heavy spin going for it, and it's going to be Lord JM that secures the turtle for Minana. Now Carl Teasy trying to flicker out from that Appraiser's Wrath. Sanji now joining the fight, and the rest of Minana trying to get out of here. Sanford, Lord JM going for it, 1 versus 1, gonna flicker out. Sanford will live.
Flickers and resources being traded between both of these teams. I gotta say, the bottom side, I thought it might have been more Minana-sided, but JP, Benny Cutie rather, got ahead of that.
I would say that was a greedy play. Coming out from Minana, it was like, you wanted to get the golden turret when they were contesting turtle. On paper, that was the right call. But with information that they had, they should have just backed off because they've already secured the turtle, especially when they saw heroes rotating towards bottom lane. But still, they are winning the economy battle versus Echo. Doming AR is still scaling with his Ixia. And there still exists the problem of how you actually fight directly into Minana Evos. However, Echo has a chance of changing the dynamics of the team fights, because now you have the slows coming out from Sanford and the Lilia. The Ice Queen 1 has already been picked up now for the export.
Again, the props of Echo is raw damage, right? If that damage sinks in, that time's journey could be negligible later on because of just how much boom potential you have.
The boom.
Oh, boom!
Oh, there's the Divine Judgment. They're already going to get the flicker around. Lord JM going to jump in with the penalty zone. Tanks quite a bit of that damage. Kazin trying to make his way with Spider Miles, but they're going to dodge this last Insanity as well. Carl T's going to use that Fraser's Wrath. They're missing the spells here. Still going to be going. Carl T's going to get dragged back. There's the heavy spin from Kazin. They find the goat. They lock him down.
Wasn't that exactly what I said? You're going to get reverse timed after you do everything, and then you go down.
It's hard for Echo to actually fight into Minana Evos. Like, again, this is the sad reality that they are living in. They have the Divine Judgment. They actually had the right call to go on to Lancey AR earlier on, but they don't have the burst damage. You don't have the Beatrix with the snipe, with the Bennett's Rage. You only have a carry.
That's
and
right.
He was not even there.
It's so hard to use that carry right now in these situations.
Okay, another turtle. That's 3 now in the hands of Minana.
Yep.
Great effort on these turtles, able to secure all 3 of them. That's what we talked about before we even started this series up. And right now, MNNE's doing it. You know, they are giving it to a team that is used to pretty much dominating these early objectives.
And again, the main difference of game number 2 is that even if MNNE EVOS continuously scales up, even though they are the better lineup, Echo has a lot of ways of taking the team fight away from MNNE EVOS. They have the divine judgment. JP is a walking win condition, even in late game. Because in the late game, it does not matter if you have a carry, because actually carry deals more damage than Beatrix in late game. So you do have the damage that is needed to take down your targets. But they have to find that angle. They have to find these creative approach. And MNNE EVOS has not slipped up their position. Even though Lancey AR was caught in the middle lane earlier, it's fine. He's a Paramis.
And I hope that Echo aren't getting too comfortable with how things are going right now.
This
because we haven't actually seen Domeng in a full-on team fight. We haven't seen the power of the full barrage yet.
Yeah.
In full effect.
You see the power of that Diggy,
The Diggy,
though.
The Diggy, man.
Those bunnies.
These bunnies of death.
Yeah, I mean, most of these damage is being soaked up by JP, but that's just it. Like, it's not even just about the damage. It's the poke that Echo has to deal with before they can actually start the fight. And also additional information that is being given to MNNE EVOS, because every single time that you step into those bunnies, they see your position, like who got hit.
Info.
Wherever JP is, because JP most likely is gonna be the one to tank up those bunnies, but the Kaja's position is also important. So they don't have any choice. It's either JP or Carl TZ.
So you're coming into these fights, you're not 100%. You gave away so much info. The Diggy pick really making the mark here.
Yeah. Oh my, MNNE EVOS, they're just controlling the map really, really well. Now they send Kaizen AR to the Lord. And again, go to the opposite side of the map. You are playing to scale. You're not essentially forced to take the Lord now. You're just in a position where you are allowing Doming AR to propel into that late game.
Not only that, too, now we're in the territories of these Lords here. Like I said, so far, MNNE EVOS has done a great job with the Turtles. They obviously have this upper advantage that they can work with for this first Lord take. You can even see it, right? They're going to go ahead and just park Benny Cutie.
They see the carry.
On the top side. They got the information they needed. Lord's still quite healthy, though. Benny Cutie going to go ahead and rotate over. That's also the black shoes already being used by Sanji. You can see the pressure MNNE is going to go ahead and put around this Lord, but it's going to reset.
Reset right now. MNNE definitely better position. Conceal
JP,
you. JP. They fight Doming.
Oh, Netherrealm! But the Netherrealm going to come through. Penalty zone to follow.
Oh my God!
There's the full barrage. Can't get anybody just yet, but Sanford Immortality going to go down. Kaizen on the run. Was one hit away. Stayed alive, though. Oh, that was tough.
Did you see how close that was? Flicker, Netherrealm. Doming was 1 HP when he got inside the Netherrealm. Clutch save by Lancey.
I for sure thought he was going to go down. And then it came out Netherrealm. It was like, oh my God.
One line. Oh. One line of HP.
Good effort from JP.
He's going to be held back. Oh, Lord's going to reset, though. Carl TZ will find Lancey. Gets a kill with the Appraiser's Wrath. Sanford gonna fall. Revenge strike gets Carl TZ. He's out of the picture. It's only JP, Benny Cutie, and Sanji left alive here. Still going to be working through. Lord going to be worked on. Kaizen has the retribution. JP being forced out of the area. Benny Cutie winning patiently. What's he going to do? He just watches the Lord get takes. He has to go back to base.
Oh, that was such a crazy sequence by MNNE EVOS. Yes, Lancey AR did die in front of Carl TZ, but the cause was he was taken down as well, and MNNE EVOS was able to secure their position inside the Lord, while Benecutie was still sitting in the mid lane. He walked towards the Lord area, but at that point, they didn't have any teammates left, as JP in a carry is now no longer able to fight MNNE EVOS.
And while all that was happening, I just have to reiterate, these bunnies just wreaking havoc everywhere.
Exactly. The pokes.
It is amazing. It's so low-key. Obviously, no one's getting insta-killed by these bunnies, but it's huge mark.
Yeah, look at Sanji and JP. They can't even walk up because the bunny is sitting up there.
Yeah.
They can't walk up.
They can't. And now, because of that, MNNE knows exactly where the fights are going to happen.
Yeah, and man, this Ixia pick is really comfortable for Doming AR at the moment. Again, the positioning has always been on point. The slows coming out from the corrosion side, the angles from the full barrage, Doming has been on point in this game.
Yeah, right now, Doming are relying so well. The communication you can feel the comms right now from MNNE.
Oh, Kaizen.
Yeah, Kaizen going to jump in there. Gets dragged back a little bit.
Ouch.
Takes
Ouch.
quite a bit of damage. He's going to actually be whittled down. There's JP going in. Nether Realm. Full barrage comes through from Doming. The covering fire to keep Kaizen alive. Lord can go ahead and work on the top inhibitor turret. It will fall for Echo. MNNE just playing perfectly right now together as a team.
Oh my goodness. MNNE was for sure. If we could hear the comms, that most likely have been a bait.
Yeah.
Because Kaizen, he knew.
Still what you do.
Still had Nether Realm, still had Time's Journey. And instantly, when JP jumped in, full barrage was there.
Oh man. This Iksha really making his mark here.
Oh!
Are we gonna see a possibility of a sweep here?
Oh, it looks so close.
That was so close.
Look, I mean, just a couple hits. Look at that from Doming as well. As you see, they are just dismantling Echo right now. Base is fully exposed. MNNE EVOS making a huge statement in this series.
Yeah, not just in the series, not just with Philippines. This is a statement all across the world. This is how strong PH is. No matter who sits at the top, teams in PH are always neck and neck.
This is currently the top one of the leaderboards versus number 7. Ladies and gents, number 7.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, win probably going over that fast. Actually, it could have actually really ended right there and then.
And I don't know if this is like the answer, like so far, if it's just the double utility, like the layering, right? The Nether Realm has been the stable one here, but then you had the Florin from the last game, and now you've got Diggy, who has done multiple things already.
MNNE is the croissant lineup.
Yeah. This is not protect the king. This is protect Doming.
Layers upon layers upon layers here.
The croissant gameplay.
Croissant gameplay.
Croissant. MNNE EVOS croissant.
That croissant.
Well, once again, if they can secure themselves this Lord here, we'll most likely see them march into the base and put pressure to end this in a sweep.
Look for the bait.
They got to be careful, though. We've seen Echo turn things around in creative ways before.
Eyes on JP, eyes on Benny.
They don't have any vision on
Here it
Doming
is.
AR. They're going to see JP walk up, and they still don't see Iksha.
Oh.
They know he's there. Kaizen gonna find a lockdown on JP. Here comes the rest of the team. Lord's gonna be worked on by Carl TZ. Kaizen secures it with a full barrage. Lord JM jumps in with the penalty zone. He's whittled down. He will still be alive with another realm on top of it. And MNNE EVOS marching forward. That's gonna be most likely it as they make their way to the base. Benny Cutie can't stop the full force of the Tigers. They're holding on the best they can. Benny Cutie will fall. It wasn't enough, and it's only JP, and MNNE EVOS will sweep Echo.
And against all odds, MNNE ended with a sweep. This winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. The hook ball is going insane right now.
Whew. What a perfect piece of the puzzle to fall in place here for MNNE EVOS on their journey to securing themselves that playoff spot. This is exactly what they needed. This is better than what a lot of people thought they would probably even get.
A sweep
against Echo.
Echo now suffered 2 sweeps in a row, and to think that MNNE EVOS is the one to deliver that second sweep, nobody would have guessed this would happen.
I agree. I never would have guessed that.
Imagine if you were just tuning in and you see this, you'll be like, what?
What just happened?
What? Did I miss the biggest upset of the season?
I mean, you can see too, like Echo, they're probably scratching their heads too. Like what
just happened?
What happened with the lineups that we were facing, right? I mean, I was saying that there's basically a theme there with both lineups that MNNE EVOS drafted, and I'm now wondering, is that part of the kryptonite to Echo here?
We'll find out. But you know what else we'll find out? Maybe there's a chance that we'll see MNNE in MPL Live on November 15 to 19. Witness the top 4 MPL Philippines teams compete in the only tournament to watch in which a PH team has yet to dominate.
Yet. Do keep
not yet.
The words yet.
We'll get there.
If it is MNNE EVOS, whoever it is, whatever the 4 teams are, Midnight put it well, right? This is the best region in the world, and you have currently. Sorry, No, I'm still saying it's the best region in the world. And whatever happens, those 4 teams are obviously going to be a huge threat to finally the MPLI title, right?
We got the world trophies right there.
Yeah, we do.
Right at the backstage if you don't believe us.
I mean, even if you win MC, there's still 3 M series to go to. You have to go through 3 M series. I mean, for
series.
Indonesia too, because they have only one. You have one.
They got one.
They got one. So.
That's good. The first one.
3 years.
3 years.
3
They got
years.
the first one.
After 3 years, come back, then say PH here is no more.
Yeah, but
That's
here we
allowed.
go again.
That's a quota.
Here we go again, right?
That's a quota.
Then it's allowed.
It seems we always talk
That's
about.
a fact. Come on.
It is a fact.
No, yeah,
That
that's
is
what I'm
true.
saying. It's a fact
We
that
completely agree.
makes it allowed.
But yeah, this always happens when we
Pro
talk
midnight.
about international tournaments, MPLI, all that stuff happening very soon. M5 happening right here on our doorstep.
Can I just say, all the MPL and all the tournaments going on, the finals have been amazing so far. And I don't
Amazing.
expect anything less, obviously, from people are probably keeping an eye on MPL idea right now too. But there's been so many best of 7 grand finals going 7 games. I feel like this is the hopefully. I don't want to jinx it or anything, but I'm hoping that we have it as well.
7-game finals.
7-game finals, not just here, but everybody else that's battling it out.
Yeah.
Because then it will really be like this season, the year of the best, I feel like, just globally.
It was interesting because that was also the case with Season 11. Like, almost all grand finals went 4-0.
Yeah.
But now we're seeing a different sequence where almost all finals go the distance.
Yes.
And to put it into contrast, that's how unbelievable this result is from MNNE EVOS.
Yes.
2-0 sweep
against Echo.
Against Echo. I mean, I would understand if MNNE EVOS won 2-1.
Yeah.
Versus Echo, because that was the same result that happened in the first head-to-head, even though Echo won that fight. But 2-0, man.
Okay, let's put it here. With that 3 points, MNNE is now ahead of Omega and ONIC. And they are now
sitting at
number 5.
Yeah, there you go.
And they have how many more games this weekend? Do they only have 1 matchup left?
I think they have 1 more.
Or is it 2?
Yeah. I think they have 1 more. They have 1 more.
Oh, man. This is...
If they sweep that, I think they're secured playoffs. I think.
I mean,
16 plus 3, they're going to be tied with Blacklist.
No. Sorry. Never mind.
So, yeah, 19
There's still
points.
a lot of things.
There's still a lot.
We can talk about that later.
Tomorrow we have 4 matches, too. So,
Oh my gosh, I just remembered. We'll talk about that later on, obviously, but right now we want to see these winners right on stage. It's MNNE EVOS with Mara Aquino.
Thank you, casters. All right, everybody, give it up for MNNE EVOS. Ang galing kasi with that sweep, that 2-0, umakyat sila ngayon ng 5th place. With 16 points, di ba? 16 points. Let's give them a round of applause. 5th place na. So you're getting safer and safer to become part of the playoffs. Pero, ang naging safe dito, doon mismo sa game number 1 pa lang, itong si Lord JMAR dahil ikaw yung nakabantay kay Benny Curie. Game 1 pa lang, ang Echo, they've been trying to split push. Pero lagi kang nandun, nakatutok. Was this part of your game plan dahil known si Benny Curie ng ganon? And because of that, you guys were successful.
Ano po kasi, wala pong magsisegue, magde-def po sa amin. At saka ako lang po yung makakasustain. Tsaka po alam din po namin yung gameplay ni Benny na nagsisegue po. Kaya po, prepare po kami sa ganun.
And kudos to you dahil napaka-effective. Actually, curious ako. Before coming to today, maybe si Coach Yanyan can give us an insight. Coach! Coach! In the beginning kasi, syempre, there were a little bit of struggles with MNNE and you're facing the world champion na isang beses pa lang before this game na natalo. And then, pumasok kayo needing points. Paano nyo nasigurado na walang intimidation to sa players nyo because every point counts from here on forward?
Binibigay namin sa mga player namin na kahit sino kalaban namin, pantay-pantay lang yung tingin namin. Walang malakas, walang mahina.
And how did you motivate them before coming to today? Paano nyo sila na-motivate bago pumunta dito? Paano nyo sinigurado na all out sila today?
Bago, everyday naman ang scrim namin kahit sa scrim or mock draft namin, lagi kaming handa. Hindi kami nagsasabi na parang ma-intimidate sila sa kalaban.
At ang galing kasi napatumba nyo ang ating world champs. Kayo na ang pangalawang nakatalo sa kanila. Let's give them a round of applause. And now it's time to announce our match MVP. Let me hear some names. Okay, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Domeng, once again. Domeng, bukas ang inyong huling laban. Ito talaga ang laban to see if you will secure the playoffs. Ano yung mindset nyo papunta bukas at meron ka bang gustong sabihin para sa inyong kalaban for tomorrow?
Momentum na to. Maganda sila bukas, dudurugin namin sila.
Oh. Actually, gusto ko rin malaman kay Banoobs. Banoobs, ONIC ang kalaban niyo bukas. May konting history kayo. Nag-end yung round 1. Medyo may mga sinabing hindi maganda. So, pwede kayong bumawi bukas. In fact, ngayon, naunahan nyo nga yung ONIC sa ating standings. Ano ang gusto mong sabihin kay Boss A?
Manalangin na lang sana siya na manalo sila sa mga next matches nila. Kasi pag hindi sila nanalo, yun yung pinakamasarap na revenge.
Ooh, and we're gonna see tomorrow with their final match for MNNE Evos. Once again, let's give them a round of applause. It is now time to take your bow and take your walk of victory. What a game for MNNE Evos. 2-0 ang kanilang kalaban. At dahil dyan, nakakuha sila ng 3 puntos. Paakyat na sila ng paakyat to secure their way to the playoffs. Ngayon, hihimayin natin ang ating laban. Babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
There you go. Congratulations to MNNE Evos. Again, folks, if you just tuned in, MNNE Evos, this just in. They swept Echo, the world champions. They're 7th place, the dead last after TNC. So, anything can happen right now. And we'll find out how that happened by breaking it down, Mr. MNNE himself.
Well, MNNE Evos kept their tab. That's a bus. That's a bus gameplay. And they kept their momentum in check. They kept the composure. They kept their scaling towards that late game. And they kept in check the young goat of Echo as Kaizen AR secured many objectives away from Echo. And we saw the series MVP earlier on with Domeng AR performing really well on the gold lane. But in this specific game, the saves that comes out from Lancey AR just allowed MNNE Evos to constantly fight without any worry, and also baiting out the reinforcements and the re-engage from Echo to allow Domeng AR a good angle with the full barrage. Once again with the Paramis, the COD, the Lightning Truncheon into the Divine Glaive, the damage was there. They were not just playing the Paramis for just the save factor. They were also banking on the fact that they have a secondary damage dealer, and the way that they played these fights, even though Echo were able to get some kills, they are just focused on the objectives, effectively ensuring that Kaizen AR is able to jungle really well, Cartezy not being able to sort of like make a control on the jungle area of MNNE Evos. And that just equalizes the game. And when the game is equalized in terms of jungle control, you start looking into lanes. And when you start looking into lanes in this game, you're seeing that Domeng AR has been always up ahead compared to Benny QD. And that is the main game plan of MNNE Evos. When the Lord dances came around this time, it's not about how long you can engage into Echo. It's about what spells do you actually use to make sure that Echo cannot fight into you. And again, Lord JMAR is always on top of Cartezy. Kaizen always baiting out these spells. Lancey using the Netherrealm to save his teammates. And after that, the crucial full barrage. That is the entire game plan of MNNE Evos. Again, front line, protect Domeng AR, catch these tank and jungler heroes for the side of Echo, and land the full barrage. Every single one of them were playing for that full barrage of Domeng AR. And again, Lancey specifically, those saves has always been on point, has always been crucial, saving Domeng AR whenever he is in danger, and also making sure that there is that aggression from MNNE Evos that Echo cannot deal with, and that is what allowed them to secure this amazing victory on game number 2. Now we're going to be looking at the kill maps of Lancey AR. Assists are what is most crucial here, and the target selection for MNNE EVOS has always been the same. Like the frontliners, JP, Carl TZ. These two are the most important heroes on the map, especially during objective takes. With the Turtle, with the Lord, these two heroes need to go down. Remember that JP and Carl DZ will always be together when the Lord is near 5k HP. That is the time they engage. Instead of going for the Lord, they turn. This is what they call the Lord turn of MNNE EVOS, doing it against Echo and Carl DZ. And in these moments, it's hard to deal with those with that gameplay, because this time around, he's no longer in a Kai. He does not have heavy spin. He does not have any form of disengage. And even if he can run away, there is that chase factor coming out from Lancy AR, especially with the Wilderness Blessing on the emblem. He is able to chase the Fredrin to a point where the catch is a threat on Carl TZ. And add to that the layer of control with the reverse time coming out from Spider-Man's AR with the Diggy. So it has been really annoying for Carl TZ to play in this game, especially with the Fredrin having no disengage against these catch on the side of MNNE EVOS. When the late game came, the damage was there. The Corrosion Sight, the DHS, the Blade of Despair, and the Malefic Roar. Add to that the attack speed boosts that the Windtalker and the mobility that he gets from the item allowed Doming AR to have fantastic controls in the team fight without having to worry about the physical damage aspect of Benny Cutie. He did not build into Wind of Nature because, again, he had the Paramis, he had the Netherrealm, and they're always together. That's why 67% on both players. Because the thing is, MNNE EVOS, they play sort of like the Ube strategy, wherein they just group up, allow Doming to have a good early game, have fantastic farm, and deal the damage later on to make sure that they are able to fight into Echo and allowing Doming AR to constantly push forward with the save in mind for the Netherrealm. And that is what happened. That is also why Echo was not able to form any response, any answers against MNNE EVOS. It's just because the sheer composition of the lineup of MNNE EVOS that won them in game number 2.
Yeah, and as folks call it, the UBA strategy.
UBA.
Yeah, so.
There's another one too, isn't it? Like I can't remember if this was like last season, but the UBA.
Yeah, the ultimate.
Ube.
Yeah, the ultimate.
That's Blacklist though. So we'll see the next match here. Also going to be very interesting. Another fight for top number 1 here. It's AP Bren versus Omega.
Yep.
Where AP Bren now they look like they can make top 1 if they can beat us out.
2-6, right?
Yes.
2-6.
Yeah.
Same story as Series 1.
There is importance for AP Bren here, but also for Omega, who is also in a similar position that MNNE EVOS was coming into this matchup. So with MNNE EVOS getting a sweep here, obviously this also puts the pressure, the fire, under the Brun guy.
That's going to be something, right? So make sure that you don't miss it right here on MPL Philippines Season 12, week number 6. It just gets more intense and more intense as the seconds come here in this matchup. I'm Rockhard. This is Naisu and Midnight. We'll see you for the next one.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines, and Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Sa nagdaang mga seasons, alam natin kung paano nagbago-bago ang mga meta sa paborito nating laro, ang Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Pero kahit na nagbabago ang mga in-game meta, pinutunayan ng mga Pinoy MLBB players na kaya nilang mag-adjust para i-dominate ang mga laban sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Kaya ngayong araw, balikan natin kung paano ginamit ng mga MPL-PH pro players ang funnel strategy at kung paano ito nag-evolve. Ang ideya ng funnel strat ay i-focus ang lahat ng resources sa jungler hero para mabilis itong makapag-farm, makabuo ng mga items para makapagbigay ng high damage output sa kalaban at eventually ay panalo. The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitawan na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik mula sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB players sa buong mundo. Ako po si Mara Aquino at ito ang MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos ang isang mahalagang tapatan na mas tumidipang lalo ang ating mga laban dahil wala nang gustong magpaiwan sa biyaheng M5 World Championship. Ang laban na magdidikta ng kapalaran ng barangay ay mag-uumpisa na kontra sa koponan na gumawa ng kasaysayan at pataasin pa ang tsansa na manatili sa ibabaw ng standings. Ito ang ikalawang sagupaan sa araw na ito. Ang laban ng Smart Omega and AP Brand. Umpisahan na natin ang bakbakan. Casters, pasok!
One team cementing their way on the top standings and another who is escaping danger right now and trying to climb their way up to the top as well. Who will emerge victorious in this battle of epic proportions? Good afternoon, everyone. Rockhart, this is Leo, Chantel, and this is a clash between Smart Omega and AP Brand.
Because of what happened in the first series today, the stakes are ever higher. I bet that Smart Omega feels the pressure, and I can't wait. I'm honored to be on this desk.
You know what, for the games today, I'm just excited to see how the teams actually prepared because, again, from the intro from Mara earlier, no one is willing to be left behind.
Yes, hashtag MPL-PH S12 Matira Matibay. Yeah. So
only the sturdy may stay.
The sturdy. Only the sturdy will stay. That's a literal translation.
Is it?
Well, probably.
Folks, we're inviting y'all to join and watch MPL Philippines Season 12 playoffs live and on-site. That's right. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to bit.ly/S12 playoff tickets for more details. For the first time in history, we're going to Quezon City.
QC, bro!
Out of all the seasons?
That's right.
Out of MPL Season 1 to 11?
Yes.
11 seasons.
All right.
12 seasons in?
12 seasons.
Yes, technically 10, but that's kind of passing.
Yeah, because one of them is held in like a really, it's a weird era. It was a weird era. So right now, ladies and gents, the question is, what is at stake here in Omega versus AP Brand? Now, if you watch the previous series, we explained it already. Echo trying to cement that #1 where they're trying to get in that position where no matter what anyone does, they'll be on top. But no, because of that sweep by MNNE, this time around AP Brand has a chance to overtake them.
There is a sudden plot twist that none of us saw. I mean, I didn't expect it.
I didn't expect it, to be honest.
Me too. I was actually doing something else and then I heard everyone, oh, MNNE won during that game. So yeah, it's against a very dominating team this season.
Yeah, here are their conditions right now for Omega. Just 5 points. Just 5 points, guys. So they have, I think, 2 matches remaining this week. So they need at least 1 sweep and 2-1.
Yep.
At the minimum.
Or 2 sweeps.
2 sweeps would be better, but at the minimum they need that to at least get to their playoffs journey. And right now, AP Brand needs 6 points from the remaining matches to overtake the Orchids.
Yep, going into top 2, basically confirming an upper bracket spot in the playoffs. correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, there it is.
Confirm
Top
this with me. If you're in the upper bracket, you're 2 best of 5s away from M5.
Yes, it's during the second day and then the upper bracket
you're in the grand
semifinals,
finals.
and then you're already on the grand finals. So see how
Whoa.
it's important for you to be able to finish a top 2 prior playoffs, and at the same time, with that you get to see and understand and study the teams that will play on the first day of playoffs.
That is huge. Like basically a free day of analyzing and just watching your opponents. Speaking of opponents, these are the ones who are facing off against each other. It's PH versus the world. You got Itomax here, very decorated on his own. AP Brent's few, one of the few remaining players, I think only remaining player from Season 1 of MPL Philippines. And of course, there's Hoon from the Ohio Brothers, starting to pick up these accolades as well.
I couldn't imagine 3 different OGs from very
Right,
different
OG.
times to be so similar and so different at the same time.
You know what? If we look at the names, Itomax, Few, and Hoon, a lot of history of MLBB. We have these players as part of it. So all I can say for this 3, it's really a battle of how they will lead or how they are leading their current teams. And for me, it's not really about the hero pool, but also how they adjusted for the teams that they are playing.
That's true. I think the adjustments are huge because I don't know if you guys are surprised to see Angela there. Obviously, that's
Right.
because of the adjustment that Itomax had to do. I think a lot of teams right now as well, because of what happened to the emblems, to the items, right? That's why heroes have to evolve as well, which does lead into this really interesting match history we have, where we will see Angela being prioritized by Itomax twice.
Right when this happened, week 3, day 1, this was the beginning of AP Bren's struggle. Right in smack dab in the middle of Season 12, AP Bren, you could have sworn this was not the SEA Games winning lineup. This was not the IESF qualifiers winning lineup, not the WEC IESF World Championship winning lineup, because they were getting beat by Omega 3 games down.
Yeah, and speaking of 3 games, look at that. We have, in terms of objectives, 2.67 for the average turtle kills during that game as compared to 0.33. So for Smart Omega to be able to win a game against AP Bren during week 3, day 1, it means that there are some inconsistency with AP Bren's play during that moment that they need to polish for this round for them to be able to secure top 2.
And for the longest time, we've been itching, we've been yearning for this AP brand that we have known and loved for the past how many off-season weeks, right?
But if they win this, I made this an ultimatum for them on a personal level, and I said it on broadcast. If they win this, and if maybe they confirm an upper bracket slot, we can say AP Bren is back.
Oh yeah,
Can
for sure.
confirm.
Definitely.
They are once again ang pinalakas AP Bren.
That's right. So maybe the beast that we were looking for is hiding, right? Just biding their time, waiting to pick up steam to get back and claw their way back into the playoffs. And again, they are fighting for their upper bracket as well, which again, M5, MPLI, it's right on the horizon, just a few weeks / months from now. So these are things that we are very excited about. I hope you guys are excited too, because again, for Omega, it's survival, right? Tied right now with ONIC, near the bottom standings. We'll find out more about these teams as we go to our insider. Let's have a look at the dugout. What's happening around there?
Nandito tayo ngayon sa player lounge ng AP Bren kung saan kasama natin walang iba kundi si Few here on my other side. So Few, kamusta? Kamusta ang takbo ngayon ng Season 12 ngayon?
Masaya naman kasi nakakabawi na kami kahit paano.
Alright, you love to see it. Now, this season, of course, ang pinaglalabanan yung slots ay ang M5, of course. You want to be part of the World Championship. Pero balikan natin yung mga nakaraan yung naging liga. Okay? Kasi from what we've seen, especially sa mga tournaments na naganap, kamailan lang, yung nakalaban nyo noong M2, Burmese Schools, although it wasn't part of the same, hindi na sila yung same lineup gaya nung nakalaban nyo sila from before, has now made it back to the World Championship. So, ano bang difference nung M2 dati or laruan nyo nung M2 dati compared sa laruan ng M5 ngayon? What's the difference?
Nung sa M2 parang hindi pa masyadong uso yung macro na na laruan. Yung parang team play, Lord Dance, ganun lang ganun . Sa Sa M2 parang pagalingan ng pindutan lang talaga eh. Kaya uso yung mga assassin nun eh. Kung malakas ka mag-assassin, kaya mo bumuhat ng kamay mo, ganun. Ngayon kasi, ano na talaga eh. Sobrang high level na ng mga macro play, lalo na sa mga objectives, sa turtle, sa lord pati pag siege.
Alright, I see it. Especially ngayon na, tama ka, sobrang pinapahalagahan na talaga yung mga objectives, especially turrets, lords, and hindi na nagmamatter kahit na sobrang galing mo, ikaw ang pinakamalakas na mag-assassin, pinakamabilis na pumindot, and I can see that definitely for M5. And as we all know it, there's so many other chances na napapansin natin ngayon kung saan, actually 4 out of the 5 players, isama na natin si Coach Ducky, 5 out of the 6 members ng M2 na Bren ay naglalaro pa rin ngayon. What does that say about your consistency? Kung si Hazeman ay, or rather, si Lusty, si Few, and everybody else out there, even si Carl, nandito pa rin. So what does that say about the consistency of you guys na hanggang ngayon naglalaro pa rin kayo?
Ayun, nakakatuwa na kahit hindi namin magkakakampi na pinapatunayan pa rin namin sa sarili namin na kaya pa rin namin maglaro.
Alright, final question, Few. How many members, konting predict lang ha, how many members of former M2 Bren ang makakarating ng M5?
Ano lang ang kaya eh. 3 eh.
Okay, 3.
Ganun siguro. Kung
3.
sakaling kami, edi 2 kami ni Plat, tapos sila Carl. Tapos kung kay Larry, sa Omega naman si Rebo. Ayun.
Alright, that's the best case scenario. 3 ang gusto ni Kapitan Few at posibleng 3 nga ba ang makita natin. It's gonna be AB Bren versus Smart Omega. Casters, kaya naman.
Man, that discussion really threw all of us into a big nostalgia here. Bro, the difference of the landscape between M2 and M5 is huge.
Both on a mechanical level that Ate Chantel here recalls, right? How the map was so different, how mechanically it's so different. And just throwing back, like you were talking about it, you were just screaming your lungs out.
That's
you and our
true.
late friend Rob Luna, we miss you, Rob, forever.
Yeah.
Always, always.
And I remember those times actually, we actually say that XP lane is literally a dead lane because at times XP lane is activated around the late game and then it shifted into a double fighter setup around MPL Season 3. And then a lot has happened with the current patch and the strategy, and it's very nostalgic to see Few telling the story about that.
What an amazing story. Like you said, right here in the dugout, his former teammate as well. So sometimes we forget that, right? That Rebo is here.
Oh, right.
Yep.
So obviously, I don't think he will be playing right now, though. Yeah, so it's definitely going to be the Omega that has been tried and tested, and so far has garnered a few wins in the previous matches.
It's hilarious that during their little segment, Hans pulled a Freudian slip. He mentioned Hayes, who was not part of the AP Bren, then Bren Esports
so you guys
lineup.
know.
He was technically in Singapore for M2. He was playing for Omega. But still, he has Bren blood in him. He was part of the original lineup when they first won the championship, Season 1. So that makes sense.
What a trip down memory lane for us. But I hope for you guys remember that as well. Those are very iconic moments.
That's history.
In MLBB history. So these are things that you really have to kind of keep in the back of your heads here. How old some of these players are. Some from the beginning of the league. They're going to be clashing here.
I thought you're asking how old I am.
No, just kidding. Let's watch these teams as they go onto the stage.
This team has been known for late season playoff runs. We are in Omega timers now. Can they do it again? Hailing from the barangay, it's Smart Omega! After a rough patch, it looks like the Bees have hit their stride. Can they make it back to the upper bracket slot and bring pride to the Hive? Gunning for top 2, it's APBR! And their coaches, Coach Stronger and Coach Friend. MPL Arena magingay para sa Smart Omega versus APBR!
Historically, one of the very iconic matches of MPL Philippines. It's APBR versus Smart Omega.
Now, for Smart Omega, we see again another fresh face with Matt as their jungler. All I could say for Matt is he is more of a objective-centric kind of jungler, but is only effective during the latter parts of the game. So what we like to see from Smart Omega is to somehow back up Matt's confidence at the early game, and at the same time, help Ryota execute those outstanding plays that we see from the previous matches.
And for APBR, obviously, it is the OG lineup right now who seem to be picking up steam so far. And as that voice of MPL said, very late in the season, hitting up their strides.
The first time this lineup with Pando instead of Flapteasy shocked us and changed the way we see the Bees was in Season 10. And that was a long time ago. They've won so many championships all around the world ever since then. And here tonight against, what would some argue, their besties in Smart Omega, they're looking to put out their best performance yet because they're, again, gunning for upper bracket.
Upper bracket here for MNNE Sports. Very critical because they will actually be in the mercy, of whoever Echo will choose off, if ever Echo does retain that top 1 spot. And obviously right now, Matt looking really good. Was unfazed once again, put in a trial by fire a few weeks back. So
I remember if I was Matt during that time, I'm gonna be super pressured. But yeah, we saw that team head-to-head earlier that actually in terms of gold per minute, it's both same. For Omega and APBR, it's really more on the conversion. And speaking of conversion, it's actually surprising that for Smart Omega, they are the ones on top in terms of kill participation. But the story now lies on the objective taking. So very far, we have 27% for turtle control versus 77%. So it means that for Smart Omega, yes, they win the team fights. Yes, like all out the Mamba play. But the problem here is there's no conversion after those team fights.
Yep. Smart Omega at their best move as one, as a unit. They follow the Mamba when he makes his 359 IQ plays. But what do you do with that when you can't really turn it into anything else?
Right.
Maybe that's why they're so good during Omega timers, is because once those kills happen, they have like a minute and a half to think of the next thing. So that's the goal here. APBR, don't let them get to that point, because they need to kind of take time. They need to think of what to do next.
Yeah, Omega's so happy to give away these turtles in the early game, then come in the late game. Wonder if that's going to be a factor here. I think Chantel will explain.
Again, both teams are fighting for a better position here in our tournament. And our keys to victory for both Smart Omega and APBR is brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. For Omega, Matt, show no fear. Again, for Matt, with the experience from MDL and experience from the previous matches for Smart Omega, we could say that this guy has that potential, and this potential can be shown when there is no fear. Again, fear paralyzes and sometimes clouds judgment from other people. So as long as Matt has the support, then it's good for them. Now, for APBR, utilize early aggressive lineup. When we say early aggressive lineup, it's a mixture of both that can do early to mid game, because some of the games that we see, yes, there are early. I mean, we could see the Martis, we could see other heroes that are meant for the early game, but there's no investment plan in terms of the mid game. So as long as they are able to capitalize on those aggressive lineup or early aggressive lineup, then it's good for them. Now, for both, dictate the tempo of the game. Sometimes tempo is not just about having those fast plays, but at the same time, you have to assess whether or not you need to set up a play or you need to somehow halt the rotation for your team. It's really more of assessing what's good for the team and what's not. So these are really important for both of our teams. So who do you think will win and will set up the tempo for that first game?
That's a big question right there. I mean, winning out the early game hasn't always been a smart Omega priority. 20% turtle contention rate. That means they just don't really give much of a prio there.
But that third key to victory, it makes sense given that we have seen Smart Omega take off like a rocket,
That's
man.
true, though.
They have put the whole barangay on a V2 rocket. They just went for the moon when they faced off against Blacks International. Second time this season, right? Maybe that's the kind of tempo they want. Maybe that's how Matt performs well against Kyle Teasy.
And speaking of Matt and Kyle Teasy, these are the players that we need to look forward on this game. Looking at statistics, a very high for KDA. And again, this is because for the side of Smart Omega, sometimes there are team fights that everyone is there, but at the same time, there's no kill secured during that moment. And even for the participation, basically the same actually, and the average turtle kills. So for Matt, again, the story of the jungler of Smart Omega now is those retributions are on point. Let's say 15-minute game time, 13-minute game time. So there's a bit of nervousness, I think, for Matt. Now for Kyle Teasy, it's all about the experience.
But that's a funny thing, right? The stats show that Matt has more Lord kills, average Lord kills. Maybe it's because of the sample size, he has less games.
Sample size, yes.
Yeah. But that's interesting because that's better than what I've seen from other newbies, other rookies coming in the season.
And that's why I put Matt up on such a high pedestal. Since his debut, again, the minute that Marakino handed a microphone to the young Matt, once from MDL.
I remember that.
I love the kid. I love his energy. I love how he's so confident. Yeah. And I think he's going to have to do that now against, how Chantel put it, the veteran, Kyle Teasy. Can you believe it? Kyle Teasy is now considered a veteran.
The veteran.
Way back season 10, we're calling him prodigy of the TZ legacy.
Yeah. He was once in the shadow of the great young GOAT, but now he's on his way to being a GOAT himself.
Yeah, once touted as the inheritor of the TZ Blade. We'll see if he's gonna be sharp enough against the new Omega jungler Matt as we load up in this game here. Game number 1, Smart Omega versus APBR.
Okay, so we can see right now for Smart Omega, they are really focusing on those flashy type of assassins. Again, let's not forget that Kyle Teasy is one flashy player. Even a Valentina, since, or probably they are prioritizing a specific hero that has good ultimates, hence the Valentina, since we see sometimes that Valentina is actually picked first on the blue side.
Yep.
So Matilda could be an option this time around for APBR, just to limit the possibilities on the meta support heroes that we are seeing. I'm thinking about the other hero, maybe even a Baksha or a Fredrin, but yeah, it's not a good trade if they open up Matilda for that.
Yeah, historically, Matt has actually been very classic tank jungler so far, nothing outlying yet. And he's not a focus of the ban at all, so it's going to be free-for-all here. Fredrin, Valentina, very high priority rates. Baksha as well, you're very correct, Ms. Chanta.
Yep. So right now, it's open season, man. It's the Wild West. It's New Jersey.
West.
Anything is allowed at this point. You got Fredrin, you got Baksha, Kaja is out there if you want to. Matilda, oh dear Lord,
Matilda is open, yeah.
I don't know if I feel that though for the Chak Mamba. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
true. I mean the Mamba has to sting. I mean the zone, more on zone out or maybe sustain, but yeah, knowing the capacity of Chak,
they locked it
but
in.
still it's gonna be a Matilda. So probably for Smart Omega there is also an option for versatility in terms of Matilda, because we saw them sometimes to have 8 max on the healing somehow type of playstyle. So APBR, they could choose either Lancelot for their jungler, even Terizla as their XP lane.
The Riz is actually
high percentage on first 2 picks.
Yeah, Yuzhong as well. These are heroes you love to see in the first rotation, depending on who is playing. Right now, as for Flap Teasy, not surprising to see a Yuzhong, but Baksha is going to be a priority.
Oh, wow.
Lilia! That's an interesting pick from Mr. Few here.
We're now living in an era that has Lilia on the second 2 picks. Again, because of the wave clear potential and the spamming of the black shoes. It's as if there's no countdown, cooldown rather, for that.
And they kind of block out the Fredrin. They block out a lot of these utility junglers and frontliners because it's so hard to move in. Basically, Lilia has this weird box that is almost like a real-world manipulation, but it's always up.
Yeah,
it's right in front of you.
You can't really fight the Lilia head-on if you're that Fredrin, right?
It's around you.
Same with the Baksha because
It's
of this
within you.
reduced healing. So I get what you mean, man. It's like, all right, I dare you. It's like they're daring them.
Oh,
but
Lord.
yeah, there's no Fredrin. Akai will be the pick here. Iksha, though. Huh. For the second game straight, Iksha's being prioritized.
Yeah, even on the other game, right?
Yeah,
So
series, right?
a lot of potential for this lineup of Smart Omega. Again, good for late game and actually scales from early to mid. It depends on the rotation of Smart Omega. And by the way, 71% out of 7 picks for Kalkizi on the back shot.
Those are good odds. I like those. I like those numbers. Given that, here's what I was wondering. Why is no one picking the Riz right now? Is the Riz not a thing?
That's
AP
true,
Bren
though. Last season was good, but right now it's not a thing.
prioritizing the dead lane? Uranus puts very little on the draft index for us.
That's true.
Sustain maybe.
Maybe the purpose here for the Uranus is just to find the Iksha. And I mean, although it's very critical in terms of laning, if you're not effective, then there's a possibility for you to be bombarded by the damage of the other team. More on the sustain side, but right now it's a meta of XP laners that has sustain and crowd control at the same time. So yeah, interesting pick for AP Brent.
What this reminds me of is what happened the previous game as well, where Minana drafted an unkillable lineup, basically.
Oh.
This is a wall. There's the 2 tanks that you can't kill.
Right.
Plus a Lilia that's going to regen. So that's what they're going for here. They don't really have that much damage, though.
Exactly. It'll come down to their choice of gold laner, wherein they put all of their eggs in that basket because AP Bread's still lacking a gold laner and a roamer. And it looks like Smart Omega, Coach Ron, stronger here. They're onto him. They're taking out the Claude. Are we expecting them to take out the,
Bea?
They don't want the Irritel. Yes, I'd say it's the Beatrix. Even a Clint. I think a Clint would be comfortable here.
Actually, all marksmen that has critical damage, or that
And Irifel as well. Yeah, Irifel is actually something that maybe a lot of teams actually prioritize now. So we'll have to look into that even more. And so far, AP Brent looking like they're taking time on this ban. That's interesting.
Oh, so it's
oh really
interesting. So they're just opening up the Rizla this time.
Yeah.
They would rather deal with the Riz.
What if for Smart Omega they pick X-Borg instead of the Rizla just for the 2 damage? But it's difficult because of the Lilia, so...
Yeah, right? Good luck, right?
Just because of the Lilia pick, a lot of the heroes has been negated because of the burst damage.
Coach Bren. Coach Bren, he's onto something.
He's suited for Bren because he's Bren. Yeah.
It's perfect.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
You know it's
That's
sap. That would have been a good roamer. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, just adding the sustain, right? The speed. Man, they're going to have some need for speed here for AP Brent if they had a Wrath.
By the way the draft is looking, I'm going to say it right now, these team fights are going to be weird. These team fights are either going to last a long time or will end in a snap.
That's true, depending on how Itamax and, and Chaklu plays this one out.
You know what? It's actually nice for AP Brent if they pick Faramis as their post fight, but we haven't seen that much. But they talk about the longer team fights and then you have continuous burst.
Oh, yeah.
Why not, knowing that they do that both at the same time? Oh.
Whoa there, all right.
Not to mention, folks, bear with us. We're going to get back into the draft here.
Let's load it right there. There you go.
Not to mention...
What was that sound?
I don't know. All right, I was going to say, Diggy's still out there, folks.
Minotaur.
What the?
Oh, that's fine. That's
Talk
fine.
about sustain, the healing, and crowd control.
Never mind.
That's all as tanky as you can get.
Are they baiting Omega to pick a Diggy, though?
Probably yes, because
they have to.
Since if this is their X Factor pick, they could have picked Minotaur on the last. So they are forcing for a Digi, which is, by the way, good for Smart Omega since they also have the Akai, so there's no possibility for them to somehow use this one. Oh, okay, interesting.
But if ever it is a Diggy, AP Brez lineup plays Minesweeper so well. Like, almost everyone can just start stepping on those auto alarm bombs.
Yeah, that's true.
not gonna fall for it though.
Xborg is right. Grok is the secondary thing to stop a rampaging bull, I would say, is great. Just put a wall there. But all of the eggs of AP Bren are in the Super Marco basket now.
Yep. Probably for Super Marco,
What's it
Kalinda's
gonna
an
be?
option. Beatrix still one.
Yep.
Even Bruno is actually a good choice for them.
Oh yeah.
We almost forgot Bruno, but still open.
The auto attacks.
Look at the guy. Look at this.
How about
pressure.
Layla?
Carry.
Just kidding.
Layla, do it.
Oh no, carry's hard. Carry's
Because of the-
difficult. She can't reach Ixia. We've seen
All
it
right,
in Series
all right.
1 today.
Exactly. That was a huge error, I think, in my opinion. I don't feel like you should
In
put up.
hindsight, yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, right?
The
If you look at
results
it,
show.
you don't put on these carries, but
Still an Irithel.
All right.
Okay. My only fear for the Irithel is it does so little for the whole re-engage. Because she's a very lock, load, and go kind of hero.
It's very
And
singular.
also heavy on item dependency.
And commitment.
So yeah, looking at the draft index, definitely on a damage per second, it is on Brent's side. And something that will be a really crucial factor for both is the vision, difference in terms of vision and crowd control. So it's really up to Smart Omega on how they will capitalize on that.
Hold up, though. I feel like if this sustain is false, this should be through the roof.
Yeah. Maybe on the,
Way
until
past
their logo.
Maximum up to the logo.
No, I think 7 is the maximum, man.
Is it the maximum?
The index just allows for the max number 7.
That explains it though, because it is just one of the most heavy tank lineup that I've ever seen so far in the season.
Yeah, literally, even the mid-mage can go forever.
Exactly.
You can time out those black shoes and keep going.
Speaking of mid-mage, there's no really burst from the side of Smart Omega with Matilda, the middle lane.
Oh, that's true though.
So
it's a pause for Matilda, I just
That's right.
remembered.
So it's weird because both of them
Yeah.
are going for sustain, and the barangay's going in half-cocked.
All right, we'll see if that happens here. Let's load up the game number 1 here for Smart Omega versus Bren Esports here in week number 6.
Now for Smart Omega again, just to reiterate on this post 4 hero, this is somehow part of their strategy, although they double down in terms of the zone out potential with Chaknu on this Grok. And speaking of zone out, it's really more of them giving vision. They really have to compensate on the lack of burst, hence they need more information over the other team.
That's very crucial. Right now, this info game here, and AP Bren just dealing so much damage onto this Grok, just making sure that they're showing them who's boss. You can't go bullious right now. We're tanky AF.
Yeah, but so far, given the early rotations, it looks like, as you would, right? As you would, the Baksha clears so fast.
Yep.
And he was not at all bothered. He's an unbothered king, even if the Mamba checked in on him. Kyle Teasy's ahead here.
Oh yeah,
Classic,
for sure.
classic Grok and even the Baksha with a fast rotation. So this is going to be a slow one since we have a very sustainable or very high sustain type of lineup for AP Bren. Even for Smart Omega as much as possible, they want to lock up those ultimates as early as possible.
I would say for both of these teams, yeah, they have so much sustain because of Ferraga armor, because of the guiding wind. Not to mention you've got one of the most difficult to pin down junglers in the game with a heavy spin.
No, he's the one who pins you down.
He's the one who pins you down. Exactly, Leo. So this game could go either way right now, but it's interesting for me when I saw in the draft is how they're gonna play this out in the late game. Kelra on the Ixchis, massive.
Here we go, circling Eagle, knocking up Ogwin, waiting for that level 4, gets the ult, in comes Kyle Teasy with the roll and the Puissance, Ogwin with the Minoan Fury! How about we play in a bouncy house? Kyle Teasy, despite the heavy spin, scores the turtle. Now Matt's very low, can Flap Teasy finish the job? The answer's no, we are free of death here, folks. It's a pacifist run for both these teams 2 minutes in.
Well calculated by both, but at the same time, it really matters the Battle of Retribution in terms of the objective taking. We saw somehow that AP Bren is still continuing with that aggression against Omega.
Yeah, it's looking like this wall isn't really enough to slow them down.
Whoa.
Well, he's
Chakra
doing
got
his
it.
best. He's a Chunk Mamba for a reason.
I mean, he used the power of nature to clear out the purple and the baby purple. So at least Matt can hold on. It went from good to worse there. Now, Matt struggling, but still gets a little Wanderer.
And speaking of struggling, APBR won't struggle in terms of fast rotations because of the emblem and talents that it chose. 2 on the 3 actually on the Wilderness plus the agility, and we have Brave Smite for Flap TZ on this Uranus. So expect sustain plus only healing for this guy as long as there is a good rotation from him.
Yeah, gone are the days of the Farsa, so that 39 Farses is not really showing here right now. Oh, look at this though.
Tomas answers back with a circling eagle, cancels it out as Kyle TZ goes in for the ult. APBR bearing hard on this gold lane.
That's a lot of early items onto the Irifel as well. All of this chaos leading to Super Marco and Killer having relatively good laning phases for both of them.
Yep, Super Marco already has the house clause, by the way, so we will see him be part of the global laning. And because the turtle will spawn here at his lane. So what's nice for APBR and what's working for them is that even Etomax and Chaknu's possible rotation is being stopped by Ogwen, because Ogwen is always one step ahead.
Yeah, they're always just one step forward.
Even Flap TZ actually.
Yeah, just showing them who's boss, like I said earlier. Just showing that these are the things you can do against our lineup. We know what they are. You can't really mind game us out of this one.
Ooh, Turtle's already up, second one of the game. APBR first of the scene. Chaknu charging a power of nature here. Flap TZ coming in from the flank. There's the jump in. And the circling eagle. Etomax looking for one. Full on cancels it, and that's a turtle reset.
Huh, interestingly enough. I would have thought Omega would have actually forced it a little bit. They're realizing it's so hard to put a dent on these heroes. We can't really poke them out.
Yeah, and they waited for Matt to be level 7 as well, although Kyle TZ is almost close to level 8.
Here we go. Heavy spin coming in from Matt. It's Few who takes the turtle. Shields and damage on APBR. Shields and damage, and they crash right onto Matt. First blood drawn onto Jungler from the Smart Mega, and the full barrage takes down Ogwen. Flap TZ very low. Ryota gets a revenge kill just as quickly. The Barangay on the board, 2-1.
Beautiful counterplay there, putting some points on the board, like you said, and keeping that gold very, very close.
Yeah, good trade by Smart Omega during that time, because it somehow limited the a possible lead for APBR during that turtle take. So it is a good rotation for them, and for APBR, they really have to look forward on the damage by Kelra with those full barrage, although Super Marco was also there as well. So yeah, looking at the items, so 100 or maybe around 50 gold lead for Kelra. Not really that much. It is more on the gold conversion or how Omega and APBR will activate their gold laners.
Oh, Ina, Carl, I think we have pulled a boo-boo here.
Yeah.
I can't believe we've been talking about this about 6 minutes into the match and we haven't talked about the Filipino savage factor.
That's true. I actually saw what you're saying in that match. He held on to that full barrage for a long time, up until after the turtle happened.
From full barrage to full garage.
Yeah, he basically parked it. You're right.
He put the full in full barrage.
Oh yeah, you know it.
All the way. Now APBR trying to make up for some lost time again. They allowed Kelra all the space up top. Now they're trying to bear down once more on the gold lane. Look at that tier 1 down bottom. They want to break it.
Oh, let's go ahead and take us some gold here. But again, it seems like Omega kind of knows what's up. Already advancing as well, and making sure that Kelra is still going to be relatively safe.
Yep, lane is really effective for Smart Omega actually, because Smart Omega was able to destroy a turret already at the top lane. So even for APBR, they are having a hard time to destroy this turret at the bottom lane. So Smart Omega still on that characteristic of waiting for the perfect timing for them. Now for APBR, they need to capitalize on the minimal lead that they have because they are on the sustain side.
Here we go, final turtle's up. Etomax pulls the trigger, looking for one. Black shoes by Few, still alive. And they're going for the scrum. In comes the Minoan Fury into the skies. Kyle TZ scores a turtle. And the guiding wind into the full barrage. I didn't know that was possible. The last insanity from Ryota. Not enough damage put on the board. APBR walks away happy with the big win. 800 gold ahead.
Even with these fancy maneuvers, like you said, I actually don't also know. I forgot that could be a thing. You can do it with Farsa, you can do it with Iksha.
Yeah.
Right, so that's beautiful, but it's not enough to put a dent on APBR.
Whoa!
They're still going.
They're finding Marco. Knocks him up into the air. Super Marco slain by Etomax. They're looking for revenge. Ryota still standing. AP Brand couldn't find it.
Look at this. They know they don't have the firepower. They're backing off.
They're not done yet, though.
Wild charge by the Mamba. Throws View into the skies. A last insanity by Ryota. But it wasn't the last because View pulled the trigger on the Black Shoes. Caldeezy getting sandwiched in by the Mamba. There's a little bit more damage from the Omega side. From top. Oh, they disengage.
Okay, a bit of confusion as to who's going to be the target here for both. But yeah, for Smart Omega, it's really more of the aggression for them. AP Bren, they know their standpoint. They know when they should disengage. And for Q, it's okay if he uses that Black Shoes, even on that turtle earlier. It's as if Etomax is forcing a few, by the way, to use the Black Shoes prior any objective taking, which is effective for them, but few knows.
It actually worked for a little bit, but at the very least, you know what? It feel like a bit of a wash. Because teams, again, the targeting was very problematic for both sides.
I mentioned this about 5 minutes ago. I'm going to say it again. Keller hasn't died. This is a big problem for the Hive.
True that though. That's true. So that's something that, you know, Bren can kind of just keep their eyes on here right now. But look at this. Omega trying to equalize on the goal here, taking the tower.
Oh, they got another turret down bottom. AP Bren have been winning the skirmishes, but not a single turret taken, save for that one up top. Now they're fighting for the Little Wanderer. It's scored by Omega.
Good point on the observation that Kelra hasn't died even a single moment for this game, because it's really difficult for AP Bren's lineup to penetrate the position of Kelra later on.
True.
With having the Grok and even Akai, but we'll see. This is third objective, Lord rather, for both.
Here we go, the dance. Etomax cancels the Circling Eagle, and they roll out. Ogwin coming in, and the full barrage! Kelra not dealing enough damage here. They disengage, they're going to have to wait for it.
They're not quite there yet. Kelra, despite not getting kills, despite so much gold, barely making a mark on AP Bren's lineup.
And now we're feeling AP Bren's wrath here. They put Etomax down to a fourth of his health, going for the pull. The dance resumes. Man, if AP Bren's lineup was a athlete, they would have cardio up to 1,000, man. Look at this, he's still going. Oh, wait, they catch up easy in the back. Pops his consecration. He's still alive, Lord here, at a fifth of its health. Big knock-up. In comes Etomax. The last insanity. Etomax goes. Caldeezy scores the Lord. And they're still spinning. Etomax looking for one. Gets popped. Heavy spin from Matt trying to disengage. But Marco putting him down with the heavy crossbow. That's 3 for none. Plus the Lord. AP Bren. Big win.
Man, Sir Matt cannot catch a break here.
Yep,
in this one.
You know what, for AP Bren, this is where the sustain actually comes into place, because during that time, a lot of skills has been used by both Omega and AP Bren. But for AP Bren, because of the motivation roar from the Minotaur, it's a lot easier for them to stay on the place. And Omega was just forced not to go for a recall, because wait, we have to contest this Lord. We have to stay still. We have to stay here. Something like that.
That's something that a lot of people forget. He's also part of the healing meta. Very high healing from the roar. So I completely agree. Something maybe that Omega didn't account for their lineup.
Yeah, and they can just get overloaded. For the first half of this game, Omega was winning the whole sustain matchup because AP Bren wasn't there yet. And now, the swing, the rubber band effect, 5K ahead. They have closed the gap. They have shrank the map. Now Kelra's left half-baked.
Now, and it's also a 5.3K gold lead for AP Bren. And somehow for Omega, it's going to be detrimental for Chakno as well, with the bursts from Few later on. So the best play for Smart Omega right now is go for the Flicker Wild Charge from Chakno. And for AP Bren, all they need to do is just to continue on zoning out players from Omega using those Shadow Energy and Glooms from Few.
Which in the late game, it really does. The cooldown is so low
Right.
now. You don't even need those extra stacks from the Black Shoes anymore.
It's basically an auto attack.
That's true. That's true.
Leaving around.
Just throw it out there.
Left easy here. Checking bushes the old-fashioned way. Spots Matt and Ryota. And I can smell it. AP Bren wants to steal away this orange buff. And Matt can only do so much as watch.
All right, now it's a full-on invasion being done by AP Bren, depriving Omega of all the resources right
They're
now.
starving Matt.
Starving him. That's a bad thing to do. You don't want to see Matt hungry. Oh my goodness.
You don't want to see him. You don't want to see him that way. And speaking of hungry, One player that is also hungry for jungle or farm is even Kelra. So Gold earned a lot of difference knowing that this is already 30-minute mark, because sometimes if there is an effective play from Smart Omega, Kelra is really close as compared to the other Gold laners. So looking at the items, we have Malefic Roar, which is a good thing because this is a sustain. AP Bren, same goes with the Demon Hunter Sword. Now the difference is that for the lifesteal on the Haastos versus Iritel. So for Smart Omega, they need to find Super Marco in the middle of the team fight later on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the ENG also has that sustain, right? From Starlium Siphon, the passive. And but somehow I feel like Iritel his HP just goes boom, it's full again. Like,
yeah, it's more sustainable when you get the hits in.
Yep. Yeah.
And by the way things have gone in the past couple of team fights, it's AP Bren who decides when the fight happens. Killer has been put in a reactive position so far here, 13 minutes into the game. Another Lord is up. The dance initiated by AP Bren. Kyle TZ with a massive pull. Oh Lord, that's as far as the Lord goes before resetting it.
Yeah, we're on the way to the back. All the way back to the back door here.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're holding it steady and they have full vision. Right now, Ogwen and Few are on the job. Matt, he's forcing it.
That's right. Lord here at a third of his health. Matt put right in the pit. It's like he was the Lord. And now, FlapTZ going to be hit by the Circling Eagle. Put down to a third of his health. Lord, hard reset.
And of course, the healing will come in, the regeneration as well. Full on reset. They bought out as much of the skills as they could from the Omega lineup.
It's more of minion management for both, because we could see for the minion of Smart Omega already almost near the river. So AP Bren, what's good for them is to actually clear first prior the team fight. And kudos on the consistency of FlapTZ at the bottom lane, because it's almost close. It's already half in life.
Oh no.
There's a inhibitor turret.
Oh no, the barangay sent the kill squad. There's 3 there. Wild charge on the FlapTZ. Circling Eagle 2. And here comes Kelra. Oh, that's it. No way FlapTZ survives that, but the Lord Dance continues. It's just Matt up here. Can he go for the steal? It's him against the world, against AP Bren. Not gonna happen. Ogwen scores. And now they're looking for the punish. Can they do it? Ryota pushes them back. Ever the enforcer. They're not gonna take Matt, but they do lose out on the Lord. AP Bren, second one for game 1.
You could see the small amount of HP left over from that retribution.
Yeah, high risk, high reward play from a Smart Omega, but AP Bren is just ready for that. And
Circling Eagle plus the black shoes. I can't believe both of them can cancel it like that.
Yeah, they're canceling each other out.
Again, battle of the veterans for this one. I mean, veteran leaders.
I'll allow it.
Yep,
Four
it's a 10-10. Oh, it's 4-5.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Speaking of AP Bren, they have the Lord now at the bottom lane. So there's no flicker for Ogwen. So there's no possible surprise play for them. Not unless Few is able to poke majority of the players of Smart Omega, particularly Ryota's Firaga armor.
They're coming in close though right now. Ogwen's Minoan Fury should be up anytime now. They could pull the trigger if they choose to. It could be it.
Oh, look at this well-orchestrated push. The siege of a lifetime from AP Bren. All 3 turrets threatened here, only going to take mid and bottom down, and the Lord going to be made quick work of by the barangay. They keep 1 inhibitor top.
And they're making Omega really work for their defense as well. So far, we haven't actually seen the Filipino Savage show up as much as we thought he would here.
We saw some hints of it.
Yeah, earlier.
And weirdly enough, yeah, the first 5 minutes. How often does that happen?
Huh, that's interesting.
And actually, even for Kelra, it's really hard for him to find that perfect spot, because again, for AP Bren, all they just need to do is to move forward. They have Ogwen on that roar. So probably for Smart Omega, they could use another play, which they did at the bottom lane. Find someone that they could kill prior a Lord take.
That's crucial. So the timings are going to be super important. Itemization, though, I think Omega, they're slowly getting to the point where, yeah, maybe we can fight a full-on team fight.
Yeah, it's functional. But just to build on what you said there, Chantel, that's right, I agree. Maybe 1 solid pickoff before a big Lord Dance or a big rotation. How do you do it, though? Your only real target
Good question.
is Marco.
And even FlapTZ at the bottom lane. I mean, FlapTZ is the one that does the split push.
Yeah, but he eats like
it takes a lot of
6.5
time.
ults. He takes 6.5 ults. Where are you going to get the other 1.5?
I mean, it's really hard. And now that even Ogwen has the immortality. And look at the damage of Few with against Chaknu.
So good.
So once there is a wild charge from Chaknu, it's just Smart Omega that should deal all the damage that they can deal.
Yeah, Smart Omega is really working for it because they're against literally the rock and the hard place in AP Ren's lineup because there's just no way to get about it.
That's just a scary picture, man. The rock in the hard place,
They're the
moving around to get you.
Exactly.
Moving around to
That's
get
scary.
you. And we're not talking about the Grok, folks. That's just the sad situation here.
The metaphorical rock.
Third Lord up, metaphorical and literal. Third Lord up already, 18 minutes in. It's AP Bren who decides to say, let's dance. Coyotes again go in for the immaculate pull all the way, putting 2 walls between the Lord and the rest of Smart Omega.
And then, as a famous captain once said, they could do this all day. So they're
right.
just going to keep going there. And they're going to pull this door as far back as they can.
Oh,
okay.
Flapteasy again.
That's the target.
Playing with Fate. Tempting Fate. 3 heroes on him. And this bush, look at how Ogre's holding
this.
They're just waiting for the perfect timing. I believe that this Lord is going to be reset yet again.
Yep. There you go.
There you go. That's one reason as to why Smart Omega actually picked Grok. It's a part of their strength as a team. And the reason as to why we have the Omega timers because they're doing this from time to time. Now for AP Brenna, they have 5.5k gold lead. We could see Few actually clearing first the minion wave at the top lane, which is
they're going
a bait for them.
Whoa, there's a Circling Eagle, catches Flapteasy. And again, like it was nothing, he's back in the fight. He wants more. Lord here, still on the pull, slight advantage for AP Bren.
Few?
Put down to 2/3 of his health. Few just laying down all the shadow energies. Gloom is very happy to serve. Lord here at half health. Ryota gonna get his Firaga armor popped. Ain't no
Look at
last
you.
insanity for you. And look at the base. Smart Omega forced to respond. Chaknu all the way out. Ryota gets his Firaga armor up, but Super Marco here almost killed him. Etomax checks the bush. Lord here, 1/3 of his health. Matt holding on for dear life. 4 members of AP Bren. Make that 5, just dancing around this pit. They're going to want to blitz this. There's the full barrage from Kelra! And Flapteasy finds him. Circling Eagle from Etomax. And he's still alive. Immortality still in tow. Lord here. Oh, there's a big knockup.
Gonna be close.
Matt, he's waiting.
Chaknu?
Matt, Chaknu with the conceal.
Okay,
Forces
then,
the
after
reset.
everything.
Oh, Lord.
After everything.
No!
Okay, there's a
Ogre
play.
with the flicker and the Minoan Fury knocking up Matt. But they get stunned by Kelra. They back off. Once again, let's dance.
And we're back to square one, folks. But it's going to be a bruised and battered Smart Omega right now who are going for the re-engage again.
Okay, after everything that has happened, again, the strength of Smart Omega now is their capacity and capability to set and reset the Lord. So now for AP Bren, since Omega is trying to poke them from time to time, Few just needs to continue that poke on that Firaga armor from Ryota. But yeah, speaking of, the strength of Smart Omega was the split pushes. This time around, it's AP Bren that's doing it.
Chaknu here, forced to use wild charge. He's
Oh!
backing out, Few. Oh, wow. Close call. The full barrage baited out. Kelra takes down El Capitan. And now the Lord here put down a 5th of his health. Flapteasy takes out a Capitan of his own. The Capitan of the Barangay. Flapteasy gets his immortality pop. Look at the base. That's a full-on inhibitor taken down. No more base turrets for the Barangay. And where'd the Lord go?
Oh,
Kyle
Bill Kyle.
scores it. Matt with a heavy spin. Ogwin here.
Omega's forcing
still
it.
has an immortality. They have to disengage here. The Barangay lost way too much, even with that trade. And now they engage one more
Ryota
time.
has the flicker.
Look at the last insanity plus the wild charge. They pop an immortality here. Ryota's still alive. Kyle TZ goes.
Oh, Super Marco is still in line of fire here for Kelra. Pew, pew, pew goes the dynamite. Waiting up to the last moment, taking down the gold laner of AP Bren.
1 for 4. The Hive cannot take advantage of this big old Lord. It's gonna be melted down by the Barangay.
And now for the Barangay, all they need to do is to capitalize on the possible pushes from the turrets that they can do. Now for AP Bren, what's good for them is that they were able to secure the Lord. Again, we have to commend how Omega played for that one on the wild charge from Chaknu. Same goes with Ryota on that last insanity. Now AP Bren, they have the damage. All they just need to do is to somehow pinpoint who's the target for them during a team fight, because earlier they were like zoning out everyone. Few wants to zone out Ryota, and the other one, Flapteasy, comes in versus Etomax, so they have to regroup as a team. Really more on the judgment making, but wow, Kelra is now on 3-1-3.
Well, count on the smart Omega to give you the most scrappiest team fights ever.
Right.
Oh.
And Matt was just there.
Oh! Coming in! Few gets pinned down and taken out! Now, it's the Barangay's turn here. They go! Minoan Fury coming in from Ogwin. Big knockup! But there's not enough damage, but there is enough for Kelra to get taken out! Look at this. 3 members make that 4. In comes Super Marco from behind. Cavalry has come, but Omega calls it off.
That's the gold laner for the mid here. This is going to be very interesting because they're going for it again. Oh boy, that was risky.
Yep, I thought they are going to go for a play, but yeah, that's a good call for a Smart Omega. Now, AP Bren, they need to pressure more the lanes of Smart Omega because in 50 seconds, there is going to be a Lord that will spawn, and by then, Kelra is going to be available for the team fight. So with the positioning, it's actually a good call for AP Bren to force and find Kelra to be that casualty. So right now, that's just the pain point for AP Bren. It's Kelra.
It's Kelra, man. And the moment Kelra went down, I think the firepower of AP Bren kind of really whittled down as well, right? So same is true, obviously, for AP Bren. It's more like 90% of their firepower is Super Marco. So you got to keep your eyes on these gold laners, folks. They're really making the mark.
Now AP Bren has to play very, very specifically. They now have to do this without Smart Omega catching onto them. They have to use Few as bait. Sadly, the age of Flapteasy as bait has ended. At the 20-minute mark, it's no longer worth it. Now it's Few.
Yeah, actually earlier Few failed to push the black shoes. That's why that was so AP. Omega
during the last Lord.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Whoa!
Oh, pew pew. There you go.
Blank wild charge. We were just talking about
flying.
it. And now they force one. They pop Ogwin's immortality. But they're going to have to let him go because it's a little too deep. Few here gets blocked through his retreat. Oh, black shoes coming in. All of this is worth it already. The Barangay just found treasure in trash. All of a sudden, Super Marco's out of the equation.
Ixia, one of the least mobile heroes. Etomax is making it fly.
You know, right, flying Ixia. And yeah, for Smart Omega, they're just playing macro for this game. Wait.
Talking about
He's flying again.
And Etomax almost gets punished. And the Capitan gets protected by the Filipino Savage.
Okay, that was close.
Few still alive, flickers out. That's a full barrage
full barrage
of this, but Ryota catches him. Of course, the general from the back uses the flicker, but that's more than worth it, fam. 2 members of AP Bren out.
You actually bought an immortality during that moment, but wasn't able to catch prior his death. So yeah, for Smart Omega, they have the upper hand right now, but they also have the minion wave. So it really, I mean, the retribution is gonna be the X factor this time around for this one.
More than just the retribution, I think AP Bren playing the map is making Smart Omega think twice. They have the Lord by the neck here.
Where's
Lord
Kyle?
on a fifth of its health. Look at Caldeezy from the back here, alongside Flapteasy. Oh, they're changing their priorities. Super Marco very low. Heavy spin from Matt coming out. Caldeezy holding on to the Lord. Where's it gonna go? AP Bren right in Kelra's sights. They score the Lord. They're gonna get on out of here, and they're still alive. Flapteasy holds on to his immortality and his ult. They're good. They're golden. AP Bren still in this.
Just when I said that Smart Omega is playing micro, we saw AP Bren do some micro plays versus Omega. Again, there was a call because the minion wave is flowing at the bottom lane. So, yep, it was right that Omega is confused whether they are to clear the minion wave or whether they are to contest the Lord. One problem for them is that they weren't able to successfully reset the Lord because it was Chakno clearing the minion wave at the bottom lane.
Man, this is as close can get there in the items. So I think we're in a very even play field except for the inhibitor turrets and the Lord walking up on the mid right now. So Omega, they're putting up some pretty good fights, but can they keep this up?
This is the biggest fight, the greatest fight that they have to put up because this could be the last one right inside their base. Ogwin, desperation stomp coming in. Here comes the big old Lord. And there's a full barrage. Chakno already down low. And Caldeezy pops up Puissance. They're clearing the waves. They're dealing extra damage. In comes Ogwin. Minoan Fury knocking up 2. Wild charge from Chakno. And the last Insanity. That's a lot of damage. The Barangay happy to pop Super Marco's immortality. They're overloading the base. AP Bren just want to lock onto the base. Matt goes down, and they have to bide their time. Lord melted down. Few here, gonna get hit by a circling eagle. Cancelled out, popping the immortality. Ryota dealing a lot of true damage. AP Bren, they're not gonna lose anybody. Not in this fight.
Man, the counter punch from Omega actually was hitting very, very hard. Yep. Able to put a lot of dents on the tanks of Baby Bren.
What a defense by Smart Omega during that time, and they're just protecting Kelra from time to time. But for AP Bren, they have to get to actually finish this game. And look at you, by the way.
The full barrage coming in from the Filipino Savage. Few just wailing away at the base. AP Bren takes game 1.
And this winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Boy, oh boy, that was the key word, scrappy, super duper scrappy. You'd never know what's going to happen. Team fights between AP Bren and Omega, and we're seeing exactly why they are one of the El Clasicos of MPL Philippines.
You know what? This game is an epitome of whoever team has a more controlled adrenaline rush wins the game. Because during that moment, it's really more of your judgment and how do you think is your damage to the base. It was Few that focused on the base lock because he knows that the rest of the players of Smart Omega are focusing Super Marco because it's the late game. So it's a matter of micro and macro and decision making for both.
That ended with no one team actually winning the fight. Yep. Let's just go for the base because we can't really win the fight right away as well, says AP Bren.
There were so many different ways to win and so many ways of playing MLBB put on showcase in this matchup. And as the great Tai Long from the cultural hit Kung Fu Panda 2008 said, our battle will be legendary. This was more than legendary. 28 minutes of pure MLBB bliss. I'm in love. I'm in love with this game.
That's right. And what else is legendary? Of course, your support for your favorite MPL teams. All you gotta do to show that is purchasing the limited edition team notification effects. It's only 58 diamonds right now in the in-game store. Check it out, ladies and gents. You will not be sorry. And you know what I'm sorry for? Is whoever was not here to watch that game. Because that is literally that's like the embodiment of Filipino grit. The gigil.
High level, ML, surprise plays.
You never know what's happening.
The mas pinaslakas.
I'm sorry that the Lord dances couldn't go longer than 2 minutes.
That's also true. Anyway, we'll throw it over, break it down, Chantel Hernandez.
A lot has happened during that game, and I don't even know where to start. Again, for this game, I expected this to be a really long one because we have the Omega timers and they're up against AP Bren. So it has been a brawl of brains and at the same time on how to execute their play against each other. Now, we have a player that was very consistent for the side of AP Bren, and he is our Smart MVP using that Minotaur Ogwen. So with a 115 KDA prior the performance of Ogwen during that game, we've mentioned that this is a very sustainable, or I might say very tanky hero for them, and the healing during the team fight is what's crucial for Smart Omega during that time, because there are plays wherein Ogwen was just there doing the flicker, and then we have the Minoan Fury goes in for this first stomp, and at the same time the sustain that they have. So with the Ogwen in the middle of the team fight, we will see that during the highlights that he's just there, very consistent, finding the perfect target for Smart Omega, and at the same time finding his teammate that needs that support. So there are instances where in Smart Omega around 5-minute game time that we saw the aggression because of their lineup, but it was too early for an Iksha, as also mentioned by our co-casters. We saw brilliance of greatness, or moments of brilliance rather, for Smart Omega during that game. But at the same time, AP Bren, I mean, the veteran moves was just there, and all I gotta say, it was really Kyle TZ that was very consistent on taking the objectives, or rather even the players of Bren, because there are times wherein it was actually Few that was able to secure that Lord, that turtle. So again, 20-minute game time, there was a reset. This is by far the longest team fight that has no casualty, by the way, during that game. So around 20 minutes, there was a setup play for them. It was reset by a Chak Muswal. Probably game number 2, we won't see a Grok anymore because of the potential to reset. So we saw full barrage for Omega during that time. The damage is already there, but for AP Bren, the strength for their play during that game is that their minion waves are like flowing. mid lane, top lane, and even bottom lane that it was really hard for Smart Omega to defend even on this last Lord last Lord push. So mid lane, yes, there was a nice counter play for the side of APBR. They were able to find Keldra, but Chakno was just there, and there was a shot down, by the way, versus Keldra. Came 24-minute game time. This was the surprise play that we've seen from Chakno and the trio of Smart Omega. So 26-minute game time. The heavy spin was a bit early this time around for the side of Smart Omega. It's somehow a critical move because other players were forced to be near the players of Smart Omega. And then this was the last final push for APBR. Again, they have thick minion wave, and at the same time they also have a level. This was the fourth Lord of the game, around 27-minute game time. So a lot of stretch from Smart Omega, and look at Few. Let's focus on Few. Okay, I don't care about anyone else. All I need to do is to go for the base lock because again, they have the minion wave, and those minion waves are considered to be tanky and has the damage as well. So looking at the kill map for Ogwen, around 23-minute game time, it was the kill. Very crucial for them. That was against Aniksha, and all the assists were made against Matt and even Etomax. And so basically the play here for Ogwen was just again sustain and help the players of APBR and lead them into an entry point wherein they could find Keldra and they could stop Matt's possible retribution or Lord Steal against them. Now 28-minute game time, 11-7. Wow, 28 minutes and it's just 18 kills in total. So yeah, looking at the emblems, again, we've mentioned for APBR that they really want to go for fast rotation, hence 3 Wilderness and 3 Agility for Few, Flap, TZ, and even Ogwen. With these 3 heroes rotating continuously, plus the Brave Smite from Flap, TZ, it was really effective for them at the early game. Now came at the mid game, what mattered this time around for APBR was the burst from Few. Now looking at the item, we talk about burst. Some of the Lilia users actually builds Enchanted Talisman, but this time around for Few, it's just Ice Queen Wand, Bloody Wings, Holy Crystal, and even the Divine Glaive. So even a Winter Truncheon. So he's just prepared for that late game. No need for boots. All I need to do is just to zone out the rest of the players of Omega because this is the last final push that we need. So gold was really on par, 76k versus 77k. And again, it all boils down to team fight participation. For Omega, we've seen their statistics prior this game, and their strength is really more of them fighting 5v5 against the other team. Now for APBR, this is where it matters. The monster gold stolen and even the objective taking. So again, for the rest of APBR, it's really more of them having that nice judgment on the latter part of the game and somehow using the resources that they have against, or the edge that they have against Omega. So if I were Omega and this was the lineup of APBR during game number 1, I don't think it's a good idea to have Uranus, Minotaur, and even Baksha all in one same lineup. I mean, they are as if walking fountains during that game. All they need to do is just rotate and find the players and then zone out and then take the objective. So yeah, it was a nice execution by APBR, but for Smart Omega, I think the Omega timers are also ticking. What do you think, guys?
Actually, it was close. I would say in that last one, I love Iksha, but the biggest weakness of Iksha, once you activate the full barrage, you can't really reposition it. And in that last one, Keldra repositioned, so he couldn't really find behind, find Mr. Few behind. And by the way, this just in, I just heard something. RRQ's M-Series streak ends. Oh my goodness, there's no RRQ!
No RRQ
See the
Indonesia.
Here.
Okay, there
RRQ Akira was the very first to lock in, but,
well, that's a different RRQ.
That aside...
I'm not joking.
Yeah, chills, literal chills.
So M5 is bound to break records. It's the very first M-Series in the Philippines, the very first M-Series to not have Todak, and the very first M-Series to not have RRQ.
History in the making, I
Wow.
would say, for both MPL Season 12 and M-Series.
Yeah, we're just you guys are lucky you can watch it. We can't watch it because we're here. But man, oh man, that's really something. And I love what you said there. And that hints to something. maybe the meta, the landscape is just changing, right? It's changing too much. Some teams just can't keep up. Anyway, this is also brought to you by the official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, featuring their newly launched ultra-clear smartphone camera, the Infinix Zero 30 series. 4K 60, bro, and 50 megapixels on your front camera. Let's go capture your own story. Whew.
Real quick, while you guys are enjoying MPL ID and MPL Philippines, next weekend it's going to be the final 8 teams of MDL Philippines Season 2 battling it out in the playoffs, happening from October 20 to 22. So again, MLBB sports never stops.
Wow, what a month, what a year we have so far. This whole quarter is filled with so many games, guys.
It depends on the viewers, the audiences, and even us on how we will really adjust, because information, for me, it's information overloading, because we have a lot of information from MDL and then MPL Indonesia,
MY, everything.
Everywhere, everything.
The region.
I'm good. I'm
You're
okay.
good?
I'm loving it, man.
You're
This
loving
is,
it?
This is a dream
You're
come
living
true.
for this.
Yeah, anywhere you look, there's MLBB.
Yeah, MLBB's in
You
full
want
swing.
MLBB?
Like
This is
Oprah.
MLBB.
This is
You
it.
get MLBB.
You want MLBB. You get MLBB, and that's exactly why I love this esport. Right now, though, obviously we are about to get into the nitty-gritty of game number 2 here, close. But I'm just trying to recover from the news. By the way, RQ down, man. So
no.
Anyway,
I'm at the point wherein. Well, one thing is I was always keeping tabs on it, so I knew that they were in
knew
trouble.
it was gonna happen. Right.
2-0, forget about it. But as well,
before we started today,
yes, the fact that I'm in the zone for this one, because again we set up the story for both Smart Omega and AP Bren, right?
Yeah.
AP Bren so much closer now to securing
that
top 2.
Yep.
That's
so
true.
the grand return of AP Bren to the world stage is almost 2 BO5s away.
It's very imminent. You can feel it. You can almost touch it.
That and Echo here today, earlier, getting swept by MNNE Evos, makes the run between ONIC, MNNE Evos, and Omega so much tighter. Given that maybe here, they're at match point, Smart Omega might lose. Smart Omega might have to crawl and fight harder.
If I'm not mistaken, I think until the last day of week 6, we're not sure as to
who
the other teams are for the playoffs.
Exactly. You guys are really gonna have to watch. You can't really pass today and I know who's gonna go in. No, that's not happening here.
Safe.
Not this season.
It's an emotionally tolling time. I
can feel it from here.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. See, I got emotional about these 3 teams. RRQ though, my heart goes out to you guys. Viva RRQ, but man, this is what I'm scared for, bro. I've grown emotionally attached to both, to all 3, ONIC, Omega, and MNNE Evos.
All right, it's gonna come down to the wire here, and of course Omega, they're scrapping there. What are they looking like right now, though? In terms of points, they're still tied with ONIC.
Yep, and all the other matches for 3 mentioned teams, they're fighting each other. They will face each other along this week.
And then the closer for the weekend, Omega and ONIC will be playing. So
I think you guys should be prepared
You're
emotionally.
Have to really prepare for this. Yeah.
Yo, that's also historic, by the way. Again, I'd hate to be the Loki meme. Oh, very sad. Anyways, no. RRQ and Todak not making it M5, that's one thing. But can you imagine an MPL Philippines playoffs without ONIC PH, without Smart Omega?
The classic streak breakers, the comeback kings.
The playoffs Omega that we've been bringing time and about.
That's historic, man.
Really is.
Because it's possible. It can happen now. The Bo can do it.
Bo can do it. They're looking on form. If they can do it against Echo, their mindset is we can do this against anybody. So right now, I hope Omega's ready for this, because that's another point that they failed to get back into their track for playoffs.
And it's not like they couldn't. There was a solid 5 or 6 minutes in game 1 out of the 28 minutes that they were playing. What are we doing?
So close.
All right.
That was
Drats.
Drat, yeah.
Foiled again. Yeah, but again, you agree with me, folks, watching at home, right? Kabarangay or not, there was a solid 5 or 6 minutes in game 1 wherein you could have sworn and said, yo, Omega's got this. Omega can win.
AP Bren's they got us in the first half, not gonna lie.
We're here again on
Here
this
again.
cycle. I mean, the better team that has proper judgment actually wins the game. Everyone can win. If you're AP Brand and Smart Omega, it's really a matter of decision. Too cliche to say, but yeah, it all boils down to that.
Whoever got on the right side of the bed today. That is what it all boils down to it right now as we load up into the draft for game number 2. And
all right,
there it is.
So earlier it was the same ban, and even on game number 1 it was Smart Omega on the blue side. So AP Bren probably they won't change the sequence of their pickings depending on the hero that Smart Omega will prioritize. So yep, previous draft it was Mathilda that was prioritized by Smart Omega, and Mathilda is now banned by them. So it's as if they want to go for the Lilia or Valentina, but I believe for AP Bren they would still go for Lilia and even Baksha on the second 2 picks.
All right, so now from the previous draft, like you guys saw, it was AP Bren just going full tank in.
Oh.
And it's just going to start really get banned out here. From what we saw earlier,
yeah,
that was close.
All right, Smart Omega and AP Bren each have their own pain points from game 1. It's the Matilda, get out of here for Smart Omega, and for AP Bren, take out the Ixia. And they're putting a good hero into the hands of Matt. I like this. They're investing in Matt.
Yes. And of course, obviously, Matt has shown he's comfortable with heroes like this.
Also for the Baksha, naturally it is a fast type of jungler. So again, for from our keys to victory, they need to go for an early aggressive type of a lineup. So as long as they're able to pull off a good rotation from Matt, and it's going to be a lot easier for them. Now, AP Bren, surprising that they don't really prioritize Terizla anymore.
Oh, the Riz was snubbed game 1.
Completely. In both pick and ban. So that is really something.
Valentina
can make a
Terizla,
comeback here, though.
Oh, this time. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
There it is.
Terizla still has the reads.
Oh, yeah. It never goes out. It
okay.
just kind of slides in the shadows.
Yep.
Except game 1.
Except game 1.
Except game 1. So, okay, for Smart Omega, this time we're in. Since Ixia has been banned, they could actually pick a hero already for Keller. Although Keller still has a lot of golden heroes on his sleeve. So, Mathilda, Angela...
Nova's out.
Novaria is out, by the way. I almost forgot they have Eto Max.
Huge Eto Max hero. There it is.
There you go.
And there are pros and cons to picking the marksman early, the gold laner early. And right now, it's going to be a big pro for them to pick it later.
Yeah, by the way, it looked like Coach Stronger was talking to Ryota.
Yeah.
It looked like they were locking in an XP laner. They were asking, yo, what kind of hero you need to be able to beat the Terizla? Coach, give me the pack.
Pack, right there.
And now for Omega's...
Possible Olympic player.
Oh, right. Yeah. Now that pack is a part
Different
of...
pack.
Smart Omega lineup. Isolation is high. There's also a possibility for Ryota to go for a single kill as long as effective. Okay, they want it fast. They want this Terizla fast because one con of having a Terizla on your lineup is the mobility.
Yep, gotta go fast.
Okay, so again, ISO because of the Paquito pick from Smart Omega. So they might wanna go for sustain just to have that long game potential and vision and information, of course, because of Novaria. For AP Bren, they could go for a Grok just to negate Novaria's vision.
Yeah.
Same concept with what Chakno did or Smart Omega did on game number 1. And Hero DPS, not much differs because this is the only moment for them to pick their gold laners.
Being a gold laners, Airfell gonna get banned out there, right? As you can hear from the audio cues. And I gotta say, you know what? Grok does kind of look good because some of the ways that I remember as a Rafaela player just dying right up is I can't really cast anything because I got wild charged on.
Yeah.
And that's something that you can deal with. So at least this is a kind of healing that you can deal with. And the Rafaela has no choice. He has to kind of be up close to hit those slows and hit those hit the heals, right? So yeah, good ideas here coming in for that roam position. What more here for the late game is that a pick already?
Nope.
Still a ban, right? That's still a ban. All right, there
This is odd territory. This is unfamiliar space for both of these teams because they both invest in their gold laners, right? And
Oh,
now
right.
they both have to kind of secure their gold laner through the banning phase. So that's why we see the Iritel and the 1-1 out. Omega could take out the Beatrix here, so it could be very weird for both of them. Like, what's the gold lane matchup gonna be? Are we gonna see Harith? Uh-oh.
You just called it. You
We see
jinxed it.
Harith.
I know. Whenever someone says that,
I won't be
whenever someone
surprised.
says that, it's not surprising anymore to see it.
It's actually good for Smart Omega because in terms of sustain, we've been talking this about APBR, but on the early game, there's not much of a high healing from the Rafaela because the favor boots is not maximized in terms of stack, so it could be one for them. In terms of wave clearing and even the range, good for a gold laner, so still an option for Smart Omega. Now objective, we can't really see yet. But yeah, the 0.40 is probably because of the vision and at the same time the mobility of the back shot.
Oh, look at that. Mobility is going to be definitely something that you want to add on here. So, okay, they don't want to risk running out of gold laners. There it is. But you know what's open here for Omega.
Oh no, they're gonna
Okay,
keep it
the
close to the
classic
chest.
one.
Yep, nothing too crazy here.
I was preparing myself for the other marksman heroes, but yeah, go to the basics. I mean, for Smart Omega, we have Novaria on Etomax hands and 57%.
It's interesting, the strongest talk in the Etamax here. Are they going to swap it out? Is there a possibility of it ever getting swapped out to Roam here? I don't think so, right?
Not really.
They need a front line here, but yeah, they're probably discussing the way that they can play it around.
Grokky, man. You gotta
It's
get
a very
grokky.
grokky
Rox
lineup.
is still a good option.
Yeah.
Again, if you want to go for the reset, delay of the minion wave, why not? But it's going to be Minotaur this time around.
All right. They
Oh.
want to re-engage. They want to be able to keep going.
And heal, of
And
course.
heal.
There also is healing.
Same concept with the Rafaela, but the difference is that for Minotaur, of course, the crowd control has a larger area of effect with the Minowan's Fury. So for AP Bren, I'm thinking if Akai or maybe Lancelot.
Dear Lord, check us out, folks. Fredrin is still out there.
All right! I almost forgot Fredrin.
We are so deep into their
And because of that, we see a Fredrin.
Yeah, we see a Fredrin right there. It's so deep into the draft here. It's an interesting way to go about it, AP Brad.
Weird. But again, it's the direction of the draft. This is what the metagame looks like now.
Yeah, good call there.
Almost
Balancing it out.
Very, very close for both. I mean, in terms of push, objective, definitely for Smart Omega, the edge is going to be their vision, but still the sustain, they have the Rafaela. Vision is gonna be that not effective if the Rafaela is able to go for faster rotations. Probably we will see Minotaur and the Rafaela both on the gold lanes because again, these are teams that invests more on their gold laners.
All right, gold lane is definitely still the name of the game. Again, this is just the way that things go.
Wait.
Oh wait, what?
Smart Omega has drafted the combo. They're able to do Nova Tricks.
The Nova Tricks.
Oh, right,
So they can snap kills out of nowhere.
And the Paquito, man. They're
That's
going to
right.
destroy anyone.
So this is as pick off as it gets for Smart Omega.
That ISO meter should be maxed out, man.
Well, in essence.
In essence,
In
yeah.
essence.
Loading up on the game number 2, ladies and gents. It feels like a very gritty Omega coming into this game.
Earlier it was 28 minutes, and with this time, knowing that we also have, or for both teams, you have sustain. Definitely, we won't be seeing much of a heavy team fight at first, depending on the rotation, and we could see 3 flickers for Omega. Oh, even for AP Bren, even if there is a Minotaur for their side, and even on the emblem. So this time around, it's more sustain plus damage for Terizla. But mobility and, yeah, Festival of Blood for Paquito.
Yo,
Very excited about that.
how can you say I'll just dodge the ults instead of leaning into it? This is how AP Bren does it, man.
That's just how they do, yo. Especially with right now, with the speed being given by the Rafaela, it is a very good possibility.
Matt very low. This is not where you want to be. He's a little too deep in. Oh, he's trying to get away. This is like the great escape.
Woo! Dodging
And
out.
He gets away.
Although I think Super Marco is prepared though.
Nope.
Okay.
Big sigh of relief there from the Kabarangays. You can hear it here on the venue.
That's amazing. All right, fair enough. If that was me, if I was the boss, I'd be dead.
For sure. So Matt definitely has some movements here. Greatest idol
Oh, wow.
of all time. 400 games played. A first here for Few.
This is just for MPL Philippines. How about for the Screams? How many games did the Few play in totality of his career?
He's been racking them up since 2018, man. He's been playing since season 1.
That's right. 2018, one of the first ever dominant players in the game as well.
Rockhart was there.
Yes, that's true.
During yeah, you were there. And even
Way to
on your
point it out.
Leomord era. Anyway.
He was a witness.
You were a witness
Here
of
we
the
go.
history.
Turtles up. Astral Echo from Ethelmas. And the big old bomb from Kyle Easy helping them score. And the knock-up onto Matt. And they'll disengage. AP Brent taking their time, but it's a win nonetheless.
Yeah, they're taking these objectives with conviction here, making sure that Omega knows that they lost out in these objective trades. And I love that coming in from AP Brent.
Stats don't lie for Smart Omega as well because 22% I think for Turtle objective take. Say for AP Bren, it's really more their consistency on how they will take down objectives, and they're actually prepared if there is an aggression from the side of AP Bren. Which
They got it.
They got it.
Matt stole away the purple, but at what cost?
That's something.
Coming in with a penalty zone, flickering in. Flapteasy wants to get him in Super Marco, helping serve up a first blood to Kyle.
I'm not sure if that was super worth. Was that worth a first blood with a buff take? I don't know. What do you think?
It's not really that effective because this is a Baksha, and yeah, you want Baksha to actually be just rolling over the map, getting all those jungles, and in an instant, Kaltis was able to take, or they are ready, if ever, for this orange buff. So one reason as to why Etomax and even Chaknu was on this side just to protect the orange buff.
So he could have had it all, just rolling in the deep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's nice.
Interesting.
Oh.
But no, it didn't work out. Was not able to get away.
I'm trying to remember the next line after that.
Oh, there it is.
They are bearing down on Super Marco. There's no way he was going to survive that. Chaknu spent the flicker. Few steals away. I am you, you or me. And now, Omega controlling the gold lane.
Yeah, they're just forcing a kill against the Supermarket, and they're forcing Kelra to be on the lead in terms of their laning for this one because, again, the strength of Omega is having Kelra on a double laning. And look at the division for Chakno, classic 2 steps ahead vision, but Few and even Owen is here as well.
Oh, might fall victim here because he's playing with fire here. You cannot underestimate that Terrify coming in for the Valentina. It really will throw you off your game. Chaknu very well knows it. Turtle gonna be danced off here.
Oh, this is the blitz. They're looking for it. Penalty zone put up by Flapteasy just to make sure AP Brent secures clean second turtle for Kyle.
Yeah, no turtles taken yet for this whole game for Omega at the very least. I'm not sure.
For the whole game.
For the whole series so far.
For the whole series, right.
Did they get a Lord? They got one, right?
No.
No, they also didn't get one.
They didn't get one.
That's interesting.
Because sometimes if Kaltisi wasn't... if Kaltisi wasn't able to secure a retribution for them, it was actually Few and the other players.
Right. Holy baptism coming in. Ogwin trying to punish Chaknu. He's forced to use a Minoan Fury, and now not enough stacks coming in from Super Marco. They're going to bear down on this big old bull. Chaknu holding on for dear life. Matt rolling out. Ogwin's very low. Poisson's coming in from Smart Omega's rookie. They back out.
High level of ML play for both because sometimes it's an entry for a team fight, but the discipline for both teams are really high. Even if they saw some players of Omega and even Omega, they didn't force a team fight at the bottom lane because they are fully aware that they're still lacking in terms of damage and they wanted to have Keldra's lane be safe. Now for AB Prime, what's effective for them is the split pushes or the cutting of minion wave that Ryota does for their team because Flapteasy is needed for every set-up play as compared to a Paquito.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't actually seen a lot of plays from Ryota. Ryota picks up a Paquito, you expect some fireworks. Right now, I'm looking for that. Just not seeing it. What does that say about Omega though? What are they trying to do here?
For Smart Omega, they just wanted to open up the lane on the XP lane because look at that.
since Flapdies is always part of the team fight or initiation for AP Bren, there is space for Riot. Oh wait,
We'll talk about that later. After AP Bren are done with Matt, or Matt is done with them, forcing out an early Poissons as the turtle spawns.
Ooh, that's big.
Final turtle of the game. Astral Echo stolen away by few. Turtle at less than half health here. They're gonna blast it. They're gonna blitz it. And they see him. Ogwin scores the turtle. Dear Lord. Count easy with the taunt and the penalty zone and the holy baptism. Everything but the kitchen sink thrown out to the barangay. They answer back with the Nibiru's passion. Matt gets popped by few with an assist from Marco. AP Bren with a win.
You know what? What's interesting for both junglers? Okay, a lot of thought in my mind. Yeah, for the cooldown. Okay, we have 12 seconds for KLTZ and we have 15 seconds for Mac. So that's a huge difference in terms of when you used your retribution. So, I don't know how I will say this, but yeah, there's really a huge factor for that, and even for AP Bren. Owe was the one that was able to secure that, the turtle, and Omega. It's gonna be crucial for them. AP Bren, they just need to continue what they're doing.
The retribution games are essentially becoming like a mind game here, because not all the retributions are right on the docket.
Yeah, it's less about the mechanics this time around between Kyle TZ and Matt. It's more of where they are mentally and where they want to follow through with what they're about to get from the big objectives.
Ooh, nice use, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, this is not the second time, or this is not the first time rather, that AP, when there was a secured objective, it's not the junglers that was able to secure even on game number 1. So again, this is the story now of Smart Omega having Ryota go for the split push and somehow protect all the lanes that they still have. But speaking of protect top lane.
Oh, Matt here trapped between 3 members and the holy baptism and everything thrown out to take down the Baksha, while Ryota, y'all were looking for a bang. Here he is working down bottom. Flapdizi tries to catch Kelra. Chaknu here, the backup, keeping them where they need to be as the general of the Atoy army gets his way.
That's a pretty big bang. That's 2 towers taken up on the bottom. It's a bang bang. That's a bang. Oh, that's a bang bang.
It's a bang bang.
I completely agree. I concur.
I believe for Smart Omega, they will have Ryota now as part of their lineup, and of course Flapdizi to be not part of the execution, because there is a gap level 10 as compared to level 11. So, yep, AP Bren, they just need to keep an eye on this Paquito and protect Super Marco at all costs.
Nice try on the Novatrix hit here for Kelra and Itomax.
Whoa! Ogwin here uses his flicker, gets popped. Matt slays him, and now forced to use the Baksha's ult, but not gonna happen here as Super Marco slays him. It's a big trade jungler for a roamer as the dance continues.
Look at Atoy right there. Atoy R, he's on the turret.
Again, for this one, there could be a diversion of attention because of that play from Atoy R, and he could be part of this lineup, by the way. Look at Chakmu.
Lord's very low. Kelra, the Filipino savage, stole it away. And there's no way for AP Bren to punish them. If anything, they're still clogging up the holes that the Ryota have left.
Just when Omega really, really needed it, who else comes up clutch? It is the Filipino savage.
And it was a skill shot. That's also what's interesting for Keller during that time. Now, Omega, since they have the Lord, all they need to do is to flow again the top lane. So this is what Ryota is doing. So because of that split pushes, he is actually the player that has the highest gold for this match. So AP Bren, they have the kit for the clearing of minion wave. They just need that one penalty zone from Flapdizi. Whoever target that they can have, because it's Super Marco or it's Brody as their a gold laner, so damage is not a problem for them.
Oh, what's going to be a problem here possibly is for AP Bren. This Lord on the bot side really becoming difficult to deal with. A lot of pokes coming in from Omega.
AP Bren is struggling to clear the wave. They took a few hits from not just Etomax, but also Kelra, and they're losing the range battle. Omega has vision, Omega has range. Near, mid, far. AP Bren struggling, folks. I don't think the 1.5k advantage here from Smart Omega tells the whole story.
That's true. This feels like such a difficult fight now for AP Bren. With Atoy R just dodging it on the sides.
He's just the bait, and the investment plan this time around for Omega is to have someone go for a play that will somehow split the attention of AP Bren.
Oh!
Precise kill.
There it is. I said it was possible, and they made it happen 11 minutes, 40 seconds in. Few goes, and now Flapteezy looking for one. Penalty zone into the Filipino Savage. He backs off. Flapteezy gonna get popped here. Etumax gets the kill, and now Omega, they're gonna lean hard on this advantage, but no, Super Marco takes out the Filipino Savage. Chakno goes as well. 2K.
Oh, wow, what a flicker.
Bulletproof Marco. And Matt here rolling out. They were in there a little too long. Overcommitment from the Barangay.
Stayed way too long. It was punished very harshly by AP Bren.
Indeed, overstayed for Omega, and at the same time, if ever Omega wants to go for a longer team fight, Super Marco has the win of nature, so it's very crucial for them, although they have the potential to actually win that team fight. But APBR, they're just ready, even for the flickers for both Ogwen and even Super Marco on that moment is really on point.
Super surprising. There's so much standing gold on the tower on the map right now for AP Bren to take. Those towers on mid, bot, and top. Omega's only ahead by about a few, but again, you can really feel the Nova tricks right now, can you?
At this
right
point,
in front.
And everywhere, basically. It's not about how much gold it is anymore. It's about how you can get to it. That's why that 1.5k, now just 800 gold, felt so massive. Because Omega, look at this, they're blitzing the Lord, and Omega are so confident. APBR can't even answer now. The Minoan Fury coming in, the big old taunt. They're gonna pop Flapteezy here.
Kelra's down!
But at what cost? Kelra goes down! Lord still at a third of its health.
Ogwen's here.
And there's the Poissons coming in. Kaltizi not done with Matt. He says, stay here with a taunt. And Super Marco gonna go ahead, put his eyes on to this Lord. AP Bren want this. AP Bren need this. They secure it. All this while, Ryota work in the long lane.
Okay, so the call now for AP Bren during that time is just force Omega to back away and for us to be able to get this turret at the middle lane. So it was a nice movement for them. Even Super Marco was a part of the team fight if ever Omega initiates. Now, the problem here for Omega is that, again, the information that Ryota is going to go for the split push has been already revealed. Hence, Super Marco and Ogwen is always there just to clear the minion that he wants to push.
All right, so yeah, we talked about all the standing goal right now. That's going to be up for grabs for AP Bren here. That might close the gap here a little bit. Flapteezy looking for a play. Kelra looking like he is the key. And AP Bren knows it. Taking half of the Novatrix combo will definitely will down the long-range capabilities of Omega.
Ooh.
How will AP Bren do it?
Echo thrown out.
Ooh.
They got eyes on Few and Flapteezy. Lord marching up top. Oh, Ryota forced to respond. His team needs him. Smart Omega gonna lose their top lane inhibitor, but they will clear the Lord. They can breathe for now.
Yep, and AP Bren, they are forced to back away because, you know, for Smart Omega, there is an opportunity for them to go for another set of play because they have the Novatrix combo. And AP Bren at 2k gold lead. For Super Marco, though, I want to know his item later on. But yeah, for this one, for Keller, first time Keller was killed at the bottom lane, there was no Wind of Nature. This time around, we might see a 1v1. Okay,
Here's
so C Halbert for Super Marco. So since majority of the players of Omega is on the sustain side, hence the C Halbert. What's interesting for Smart Omega is no one actually built a possible immortality for them as early as now, because sometimes that's an investment plan just for you to be able to throw your buddy and then, okay, take me as a bait.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take the fall, and then we'll probably get something for it.
Yeah, at this point, I think for the Barangay, immortalities are too expensive. Not like FWD life insurance, very affordable. But
oh yeah, for sure.
They're turrets. They really need to make sure that they protect him even more, because Ryota's movements, they're not free, man. Ryota's movements, they cost something. Even if it looks like he's making bank, he's the only one making bank.
That's true. Right now, I think for Omega, yeah, they got to be more on the offensive side of things. Bank in all the shots that you can get from Itomax and Kelra. Try to will down the members of AP Bren before the match starts, or before the fight starts, which right now could happen soon with the Lord coming up in 10 seconds here. What's the position going to be looking like? I think AP Bren now is super aware of where Ryota is.
Yeah.
they're hunting him down. They're looking for him. But it does cost them. Leo's right. It's costing them a lot as well.
Yeah, because every time Ryota is at the top lane, Ogun and Super Marco is both at the top lane as well. So yeah, for AP Bren, they just really need to look forward from the entry point from Ryota because he is the one that has damage and could actually secure a kill against Super Marco, which is, by the way, in a position that is somehow risky.
Ooh, Chakno playing footsies with Flapteezy. The dance has begun. Lord at neutral. Kalteezy and Matt going mano-a-mano. 2/3 of the health on the Lord still up. Look at Ryota. He's forcing Few to respond.
That's a huge push here from
Wow.
Ryota. Inhib could go down. And does.
He got it.
What's he doing?
That's permanent damage on to the base of AP Bren. Just barely 1,000 gold ahead here as the Lord gets pulled over. Slightly advantaged for the Barangay. Matt going for more. He wants to pull deeper.
It's as close gets here, ladies and gents. Map looks the same for both sides. Both inhibitors on top for both of them right now. Crucial. This pull is so crucial for Matt. AP Bren having a hard time positioning.
Oh no, Ryota managing that long lane so well.
They're forcing a reset. Okay.
He got it.
That's a reset right now, and of course a push from APBR here, Chaknu.
Ogun here blasted, forced to use the Holy Healing and the Holy Baptism sooner than he expected, and just like that, we're back to square one.
Take note that Chaknu's flicker has been used. During that moment, Ryota... Okay, wait. Later on.
Where's Kelra? Where's Etamax?
We'll talk about it in just a bit, because even Flapteezy is holding on to his penalty zone as the Lord here slightly favored for the Barangay. Matt keeping his eyes on it, and it looks like they're going to have to change their priorities as Chakno gets caught right in the middle of this scuffle. Super Marco puts some stacks on him. Ryota going to respond from the back. They pop Matt's immortality, and they're going to burst the rookie jungler. Super Marco gets a kill.
How the turns the table here.
Yup, very detrimental for Omega because it was actually Matt. So what's nice for AP Bren is they can actually force this Lord. Although we have Chakno and the rest of the players of Omega.
Kalteezy looking for a big old taunt. Misses the mark. Ryota punching up Flapteezy. We've seen this rivalry. We've seen the hammer versus the fist for months on end now. And the Lord here, a fifth of its health left. Who's gonna take it? Astral Echo thrown out by the Barangay captain as Kalteezy presses the button. Retribution. Ryota gets taunted up. Is there enough stacks? Penalty zone keeping him down. Immortality pop. And the Brazer's rat enough to put him in the ground.
Looks like it is game time here for AP Bren, maximizing Matt being down for that Lord take.
Yup, timing right on spot here as well for Kalteezy on that Appraiser's Wrath just to secure that kill against Ryota. Very crucial for them because it was actually Ryota that is making their time hard because Ryota is just doing the split push. And yep, AP Bren is now at the 3.8k gold lead though.
Here we go. It might have been Ogun this time. Popped by Kelra. That's a man down for AP Bren. They're going to have to keep themselves in check because the Lord is marching up top. Flapteezy and Kalteezy puts up a great wall. AP Bren gets to walk away.
Yeah, and actually it might be worse for them. I don't know if they can capitalize on this Lord. There's no way for them to push until they take a fight here against Omega, and they're a man down.
Now, that's a good point, Rockhart, because for AP Bren, the problem for them is that since they have a roamer that is more on the support side, yep, there's no initiator, a heavy initiator. Flapteezy could be one, but it's difficult for them because, or it's going to be difficult for Flapteezy because he's up against what? Chaknu and even Ryota that has high continuity in terms of crowd control.
Right. Just keep the ball rolling. You can keep the ball rolling. And Ogun, yeah, one of the squishier supports you can ever pick in this game.
Yeah, it's so odd seeing how he engages because most of the time, like 2 out of 3 times, he's forced to react.
Yeah.
Because of the nature of Omega's lineup.
Omega, just playing as scrappy as they do. This is what they are. This is what we're known for.
That's why we're on the road to greatest games again, folks.
Exactly.
We're past the 20-minute mark, and it's not clear who's in the lead.
Last game was 28 minutes.
That's right.
So this might be a record-breaking because, again, we have 2 sustain. Earlier, it was just AP Bren that has sustain type of lineup. So Flapteezy now has another physical defense item.
Yeah.
Anti-Karas. So we might see him find Kelra on that penalty zone all for once. That's very crucial. I mean, they really need to find Kelra, maybe even Etomax.
Yeah, more Etomax, I think.
More Etomax,
Because
yeah.
Kelra kind of puts himself in a position wherein he plays both bait and glass cannon.
Alright, yep.
More Etomax. Etomax is so good at protecting himself. And mind you, he still has both Astral Recall and a Flicker.
Also has not died in this game yet.
No,
Exactly.
1-0-4. Since this is more of a range hero and it's really difficult for Flap TZ to find. So that's now the difference in terms of the fighters. We have Paquito and Flap TZ. So for AP Brand, since they have AOE crowd control, they want a team fight with Flap TZ in front. Now for Omega, he can go at the backside and assassinate a specific player from AP Brand's side.
All right, that's obviously that's a little bit easier said than done, but you know, if they want to get ahead, that's exactly what they have to do. Right now, though, TZ, he's actually starting this quite early, and he's putting the Lord very, very low. I don't see any split push potential from AP Bren, so I don't know what they're pulling here. Nope. Yeah, so this is an interesting way to actually handle this objective right now.
It's weird. It's reverse psychology. The team that can't split the map hard, the team that has very low, long lane defense, is the one that forces the Lord Blitz.
Huh.
And it's now catching Omega off guard. They're like, wait, why is Bren doing this? What is this?
Yeah, Super Marco as well. He's going to show himself on bottom side. And look at this. Omega's hunting on the other side. They're like, they know what's up. They know something's wrong here.
I mean, these are the moments wherein Smart Omega will do something that is extraordinary because sometimes you just really have to force. I mean, all the other games for both, they leave their junglers on this heavy Lord Dance and they go for that extraordinary play.
Speaking of Lord Dance, we're about to hit the crescendo. Lord here at a fifth of its health. And Matt and Kyle TZ, their fingers on the retribution button. It's got to come close. I'm not so sure if a reset is even in our midst here because both of them look like they're committed. Both teams now to a tenth of its health. Dear Lord, Matt goes in, says it's time to roll out. Penalty zone coming in, and they blast him. Matt, for the love of God, still gets the Lord. How? Why? And now Chaknu pays the price. I say it's worth it. They pop Flap his immortality. Ryota's pushed down bottom lane.
Pretty much so. What do you expect? What do you expect from a clash between the Hive and the Barangay? Exactly what it is. Matt, the first objective he gets this whole series.
And we've mentioned earlier that for Matt, these are the games we're in. On the most crucial parts, he gets that objective. This is the perfect example out of the 28-minute game and then this 24-minute game. Now the first retribution secure on this Lord. So Omega has to capitalize on this. They were able to secure 2 inhibitor turrets. So it's some more of them on how they will flow their minion wave of the middle lane. So the pressure, okay, so bottom lane is a bit too early for them. So Kit, in terms of clearing of minion wave, AP Bren can clear this one because they have Super Marco on that torn apart memory.
What? I'm still not over it.
Yeah.
With that retribution steal, it was a 4v5 effectively. Ryota was pushing down bottom. Matt of Smart Omega fit a Peterbilt truck into a one-story bungalow, and now Hokwin. They're inside the base. This is an evolved Lord. This hurts.
It's gonna hurt. It is a 4v5 though. Pretty far away.
They pop the immortality onto Kyle TZ. AP Brent defending for their lives. In comes Flap TZ and Few. The penalty zone spent in already. Few with a mid-on fury, but Kelra takes him down. Point blank. It's a 4v5. Attack onto AP Brent's base, and they're holding on for dear life. They do take down the Lord, but they are a man down. Oh, the Barangay smell blood.
Yep, that's going to be a 4v5 now in favor of the Barangay, looking for their win.
Oh, inside the base, Chaknu comes in with a Minoan Fury. Oh, the winner truncheon from Kyle TZ. Watch the base, folks. Watch the base. Ryota coming in with a full combo. And there's a torn apart memory. Ryota lives with but 1 HP. And they're still here. Bombed away from the Filipino Savage. Immortality purchase here by the new general. AP Brent holding on for dear life. They're still in it.
30 seconds remaining for Few, and the wave is coming in. It's crashing into the base. Kyle TZ's low. Oh, Matty boy.
Top and bottom and top. Matt's still alive. Popped his immortality. Ogwin here, a third of his health. Super Marco attacking the minions, clearing the waves the old-fashioned way. The Hive, the Bees, they hold on.
What a nice defense by AP Brand during that time. And we saw actually Ogwen to build Blood Wings. So high power, high magic power means higher heal. And at the same time, even the first skill for the Rafaela could potentially clear minion wave. So right now, every resource that AP Bren could hold on to, they need on this game. So this is an even ball game. Again, we have another Lord. So that team fight or that sequence was after a previous Lord team fight. We have another Lord team fight. This is again gonna be a long one.
This is gonna be harder for AP Brendo because all their inhibs are down. So the minions are going to push in harder, and Omega knows it. They're blitzing it.
Flap-TZ goes in, penalty zone, taken out just as quickly. Astral Echo helping all of this out, and now Ryota gonna help take down Few. Popping his immortality. Here comes Ogwin. The big old bonk, appraiser draft from Kyle-TZ. Few goes down. It's a 3v5 as the Barangay assert dominance in the pit.
A bit too early though on that penalty zone from Flap-TZ. So even Few was forced to back him up because this is going to be a very crucial Lord for them. 50 seconds, 60 seconds. Ooh, I mean, it's hard for AP Brent to defend this one. Omega has the minion wave at the bottom lane.
Hard is an understatement.
Oh yeah, boy.
It's nigh impossible.
It's almost impossible here right now, to be honest. 45 seconds on flat, I don't think he's even going to make it. And Omega, they're like shark in the water. They smell the chum. It's turning in, and they're working their way towards AP Brent base.
Oh, like Walter Kovacs put up on his sign, the end is nigh. As the Lord marches in, Ogwen gets popped, and now the Barangay stand tall. Game number 2 goes their way. We're going all the way.
This winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Man, look at this. They're on fire. Barangay members all around. They're calling people names. They're mad.
They're mad. I mean, speaking of they're mad, Matt also was mad.
What?
Mad.
Dude, Matt's just...
Mad. Out of all the retributions that you can pull off in a game, you only needed one. Just one. Out of the 28 minute and then 23 minute, just one.
Matt made water out of wine. Matt helped Naruto become Hokage. Matt just anything that's impossible in this world that we live in. It's
right there.
And during that moment, there are a lot of players from AP Bren that zone him out.
It was a 4v5.
Yeah, I don't even know how was he able to pull that off.
Clutch, that was clutch.
I think he wants things complicated.
I'm sure.
Everyone,
we'll get there.
anyone.
Purchase the weekly Diamond Pass in-game and enjoy a diamond rebate of 455%, guys. Claim 100 diamonds on the first day of your purchase and then another 120 for the next 6 days. Just log in.
Don't worry about missing out on the rewards. You can log into the game every day and Layla's savings box will automatically save them for you.
And aside from that, the item rewards worth over 200 diamonds are waiting for you too. The offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now.
Just get your diamonds.
Okay, real quick. This is 28 minutes as well, right?
Yeah.
28-10, the exact number?
Yeah.
I don't know what Game 1 was like, but yo, this is the Empire Strikes Back, the Game 1's A New Hope. I'm loving it. This is a trilogy. Lock it.
I don't know how to... Never mind.
Yeah, we're going to keep doing that. But yeah, for the meantime, looks really good for Omega. Gritty AF. Bring it down, Shenta.
Indeed, that is great for them as they want to stretch this game. So Smart Omega, we've mentioned decision making and even assessing what's good for them, and that was on point for Smart Omega during that game number 2. And they know the potential of their lineup, hence they forced for a team fight. And all I gotta say that our most consistent player for that game is also our MVP, apart from Ariana, of course, is Kelra on that Matrix play. 624 KDA, 100% by the way team fight participation. So consistency is an understatement during that game. So early to mid, he went in for that damage. Actually, it was a bit too late for him to build that Wind of Nature, but it all boils down to his confidence that he is using a Matrix and he has a synergy combo with Etomax on the Novatrix combo. So look at the highlights. It all started with Smart Omega being aggressive,
We saw the potential of AP Brent. Again, this was a battle of attrition for both. There are moments wherein AP Brent was on the lead and then Omega takes that lead and then the game is neutral. So somehow for Smart Omega, what's very crucial for them and was they benefit the most was the split pushes from Ryota. So it was around 9-minute game time, First Lord. Yes, AP Brent was forced to, AP Brent majority of the time secures that Lord. But since Ryota is always on the side, the other player that was meant to set up a play for AP Brent wasn't really that available for the team. So Flaptease is forced to, okay, I see Ryota at the other lane, so clear for first the minion wave, and then for AP Brent, it's a matter of decision making. It was a penalty zone here for Flaptease, but look at the defense, by the way, from AP Brent. This moment, it was so close for Omega to destroy the turret here at the bottom lane. So again, this is just high-level MLBB for both Omega and AP Brent. Could have been anyone's game. Super Marco had that double kill, but yeah, around the 13-minute game time, the setup play from Flaptease. This moment, it was a nice setup for AP Brent. But if you're considering the damage per second that AP Brent has, they are lacking on that part because it was Few and Super Marco on the other lane. So 18-minute game time, it was again all about the retribution. If I remember it correctly, it was around 22 minutes or 24 minutes. Yep, 24 minutes for that retribution from Matt. So around this moment, it was just a Smart Omega forcing casualties against AP Brent just to limit. Okay, 23 minutes. So there was a penalty zone against Matt. Okay, interesting because Matt was very far from that Lord Pit but was able to secure. Smart Omega right on spot. 28-minute game time. Went for that base lock and was very effective. So looking at the kill map for Kelda. So 3 minutes is early versus your enemy on the lane. So this is against a Brody. And then again, we've mentioned the double laning for Kelda and even for Super Marco by the way of that game. So it was just really effective for them. So the capitalization or the conversion rather of Kelda's farm was really on point for Smart Omega. Hence the high damage per second that the team has. Now, if we look at the composure of AP Brent somehow, or the team composition rather. Okay, we have heroes for the early game. So we have Rafael and even the Brody. So this is meant to go for a fast clearing type of rotation with the Fredrin. So it has been negated somehow with Etomax hero on the Novaria. So again, Etomax is a different type of beast when he uses this Novaria. So probably it could be somehow changed by AP Brent in terms of their drafting. So 85k gold versus 79k for both teams. It all matters at the latter part of the game because for Smart Omega, DPS versus turret is very high, so they could go for a one-way push. So that moment, AP Brent was ready for the defense, but then again, it was hard for them to find Kelra or even Etomax or any other hero that is easy to kill for that last one push from Smart Omega. Now, damage to turret, again, DPS, because Smart Omega, they have Kelra who is at 100%. And look at the hero damage from Etomax, very consistent. If I'm not mistaken, there was a part wherein he is around 104 during that game, and even for Matt, damage taken. I believe for Smart Omega, they have already perfected wherein Matt is the one in front and is the bait, but the rest of the players are moving fluidly on all other sides of the lane. So for AP Brent, one thing that they could pinpoint, game number 3 is, are we forcing a kill against Matt, or are we forcing a kill against Ryota? But it all depends on what Ryota is going to use for that game, or for the next game, because it was Paquito, the second game, it was a different hero for the first game. So it all depends. Again, the strategy of Omega will always depend on what the heroes are for Ryota. So that is my analysis. What do you think, guys?
I would say Ryota, he played way more than I thought he could play on the Paquito. I said earlier, yeah, where's Ryota, but he showed up.
Overloaded AP Brent.
Oh, Echo secures top seed.
Another.
There it is. There
breaking
we have
news.
new breaking news here. That's cool. So all it took was one loss, and Omega gave it to AP Brand. So that's Echo, who will be 100% securing the number 1 seed.
So now we can imagine all the Orcas saying, "Thank you, Barangay." Thanks.
Because
you know the meme. You know the meme. You know the meme.
Barangay, now my new best friend.
Right there. Yeah.
So there are other besties fighting for the second spot, even AP Bren for this game. So again, every game matters, or every way you win actually matters.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting the way you think about it. Because now, what's more of a what does that mean for AP Brando right now? They know that they are going to be on the number 2. So what does that do to your mindset for the coming games?
I think they attack it one game at a time. I think that would be the best bit of advice, regardless of how useless it is coming from me towards Coach Ren and Coach Ducky. I mean, attack it one game at a time, right? Look back at what happened here at Game 2, and just stop Ryota from doing what he did. Like that was too much. I mean, yes, our MVP was Kelra, but what allowed for that to happen was what Ryota was doing for the better part of 10 minutes of the whole game. That's what he was doing.
I mean, we've been talking about the tendencies for Smart Omega's strategy to have Ryota be overloaded with Paquito. So sometimes he's the one that does the split push and is expected to find someone at the back. So if it works, then it works. But if I were Ryota, it will be a bit hard for him.
I mean, this really is. These are things that the stats can't show. The stats can't show that Ryota was getting the attention of AP Brent over and over again while all these Lord dances were happening, and because of that, Omega had the best chance to take that, even on the one that Matt stole.
Yep.
Right. Even with Matt's huge steal on the last Lord, it was just amazing.
That's gotta have some at least mental effect, right? Whether good or bad, it's like, whoa, I can't believe Matt stole that, or Matt stole that from us, man. That was a 4v5. That was ours. So
probably since a majority of the objectives was taken by AP Brand, so maybe they relaxed a bit during that moment. That okay, we're gonna get this. Just force another team fight, and then Matt was there.
Yeah, they got complacent.
Yeah, that's the thing. So. Again, it's not as if AP Brand was reacting poorly. They were sending people to deal with Ryota. But again, it was something that even if you're okay, fine, you know what's happening, what's the rest of your team looking like?
Okay, something tells me now that we're pointing out specific reasons as to how we got here, how we got to Game 3, I'd say maybe we also have to consider the draft, right? You mentioned this in the analysis earlier. The Rafaela just wasn't working out for Ogwin as much, for AP Brand. Right, they were very reactive. The whole Novatrix combo would take him out like 2 out of 3 times every single time it happened. If not, it would be an immortality pop. So maybe put a better roamer onto Ogwin.
You know what? Whenever there's a Novatrix out, I just keep thinking in my head, man, what if Lolita was here? I just reflected back to the cast.
We all miss Lolita.
That would be so cool. Maybe someday.
She's legal for use, by the way.
She's legal for use,
She's just, I don't know, the meta's weird.
I was actually expecting Lolita to be one of the heroes that are for contention after she was available for pick. But maybe the teams are not prepared for her.
Imagine you're going for a precise kill. Yeah, not really. It's you. That would be so fun.
I mean, Valentina, I am you, but yeah, with the Lolita, never mind.
Why are you hitting yourself?
It's you.
Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? So
come on, don't be shy.
Maybe someday we'll get there, but for now, obviously, the metas are working for both these teams. They make very interesting matches. So I would not be surprised if we expect less Lolita, maybe for M5. I don't know. Maybe.
Or maybe playoffs.
Maybe for 28-minute matches.
28-minute matches, bro. For whatever is the case, the healing meta definitely is here to stay, at least for now, until something happens.
Healing and crowd control?
It's the second coming of the healing meta.
Yeah,
all right, the reborn.
No, you know what, to be fair, the first time it was here and the first time it was, hitting us like a full-on epidemic was almost solely because of Blacks International.
That's
right
true.
now, Moontan is like, everyone.
Everyone.
Is a good heal.
Healing for oh dear Lord.
Oh my god, there it is.
Healing for
I mean,
everyone.
it was right there in front of our faces. We just didn't recognize it. They were saying it over and over again.
Manifested.
Right, so, Rafaela, thank you so much. Let's go throw it over to our insider. Let's see what's happening behind the scenes here.
Maraming salamat, casters, and we are here once again dito mismo sa MPL Arena. Kasama natin ang audience, and it looks like sobrang dami nating mga manlalaro. They're actually a team na nanggaling sa Zambales. Once again, audience, please give a warm round of applause para sa I Do Not Pegasus. So there we have it. Major applause, and together with me here, of course, is si Miss Mai. So Miss Mai, parang ang layo ng Zambales dito. What makes you want to go to MPL? Of course, watch here in MPL Arena para ma-witness ba yung mga players? What does it feel like for you?
Siyempre excited kami kasi first time namin here. Tapos gusto-gusto talaga namin makita. At saka parang ano lang to ano tawag dito? Parang ano kasi nga mag-M5 pa kami.
Alright. Manonood din po kayo ng M5. Which sounds super cool. Lalo na guys, so palapit na. Okay, I don't know if the tickets are already available. Pero I'm sure na yung sa MPL Playoffs ay nandyan na rin. So take a look at /event.com para ma-witness nyo yung iba sa mga tickets. Alright, so pero dito, madam, sinong sinusuportahan nyo? Are you going for APBR or are you supporting Smart Omega?
Brent.
APBR. So, mga Hive ang members, which is why they're also positioned here. So, this time, madam, we're also going to be asking some of the players kasi gaya ng nakita natin kanina, we have the Infinix All-Star na kung kamakailan lang ay na-post sa MPL Philippines. So, you have to pick your 5 roles or yung 5 players nyo based on their roles na karapat-dapat na mapunta doon sa sitwasyon na yun. So, players, are you ready? Gets na? Okay, ready na. Kayo muna, madam. In terms of, siguro, isa sa mga players na nakikita nyo, kahit hindi sa Smart Omega or sa APBR, sino ba yung feel mo na isa sa mga manlalaro na deserve mapunta dun sa Infinix All-Star?
Sino ba?
Sige, I'll give you some. Gusto mo ask tayo ng help from your players? Alright, sounds good. Okay, game na. Okay, ilan kayo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, we have it. Okay, pagdating sa jungle, kahit tig-isa na kayo hindi nyo na need mag-explain. Pagdating sa jungle role ba, sino sa tingin nyo yung deserve mapunta sa Infinix All-Star? Ikaw muna.
Para sa akin sa mid lane, si Sanji.
Okay, sige, mid lane muna tayo. Mid lane, si Sanji. Okay, mid lane mo, sinong mid lane mo na deserve mapunta doon din?
Sanji po.
Sanji din. Okay, on the other side, mid lane?
Yue po.
Alright, Yue. So we have 2 Sanjis, 1 Yue. Next up?
Sanji po.
Sanji din.
Yes.
Okay, and last but not the least, sa bandang likuran?
Si Sanji din po.
Alright, so we have 4 Sanjis and 1 Yue. Mind you guys, we have a bunch of things left in store for you. So, Infinix All-Stars, abangan nyo yan in just a bit. Again, maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Kung sino man gusto nyo iboto in terms of mid lane or any other role out there, keep watching out because I Do Not Pegasus is also here with us watching. Kaya naman, much are inspired. And I can't wait to see kung ano mangyayari sa game number 3. Casters, banat nyo na to.
We got some fans here, obviously, and they're already advancing their tickets to M5, man. That's very advanced. I love it.
I would.
If I give an opportunity, I would, definitely.
Yeah, but not before I do my playoffs.
Oh.
I buy playoffs tickets first. By the way, prices are up there. They're very affordable.
There's some that actually wants to go to both but are preparing for the playoffs but doesn't have an idea yet. Everyone is excited for M5.
A lot of people are asking us about M5 tickets already.
Yup.
So.
Even after MPL Season 11, everyone is asking, where's going to be the M5 venue?
Where is it? Come on, so let's go ahead and load up into the draft here. And I gotta say, I feel like we are going to see a very classic game again. And looking at the players, man, they look really hot right now.
Yep. Again, APBR still gunning for the upper bracket, and Smart Omega fighting for dear life to stay in the playoffs.
And as early as now, we could see a back shot this time around for Omega, which was also the hero earlier. So later on, we will see the previous draft for both. Difference right now for AP Bren. They opened the Novaria game number 1. Game number 2 rather. So this time it's gonna be banned.
Look.
Okay, Iksha.
Look at the adjustment. They don't ban out the Iksha, but they pick it up. I like it. This is good.
I'm not sure if I remember a time where in Super Mario used an Iksha.
Might be the first in season 12.
We'll confirm later on. But yeah, for Smart Omega, since Iksha has been picked, probably for AP Bren, they will ban out some more gold laners, but Kera has a lot. So Paquito could be one still for them, and even a Minotaur actually, if it was effective for them earlier.
Yeah.
Just for the safer route, yeah.
I concur. I think Pac Minotaur here would be good. Well, how about it?
Well, they gave me an idea, game number 2. If it was effective for them, they don't really have to change it.
They don't have to worry about it.
Oh, although, what if Diggy third pick for AP Bren?
Because
instead of Rafaela.
Smart Omega might ban it out.
Okay, Martis.
Okay, the Martis. It was earlier a Fredrin. Oh,
All
wow.
right.
Really? Has Fredrin really fallen off that hard?
I mean, it kind of worked earlier. You saw how well that they were fighting off with the, what do you call that? I think the energy eruption was very useful in a lot of the scenarios.
Right.
And we also harped on how useful it was. I think Midnight also harped on how you can't retreat inside an energy eruption taunt.
Right.
So that, I guess it's useful, but so far, teams have been known to kite it. They've been able to kite it eventually, and it's been working out. In that last game, it did.
Yeah, and also for AP Bren, maybe they're changing things up since Martis is known for a hero that is for the snowball.
Yep.
So they want early aggression. Yeah, early to mid. Almost the same though, but a 1 point difference is huge. I heard a Diggy.
Yeah, they banned it out.
Okay, they banned it. I was
Because
excited to see Diggy
If
play.
the Diggy was left open, the Diggy would be picked up by AP Bren after the swing back. I think they were just afraid to commit to the Diggy too soon. That's why they picked the Martis first.
Yeah, so right now we are seeing the absolute, this is basically, what do you call that? A glass cannon lineup so far for AP Bren. And
Yep.
I'm loving it because that's exactly what I like to see. What I didn't like to see, I have to agree with you with Ogwen's choice there with the Rafaela.
Rafaela, yeah.
It doesn't suit him, does it? I mean, I love healers, but Ogwen plays in a very specific way. That's what makes him scary.
It doesn't enable his best traits.
Yeah.
It doesn't make Ogwen play like Ogwen.
With the Diggy before, we saw him do flickers plus flicker just for the zone, right? So more an aggressive type of heroes is expected of Ogwen for this match. So next ban for Smart Omega. Actually, Cho is, but yeah, it's gonna be a Grok for the team. So now that we have Martis, you also have a gold lane. Probable hero. Teresa still. Oh, Yuzhong. Yuzhong is still open for Flap TZ.
I kind of like the Yuzhong. Like, maybe that's one specific way AP Bren's gonna attack this draft. They're not even gonna care about Ryota split pushing anymore. They're just gonna win team fights and then go from there.
It's either Yuzhong or Benedetta actually. It's good for AP Bren's lineup. Just to have to have Flap TZ be part of the team fight as early as possible.
It's dangerous to pick the Benedetta here though, because who's he gonna hunt down for?
You know what? That's true. At the same time, it's so swaggy, the Ducati skin. I can't stop playing it. So, so
that is the saddest O I've heard.
that's a nice O. Yeah, I can feel that O all the way from here.
For the Rafaela and the
yeah, I know what you mean.
and the
Sleep well, sir.
Sleep well, sir.
Kind
Good
sir.
sleep. Turude.
What?
It's Indonesian for sleep.
Oh wow,
Go to
thank
sleep.
you.
Turude.
Turude.
Sleep. Sleep, child.
So
Turude.
we cannot turu any time there.
No,
So-
not here, not now. You're not
then.
gonna want to miss this.
Yeah, you can't sleep on this,
Well,
especially with everything happening right now.
For that young gentleman.
Yes.
He's missing out. Wake him up. Somebody wake him up, please.
Okay,
we
Claude and Lilia. I forgot if Lilia was bad.
Nope, Lilia's open, fam.
They could go for Lilia, but yeah, it's gonna be. Oh wow!
We missed you. Where have you been? It's been a while. My
The Gord
good
is back,
sir.
back on station.
I never would have expected that, to be honest.
I kind of like it.
I like it though. Oh, actually, I like it.
They have ways to protect it. They have ways to move around the battlefield with him. But yes, Lilia is not on the board. But what APBR needs now is a solid XP laner. And maybe right now the meta that looks okay.
It does.
Yeah,
it really does.
with the
Let's
board.
do it.
Benedetta
And the Claude.
Yes.
versus. Yeah.
Of course, the Gord suffers the same problems that you would encounter if you are an Iksha. You know, you can't move. You can't move well. So the bit that can play around that, nope, it's gonna be the Uranus.
No, they're leaning hard into the whole. Yeah, this is the 4v1. Like, you know what? You're gonna live there. Fine, be that way.
I would not have minded the Yushong here, but yeah, Flap.
Neither.
There's a good case for him picking up Uranus. This lineup is too squishy. Like you might lose out on some team fights.
Yup, and with the Uranus, a bit lacking on the crowd control here.
Yep. Oh, on interaction.
Oh yeah, and yeah, looking at the sustain, there is of course for APBR the isolation 2.8. It's a bit difficult. It means that for Super Marco, everything has to be on point.
That's right.
This is that's so clutch, right?
And even Kyle TZ's rotation, all retribution has to be on point.
Picking up last cannon lineups like this, they come at a price, a very hefty price in this situation where everything has to go according to plan, or else this lineup's gonna fall.
Now also with this lineup, one critical or one key player who has the vital role for this game is Few, because he has the ability to give that crowd control for the team. No one's Fury or any other for the crowd. I thought that the players are shouting at each other.
I was actually. What was that? What was that? Well, no, it was the fans.
Folks,
it was the fans.
I'm
They're
sure
angry.
it's not just us who hear it, right? You've got to be hearing this too. Just exactly how intense it is in the shooting gallery for day 1 of week 6.
A lot of mobilities again in terms of emblem. So sustain, and there is damage this time around for Ogwen. So we saw earlier that they also went in for the Demon Wings. So a higher healing as a passive. So this is a fast. Okay, so still leg
healing.
plates.
I like that.
Leg plates already for Kelra. New jeans.
Pair of pants.
Pair of pants.
All right.
It's metal jeans.
He's going to need that. Again, you also have Kyle TZ that deals physical damage. So yeah, if he finds you all of a sudden out of nowhere, out of position, well, how could we have missed out on this? I did not expect that Uranus would be Flapty's #1 pick hero.
That's true.
I thought it was the other.
The
I thought
Yushong
it
was
was
Benedetta.
Yushong, yep.
Yeah.
And even Barats, I won't be surprised because he uses that before. So yeah, I mean, a slow start for both. Again, it is more of objective taking. This is the last game, and you want those resources to be available prior to this turtle team fight.
Honestly,
which
I
by the way
think
already spawned.
the Uranus, the most Uranus picks that was probably from Season 7, where everyone played Uranus and Esme, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's where the number came from.
He stacked it up.
He stacked it.
Oh, up top, Kelra and Super Marco. Looking close, the full barrage pulled over, but now eyes on this turtle here. Less than half health. Chaknu spacing out Kyle TZ. 3/4 of his health now. The damage from Entomax is real. Coming in with the Mortal Coil.
Woo!
The El Capitan scores it. They pull first blood onto Kyle TZ, scored by Ryota. They're looking for damage, not enough. You here about to get popped. Double kill from Atoy R. And there is a revenge kill onto Entomax though. 2 for 1, but Omega walks away with the turtle.
Omega walking tall, walking hard, and knowing their advantages in this matchup results to them being just a real boss here in this team fight.
Speaking of boss, Rihanna is doing great this time around. So we could see difference in terms of rotation. Earlier, he does the split push. This time around, he's part of the team fight. One thing is because the turtle actually spawned on that lane. So a huge lead, by the way, for our marksman. So level 5, almost level 6 for Kelra, and Super Marco is stuck at 1.9k gold at around level 5. So laning is pretty consistent for Kelra, but Super Marco, he just needs that backup from the other players.
Yeah, it looks really like pretty much what you would expect from Omega whenever it comes to crunch time.
Yep.
You know, they get to this mode and they get really scary, especially in the early game. You know that saying, you know, they come late game, they're scary with the Omega timers. No, this is a bit of a different Omega. At the same time, very
Surprise them
familiar.
with an early play.
Yeah, surprise with an early play. Take that early game. And those are usually things that, two words that don't come together. Early game and Omega.
Right, because we know them as they are notorious for the long games.
Yeah, the comebacks.
And with them being as aggressive as this, APBR should be prepared.
Yep, and APBR's lineup isn't well equipped to play into the late game. If they do make it into the late game, they have to play very, very specifically. And this is a page out of, I dare say, RSGPH's book.
Oh, yeah.
RSGPH in Season
Good
12,
point.
they used to draft like this. They,
Yep.
they play very glass cannon, and they somehow make it work. I don't know if APBR is set to do that right now, especially in Game 3 against Smart Omega.
Wow.
Now, Turtle Dance already set up. Ryota punching Kyle TZ down to half his health. Forced to back away, forced to go get his purple instead as the Barangay bursts down the Turtle. They're going to score big on this one. Second, going over to them as well.
Very consistent zoning by Smart Omega.
Now it's them who's taking the initiative here and making the invades happen. And again, this is actually something you can feel during the draft. Like, it's going to happen no matter what.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Mr. Gush.
And what's really nice right now for Smart Omega is it's as if they're playing individually and they meet up at a specific place and then they gang up against APBR. So now APBR, what they need to do this time around is to regroup because they have to lessen that gap in terms of level. Yeah, level 8 Kelra Supermarket's at level 7. But the Omega's just continuously rotating against them.
They need XP, fam.
Yep.
Yeah, they
They
need
need
that
golden
XP,
XP
boy.
fam.
Oh.
Look at this. Look at this. They're so happy to just cut these people out from
Oh,
defending
what?
their turret. What happened there?
Ryota spots few 1v1 kill. All the time Omega looking for that push and they get it.
That was a drive-by, man. Literally walked past them.
What, just driving by, punch him in the face?
It looked like it. We didn't see.
We did not. We just saw the notification. Folks, what's Omega on here? Game 3.
0.3k gold lead at 6 minutes.
High damage already for Ryota. Oh, wait! Woo! I was about to explain something, but yeah.
Nope.
Not this time.
Not even a moment to use the flicker. Ogwin.
And look at Ryota. He's functioning this time around as how he did game number 2.
He loaded his save file.
Save
This is same
file.
game.
Let's load it up.
Game
Let's play.
2 file.
Yeah, you know what? It didn't work out there. Maybe this time around it'll be more apparent that I am the split push. I'm the general.
Yo, if the kids out there watching now knows, he brought his memory card over to his friend's house, and they started playing the same game.
Yeah, back then you could do that. Now everything's on the cloud, you know? So, yeah, back then you had to bring it. And definitely Omega with Ryota bringing it here.
See, defensive flicker from Ogwin, and now APBR looking for a re-engage. They couldn't find it. This whole time, Matt was going 1v1 against a Turtle. All three, folks, all three. Scored by the Barangay.
And even the turtle take, APBR didn't have time to have that contest potential for them. And even Ryota is on a lead in terms of experience as compared to Kyle Atizi. And this is the Martis we're talking about. Martis is supposed to go for a snowball play. So they need to invest everything on a supermarket at this moment for them to be able to pull off a comeback. Or to, I mean, it's not really as if Omega is on the lead, but they are.
Oh, look at this. They're bullying Kyle TZ out his jungle. It's a miracle that Kyle got his purple. And now, Matt gets caught by a holy baptism. Ryota answers back. The puissance from Matt. Mystic Gush from Etomax. Not dealing much damage underneath tier 2 and mid.
APBR can't even go up front to defend their turret. That's how massive.
Whoa! Kelra coming in blazing to win against 2. Super Marco forced to use the flicker, the full barrage, the answer back. Pushing away, Smart Omega.
Yeah, the pews got weaker there because the hits just weren't making it in.
Doesn't have any items either.
No items, man.
And even APBR right in front, Etomax was just standing at the middle lane. No one's able to go up front. So Etomax is just playing
this gourd as if it's a Lilia. Every time there is a Mystic Gush.
Just throw it out there, yeah?
Just throw it out there.
No. I mean, Etomax is a problem in himself, right? But Ryota did the same thing. Ryota's third tier, turrets deep. And now, looking for the flank. Matt here pops the Puissance, holding it strong. Throwing out the Mystic Projectile. No one home with the stun. Smart Omega, they may be overstaying their welcome here.
Yeah, but from the looks of it, AP Brent's also imploding. They can't really do anything except react to everything Omega's doing.
Speaking of reaction, you know what? The Ogun is still at level 8, so regardless if AP Brent has the sustain, the holy healing isn't enough.
Nope.
Not really.
They have to wait around 12 minutes, 12, 13 minutes, as long as they won't commit any error.
At this point, maybe even, 5-6 minutes from now, the holy healing is like a band-aid to a bullet wound. Flat easy, forced to use a consecration. Projectile stunning 2 into the back, and they want to buy much time for Matt and Etomax to score this Lord. Smart Omega in total control. Hell, even Purple Buff is in jeopardy. Where'd it go? Minoan Fury coming in from the Mamba. Full barrage from AP Brent. They clap back, shutting down Chaknu and Ryota. Big kills for the Hive as they push Smart Omega out of their jungle. First big win for them in this 10-minute game. Now Matt's in trouble. Look at Kelra coming in. Oh, he's coming in half-cocked. He's not ready. Down goes Matt. It's a big loss for Omega. 3 deaths all in a row.
Oh my goodness. That gold lead is going to get whittled down so quickly here. Everyone's actually not ready to defend. Although no Lord to be taken here, so luckily for Omega. But man, oh man, AP Brent showed they can still fight.
It's AP Brent that is actually able to secure a kill against Smart Omega, but Omega was able to get that Lord. Now, AP Brent, it's a good thing since they got a kill. They could force a Lord defense, but Omega, the usual play for this is you let alone the Lord march at the bottom lane and then go for the split push. But since Omega is aware that AP Brent could defend this one right away, why not have the Lord in front of us and protect this Lord with all our might and try to execute some players of AP Brent.
Yeah, and now Omega, they realize, wait a second, guys. We can't really keep doing that. Their counter punch can really hit us. So, yeah, we can't really just muscle our way into this game.
Yep, and at 3K ahead, Smart Omega still in control. Obviously, you look at the map, it's blue. And AP Brent's going to be down to their inhibitors. So right now, reality check, the only reason why that happened so quick, so soon at just, 10 minutes, is because Smart Omega overstayed their welcome.
That's true. So yeah, just not, I guess for Smart Omega, the answer is just don't do that. Whatever you did earlier, don't do that.
Be calm.
Let's not do that.
Let's keep our composure, guys.
What a very uncomplicated answer.
Okay, that was close. I mean, that Cyclone Eye could be an error.
We've seen that.
Cyclone Eyes have lost championships for big teams, if you know what I'm saying.
Very notorious.
Season 5.
Could have been a play for AP Brent.
ONIC versus Sunsparks.
Never forget.
All right, 45 seconds until the next Lord. Omega maintaining that 4K gold lead. And yeah, this is a pretty accurate win probability. I'd give this much to AP Brent.
Man, I love that win probability right there. AP Brent still definitely in the game, but there's no denying that Omega just so dominant, especially with Keller on a very, very comfortable Claude pick here.
Speaking of dominance from Kelra, again with the itemization, almost close to a full item. That is, again, because of the 9.7K that he has. So as compared to the other players of AP Brent, it's a bit too far for the rest of the players. So now AP Brent, they could actually stretch this game for around 16 minutes. But by the time, all gold should come into Supermarket's hands. By the way, Supermarket is still at 0-0-3 in terms of KDA, and it's not expected for Flap TC to go for a split push. I mean, it was effective earlier if they were complete 5 on that initiation.
Yeah, for real. So right now, Matt's still coming into this one knowing that, you know what, we're still in the lead, right?
Yeah.
A little bit, we can just keep doing random stuff like this. And they do. They have maximum awareness of where the AP Brent members are.
Yep.
That means this Lord is going to be easy. Now, how do you pull off an offense like this for Omega? How's it going to start?
If you're Omega, what you can do is, again, take control of the map. Do exactly what you're doing now. Freeze the lanes up until
lanes.
Lord spawns so that everything is blue, and you're forcing AP Bren to respond on an isolated front. Like, split them up because AP Bren needs to be all 5 to be able to clap back.
Right, and speaking of AP Bren, also few needs that ultimate from Etomax. That's the only saving grace for them actually to have fast clearing of minion wave. But yeah, a lot of pressure right now for Omega. So Chaknu is delaying the minion at the mid for it to be able to be well-timed with the minion at the bottom lane. So nice minion wave flow for Omega right now.
Maybe half a second too late or too early, but bottom lane will definitely fall as Lord crashes on through it. Matt rolling around like a cop on patrol, making sure there are no mischievous miscreants all around as AP Bren does their darndest to clear this Lord. They will get their way and survive, but only for so long.
Yeah, we got some big minions coming up on here on the
Whoa!
front. What's Engage gonna look like here, Matty? He's fishing for hilts.
Oh, holy healing. And the baptism plus the big old barrage thrown out, but Etomax answers back with a straight line. It's full-on geometry here, 14 minutes in.
That's a good way to cancel that ultimate, right?
Yep.
Just throw on a Mystic Gush there.
Right to your face.
No more barrage.
External force. External force is needed.
That's an actual sound of a Mystic gushing your face
Haha.
while
Yes.
you're getting hit by a barrage. My eyes.
Can concur.
Okay, so right now we could see again Omega continuing that pressure against AP Bren.
Look at Matt, he's rolling.
There's ultimate already for Etomax, by the way. Same goes with all the spells for the rest of the players.
Oh, man. As if the gush to the barrage wasn't enough. When you throw out the Holy Baptism, you just get a projectile in the face.
Oh.
Like it's a straight 1-for-1. And what's crazy is Etomax skills, they're not even his ult.
That's right. So that I guess that's so easy for us to just kind of forget here. And that's the reason why the Gourd was so strong a few weeks back.
Oh, now flapped easy. Forces the dash, cut right through that wall. Fuse stole away. IMU, the Minoan Fury. Flapped easy put up into the sky. Enough for Ryota to knock him out with the help of the gush. And that's a man down. AP Bren, 4v5. They're defending for their lives.
Feels like Omega can do no wrong here.
Yeah, pretty solid communication for both. I mean, for all synchronization skills is really on point for Smart Omega now. Just to find the kill against Flap TZ. And right when the Lord started to push, Omega was just right here on this spot.
Yep.
Just for them to be able to secure that turret destroyed at both middle lane and even bottom lane.
It's becoming very hard for us to find what's that comeback potential. What's AP Bren got to do here to get some of this mojo back? Because right now they are being overpowered. What's the play here for the Bees?
Whew, actually, it's hard to answer because even for Kyle TZ's hero, it's somehow a leap of faith if he is able to use that second skill just to pass through that position from Omega and go for the Lord Steal.
Not gonna happen. It's just too dangerous. It's crazy because you're looking at AP Bren's lineup. They're down. They're at the 17-minute mark. And Kyle TG specifically, let's talk about him. His kit is win more. It's much better when you're ahead. So right now, yeah, at best, he's just trying to bait out skills, weave in and out through the walls with the Mortal Coil. I think the big difference is going to come from inside the base with Super Marco, a full barrage.
Super Marco and Few. I mean, the Mr. Gush Ultimate, IMU from Few, and even the Holy Baptism from Rafaela. That was the other play that we saw earlier, but we'll see as the Lord will march in here at the middle lane.
It can all boil down to this, folks. 17 minutes, and we've got Lord in tow here, knocking on the door of AP Bren.
Well, that's an astronomical lead, man. 9K ahead. Here we go. Ryota coming in from the east. AP Bren holding on for dear life. They still have the full barrage in check. Locked and loaded. Ogwin here barely survives. Goes into the base. There's the Puissance. Watch the base. And there's the big up the full barrage coming in from Super Marco. Ryota gets taken out. The Lord's still alive. Ladies and gentlemen, Barangay Omega takes the series.
And this winning moment is brought to you by FWD Life Insurance, our official sponsor. Ladies and gentlemen, the crowd's going wild here. Full-on Barangay going for a 2-1 against AP Bren.
And without performance, Smart Omega, they are ready to fight for their tournament lives. And this is against APBR, a team that is fighting for the top 2 seed. But right at that very last moment, Kelra, all he did was just, okay, eyes on the prize, I just need to go for the base lock. All I need is for that last bullet. And I believe during that time, he was killed, but that last bullet hit the base.
And that's what's scary. Throughout this whole game, I'm just talking about game 3 specifically, it seemed like APBR was dealing with so much, and Keller wasn't even doing all that much. He wasn't even crossing the river, wasn't even threatening 1v1 kills.
Yeah.
Smart Omega's on something else, man.
He wasn't the Filipino savage. He was just a Filipino double kill or something.
He was just doing his job.
He was just a double. It's just so basic. That's what we're trying to say, right? He
Yeah.
wasn't exerting as much effort as, let's say, remember the 1v5, 1-1 thing?
Yep.
Not like that. So
Well-
overall, it was pure composure here for Omega. And of course, big props to APBR. They are still going to be second place no matter what happens here today.
Okay, not to downplay what happened here, not to make it seem like APBR didn't know what they were doing. Yes, they still are in the running.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Smart Omega, imagine they don't have to rely as hard on Kelra.
Yep.
That's a whole other beast you're dealing with.
Exactly.
They are individually shining in the game.
Now more than ever.
Now more than ever. Shine bright like a diamond, yeah. But anyway, for
know why
Smart
I did
Omega
that.
players, yeah, they are shining individually. For Ryota, game number 2 play was very different from how he played Pakito on game number 3. Same goes with the other heroes of Chaknu and even Etomax. So I don't know now the formula of their poison, but it's still working and is effective.
So far, the former ONIC Philippines boys, internet here and abroad, really having some wins under their belt. That's really a sight to see. And I have to say that saying that for Matt, everyone's playing well with Matt, the
With
new
Matt,
guy.
with Matt.
Bro.
Definitely a breakthrough performance on game number 3.
Okay, you know what? Now that we're here and we are just pending the interview, besides the win, besides the big dub for Smart Omega, the points for them to stay into the playoffs, I'm just happy we get to hear from Matt again on the mic.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Great kid, by the way.
Good
Love
kid,
it.
good kid.
The way he
Sir Matt.
he stands, very, very confident guy.
I'm afraid for Big J. Last time he was given a microphone, he gave a good one. Big J was the butt of his joke. Now, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. we will definitely see here. Now, it's great to see Omega like this, not reliant on singular plays from Chaknu, just Keller going
Right.
ham. Right? And Etomax right now, definitely on fire. A huge... how can he do this? Like, a guy that every season just gets better. Bro.
And he's using Gord earlier, right in front of the majority of players of APBR. He's just right there. Okay, Mystic Gosh. And no one's trying to find him, or no one's trying to kill him right on an instant.
No one can.
No one can. No one can reach him.
That's why Keller was never really in trouble, is because they were still dealing with Etomax, and that was a problem that had no solution. And then Keller just comes in. That's just icing on the cake.
Honestly, even for game 1, where they lost, or where Omega lost, right? I feel like, no. It looked like it could be that's why my mind keeps going back to what if Ogwen goes back on Kufras?
He didn't.
He didn't. He stuck
Alright.
with Rafaela. That's why, right? Your reflexes, bro. This guy is a genius. Give him heroes that can do the picks. Heroes that can catch players like Etomax off guard.
Let Adrenaline Rush find its way.
Yeah.
With Ogwen having to use those comfort heroes. Yeah, even the Cho was a good option for them.
Akaj.
Akaj.
Yeah, because again, with Akaj, you can go pick off one at a time. Again, we were not here to cry over spilled milk or tell APBR how to play, but this game, specifically 2 and 3, were very un-APBR-like.
Yeah, just throw in a casual Kaj, why not? But no, they didn't. They stuck with the Rafaela. So that's maybe something that we can ask them for another day. But definitely, both teams definitely still sticking with the healing. Obviously, Minotaur, great for sets, but healing as well. So there you go. Those are things that we have to think about coming into maybe the next few days.
This confuses me, man. I'm emotionally taxed more than I usually am. Because again, there's the ultimatum, right? If APBR locks the upper bracket, then they are definitely back.
Yeah,
Today,
for sure.
it did not look like they were all back.
they're still on the way. They're still on the way, right?
They're building.
But also we have to remember that it also depends with the other games.
Yeah.
So it's not up to their hands anymore.
RSG and Blacklist can still make a claim, yeah?
Yeah, even Blacklist can make a
And
claim.
let's not forget that TNC also has their games.
They have a say too.
Yep.
They can
spoil
control.
things.
They can control things.
Yeah. We got some interesting things that we can talk about later on. But for the meantime, you know what? Who should talk? Let's throw it over to Omega. They should talk alongside Mara Aquino right there on the stage.
Asters, all right, everybody, let me hear it from you. One shot. One shot, Omega. You have another chance. Congratulations. Dahil ngayon, nasa 5th place na ang Barangay Omega with 17 points. Eto Max, ngayon nakangiti ka. Pero alam ko, before the series, before the game, lagi kang pagpasok dito, quiet ka, nakatingin ka sa sahig, you look stressed. So, ano ba ang pinagdadaanan ngayon ng Omega? Kasi kanina nagtatawanan kayo pagkatapos yung nanalo. So, how is the stress like right now?
Yung week before yung ngayong week, talaga yung preparation namin sobrang naging mahirap para sa lahat eh. Kasi halos lahat kami nagkasakit eh. So, kahit na may sakit, yung pahinga namin sobrang konti lang kasi pinipilit talaga namin na makuha yung practice na gusto namin para makapag-prepare kami this week. Kasi 3 laban eh. Yun, sobrang thankful kami na sa una day 1 na nalo. Pero marami pa kaming kailangan ipanalo na games. So, hindi pa tapos.
Oo nga, actually, you have 2 more series. Isa sa RSG, and they performed amazing lately. Yung ONIC, they can be very unpredictable. So, sino sa kanila feeling mo you're gonna have a hard time? And what are you guys doing about it?
Lahat naman ng teams, feeling namin mahihirapan kami kahit naman yung TNC. Kasi lahat talaga nagpe-prepare kasi gusto makapasok lahat sa M5 since dito gaganapin yung Worlds. And syempre, mas gusto mo i-represent yung bansa mo na nandito ka mismo naglalaro. Yan. Kaya lahat naman ng teams mahirap kalaban.
O, tanungin ko nga, actually, nasan ba? Chuck, no, ikaw naman. At tagal mo nang hindi nagsasalita. O, galing daw kayo sa sakit. Tinan mo. Lahat sila nag-cheer para sa'yo. Kahit wala kang gawin, hawakan mo lang yung mic, ngumiti ka lang. Tinan mo, hawakan mo tapos ngumiti ka lang. O, di ba? Napapangiti mo sila. Yung guy doon sa likod, talagang tumatayo. O, anong ginagawa mo ngayon para to make sure na tumatawa yung team? Kasi alam ko, stressed out kayo. Minsan kinakabahan kayo, pero pagtapos ng laban, yes, may triumph kayo. So, anong trip mo ngayon? Anong ginagawa mo with the team to make sure you do the Chaknu way? Pinapasmile mo sila.
Basta nanalo kami, masaya na kami. Ayun lang.
Ano yan? Ano yan, Job? May sinabi si Job. Ulitin mo, ulitin mo, ulitin mo. Ulitin mo. Ano sabi mo?
Nagdadasal na kami bago matulog.
Oh. And it's working dahil you live another day. And now it's time to announce the match MVP. Let me hear it from you. Sino? Si Eto Max, sino ba? Okay, tingnan natin kung tama nga ba kayo. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Si Ryota! Ryota, alam mo kahit bago ka lang this season, pasok ka pa din sa Omega Timers, ang dami mo magandang ginagawa. What is it yung goal mo this season kung bakit, even though it's a new team, you're still doing amazing, doing everything para makapasok kayo sa playoffs and to make it for the M5?
Yung goal ko sa this season, syempre, makapasok kami yung playoffs, saka dapat araw-araw kang may matututunan sa paglalaro mo.
O, inside scoop naman, bago kayo pumunta sa game na to today, kamusta yung buong team? And after this win, what are you gonna say to them?
Congrats sa atin. Patuloy lang kami sa sa ginagawa namin.
Oh, bigyan mo naman sila ng shoutout kayo na pa nila sinisigaw yung Omega.
Shoutout Sa mga supporters ng Omega. Saka sa sa kila Sir Pat sa kay Sir Price. Shoutout po.
All right, everybody, let me hear it from you once again. One shot. Congratulations to Smart Omega. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Kahit anong mangyari talaga sa Barangay Omega, todo support pa din ang kanilang mga fans. Kaya dapat alam nyo, nandito kayo dahil iba ang pakiramdam pag nanonood kayo ng live. And Omega now at 5th place with 17 points, keeping their playoff stream alive. Balikan na natin mga casters. Pasok!
Yes. No matter, even if you don't acknowledge us, we are proud members of the Atoy Army. So shout out to the General Ryota. And I would have to say that this, what a very Omega's going through some things, right? They're starting to pray before sleeping.
They've gotten spiritual.
They've gotten spiritual.
And I remember also there was a time that they did a shout out to their gym instructor.
Amazing. I don't know, maybe intermittent fasting will work better for them,
Right.
but we'll find out later. Break it down, Chantal.
So maybe this game, lifestyle is a factor for Smart Omega. But yeah, we saw them actually celebrated for that game, but it all boils down again to the execution of Smart Omega. One thing that I could say for the team is that they almost perfected the variations of Ryota. So Ryota actually plays somehow differently. And Ryota, by the way, is also our MVP for that game number 2. Really on point on that Paquito play. Difference is that for Paquito on game number 2, it is a split pusher type of Paquito. Now for game number 3, it is a damage type split pusher all around type of Paquito for Ryota, which was very effective. So we saw him on that 67% participation, team fight participation rather, and even a spell is on sprint and it has the quantum charge and even that agility. So again for Omega, they somehow evolved into a team wherein they are able to assess which is the better fight for us, what is the better target for us. And for Smart Omega, that was the story for game number 2. Game number 3, they just went in, chose that Baksha, went for the burst Etomax hero, and they just played consistently and individually. So even at this moment, everyone was just prepared to back each other up. And at around 10-minute game time, rather, it was around 4.1k goal lead. And this is very huge. This is very huge considering that the other jungler of the other team is Martis. So Martis is known to be a hero that is for the early game. So if you are somehow in a gap in terms of level and in terms of damage, item is compromised and even objective taking is compromised. And it's not good if Martis is in that position. And even at that moment, Kero was just continuously dealing damage against the players of APBR. It was a Claude, but it's as if they don't need a late game or even a mid game to be able to have items for the Claude. Now, kill map for Ryota. So we saw a kill at around 2 minutes and 27. I believe this is actually what happened. The 2-minute and 27 kill against Martis, against Kyle TZ, caused them to be delayed, caused the APBR to be delayed in terms of rotation. Again, it was a Martis, and because of that kill, everything just changed for APBR. It was difficult because there's no single target type of setup player or hero for APBR, which is, by the way, also crucial in terms of decision making. Now again, for Omega, we also have the sprint for Kelra, so they wanted damage, and at the same time they want Matt, Kelra, and Ryota to correlate in a way that as if there is a certain connection that whenever Etomax uses that first kill, there is a follow-up damage from the rest of the players of Omega. So 9 versus 1, 3 versus 0 in terms of tower, lord take, and even that turtle take says a lot about that game. And even for APBR, considering that they were able to secure 7 kills against Smart Omega, it will take them 10 more minutes to have Super Marco activated, which, by the way, Super Marco also played very well with a 005 KDA. But it comes to a point wherein what lineup is better in terms of team fight. And since Ryota was activated early part of the game, there was a 3-0 during that match. It was hard for Flap TZ to be part of the lineup, although Flap TZ is at 100% team fight participation. Now, here damage, 249% versus 188k. 249k versus 188k. And damage to turret is very far. So again, APBR was just reacting during that game, and it was Omega setting up the tempo. And it was on point actually for Smart Omega because if I remember correctly, during our keys to victory, all they need to do is to set up the tempo of the game. So it depends for Smart Omega or even APBR if they want it fast or if they want it a bit slow. So for Smart Omega, during that last game, the other team or APBR wants early game, so we go for also early game. So it was effective for them, and they know the pros and cons. So that's my analysis. Rockhart and Leo, what do you think, guys?
Yeah, and I think they could have actually went either fast or ultra fast, just like
right.
Right? So maybe something to think about there if you're an Omega fan. Maybe you gotta play more like that, right?
Kabarangay?
It's a big kabarangay. Think about how you played here, and then just build up on that.
I think it's safe to say that the Barangay is not just about being a late game team. The matter of fact that you underestimate Smart Omega and say, you know what, they just want to get past 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's beat them that way. Changes things. So let's not think that way so that we can all have a great playoffs. Because again, that's how Smart Omega just suddenly, what is it? Makes last on everybody.
Makes last on, bro. You gotta don't make last on. If you're especially now, we're heading into the playoffs, right? So everything's gonna be super duper crucial, and I hope you guys enjoyed that. We sure did, for sure. And we cannot wait to see what Omega does with their playoff run right now, or their run to make it to the playoffs, because it really is just the first step of a very, very tall ladder that Omega has to go through.
Speaking of crucial, man, here's another matchup.
ONIC, bro.
Who'd have thought every single game today?
This is number 7 versus number 8 right now in the standings. Check it. It's real. ONIC is number 7 right now. Minana, and then Omega.
Holding on for dear life.
I don't know what to say anymore. Every game counts, literally.
Every single game.
If you win 3-0, I don't know anymore. Never mind.
Maybe we can talk about that more later on when we come into the last series of the day. ONIC TNC 7 versus 8 coming in here. Rockhart, Leo, and Chantel. Been a pleasure. We'll see you guys on game number 3. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Ang nakaraan sa MLBB Anniversaya Floating Box.
Celebrate together.
Hi, pagod na ako. Are we there na? Pagod na ako eh.
Sabi sa mapa malapit na daw eh.
Promise?
Konting tiis na lang, kaya yan. Tara.
Sige. Lo, ano yun? Ang laki!
Yun ba yun? Yan na yun, tara! Tara!
Hoy! Akin yan!
Paano mo kami nasundan?
Ala. Siya pala.
Pusin na natin to!
Ha! Kayo tatapusin ko! Labo!
Tama na!
Hindi. May alas pa ako! Birthday dance? Oh! My flame shall reignite! Hala siya! Anong gagawin mo ngayon, Miss Newbie?
Hindi na ako magpapabuhat. Hindi papaiwan. Time to shine. Para sa atin lahat to. Celebrate together.
Hala! Nasaan tayo?
Ba't nandito tayo?
Hindi pa din nabubuksan yung box.
Paano ba kasi buksan to?
Hindi nyo talaga mabubuksan ang box. Kasi kailangan nyo pa kami.
Oo nga naman! Hindi lang kaming mga host, kundi ang buong Pinoy MLBB community na nanonood dito at nasa bahay.
At once again, magandang gabi! Mabuhay Pilipinas, mga ka-MLBB! Palakpakan naman dyan! Okay, meron kaming hihilingin sa inyo kung gusto nyong malaman ang laman ng box. Magtutulong-tulong tayo, hindi lang sa event, kundi pati yung mga nanonood sa live page. Sa live ngayon sa Facebook at YouTube at sa mga live pages nitong mga streamers na kasama ko, influencers. Paano gagawin? Ganito guys, taas yung kamay nyo. Taas nyo, dali! Para matulong, taas nyo yung kamay nyo. Okay? Ready na ba kayo? Yung mga nasa bahay, gusto ko ilagay nyo yung kamay nyo over your phone. Kung nakakast kayo, itapat nyo sa TV. Patingin nga guys, yung taas, kulang pa. Gayahin nyo to. Gayahin nyo. Taas na ko, yung hindi nakataas, walang epic skin. Ang dami namin pamimigay. Oy, taas nyo!
Tama!
Oh, paano ba? Sabi, Kuya Fuego, ano bang gagawin? Itataas ang kamay. Yun! Itataas, Kuya Chayat! Itaas yung kamay! Ate Nick!
Hi, Beats! Paano?
Itataas, syempre, sagat na sagat! Sagat na sagat!
Okata!
Itataas ang kamay! Ayan na! Itaas ang kamay! Patingin! Yung
Aray ko!
kamay!
Nasaan ka?
Oh, Ate Shi! Itataas ang kamay ngayon! Kung ready na kayo, ready na ba kayo makita ang laman ng box? Mahina ang laman ng box? Ready na in 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, our MLBB box! Well, let's go! Yes! Happy birthday, MLBB!
Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, buong Pilipinas, mula sa MPL Philippines, ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo.
Nagkuha ng dalawang team ngayon. Eto na.
Samahan niyo kaming saksihan ang lakas ng Pinas sa darating na MPL Philippines Season 12 Playoffs. 6 na MPL teams ang maglalaban para irepresenta ang bansa sa darating na M5 World Championship na gaganapin dito mismo sa Pilipinas. Tumutok online ngayong October 25 to 29 sa MPL Philippines Facebook at YouTube channels or buy your tickets via /event.com to watch the event live. Kita-kits mga katropay!
Effective pa nga ba ang Pinoy meta? Ang mga Pinoy playstyle ba na ito ay muling dodominahin ang mga ranked games at pro scene sa loob at labas ng bansa? Sa nagdaang mga seasons, alam natin kung paano nagbago-bago ang mga meta sa paborito nating laro, ang Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Pero kahit na nagbabago ang mga in-game meta, pinutunayan ng mga Pinoy MLBB players na kaya nilang mag-adjust para i-dominate ang mga laban sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Kaya ngayong araw, balikan natin kung paano ginamit ng mga MPL-PH pro players ang funnel strategy at kung paano ito nag-evolve. Ang idea ng funnel strat ay i-focus ang lahat ng resources sa jungler hero para mabilis itong makapag-farm, makabuo ng mga items para makapagbigay ng high damage output sa kalaban at eventually ay panalo ang laro. Kadalasang nagsisimula at ginagawa ang strat na ito sa pamamagitan ng 1-3-1 rotation kung saan ang support or mage hero at ang tank ay nasa mid lane kasama ng jungler para i-secure na makapag-farm ito ng maayos at mas mabilis. Para ma-funnel ang resources sa jungler, kailangan ng tank at minsan kahit ang mage hero or kung sino man ang kasama nila sa mid lane na mag-equip ng mask item. Tagal nyo na hindi naririnig yun na. Para hindi nito makuha ang golden XP habang sinasamahan nito na mag-farm ang hyper carry hero ng team sa mga jungle camps within the map. Kapag nakuha na ng jungler ang kanyang ultimate skill sa level 4, nagsisimula na ang trio na i-gank ang ibang lanes at kunin ang map objectives tulad ng turtle or lord. At dahil naiipon ng mga resources sa hyper carry hero ng isang team, siya ang inaasahan para magbigay ng pinaka-devastating damage sa enemy lines. Dahil dyan, siya rin ang inaasahan na magpapanalo sa laban. Pero dapat tandaan na isa itong high risk, high reward strategy na kung makakapag-snowball ng maaga ang jungler ng iyong team, malaki ang tsansa na maipanalo nyo ang game. Ngunit kung hindi naman, tiyak na kabaliktaran ang mangyayari. Tandaan na kapag mas madalas namamatay ang jungler hero gamit ang ganitong strategy, mas mahirap para sa inyong team na maipanalo ang ganitong laban. Kaya dapat siyang maging conscious sa positioning during teamfights at maayos na maprotektahan ng tank at mage or support heroes. Alam naman natin ang mga marksman heroes ay kadalasang lumalakas sa late game. Pero dahil sa ganitong strat, mas napapabilis ang scaling ng mga heroes na ito at ang kakayahang ipanalo ang laban. Noong mga naunang season sa mga marksman tulad ni Bruno, Claude, Carry at Granger ang pinipick for jungler position para magawa ang strat na ito habang sina Hayabusa, Ling at Fanny naman para sa mga assassins. Pero nang inilabas ang bagong patch na mayroon ng designated na gold laner at EXP laner at ang bagong jungler items, tuluyan nang nailagay ang mga marksman heroes sa gold lane position. Matapos ito, nag-evolve na ang meta patungo sa mas madalas na paggamit ng mga assassin heroes sa jungle. Pero hindi rin nagtagal, sumunod na dito ang mga tank or fighter junglers o mas kilala sa tawag na utility junglers. But let's talk more about that on the next episode. At dahil sa funnel strat na ito, napatunayan ng mga Pinoy na kaya nilang i-dominate ang Land of Dawn, lalo na nang ginamit ito ng Bren Esports noong M2 World Championship para makuha ang tropeo. Okay, so alam naman natin na lumang strategy na yung funnel strategy. But in modern day Mobile Legends Bang Bang, meron kayong pwedeng gawin na tinatawag nating snowball. Kung saan, kung meron kayong mga assassin, marksman, minsan nga mage na ilalagay nyo sa jungle, basta maganda yung mga piyesa na bibigay mo para sa kanila in the mid, yung malakas talaga mag-support at magbigay ng seguridad, edi mas mabilis sila magfa-farm. Tas biglang magugulat na lang yung mga kalaban nyo kung maganda nga yung farming nyo, maganda yung early game nyo, sobrang sakit ng damage nyo. Actually, recently, merong isang strategy ginawa ang Omega na parang ganun na rin. Yung Minotaur and Rafaela nila in the mid lane para suportahan si Kelra in the jungle. That's a modern day version of an old idea in the funnel strategy. So if ever gusto niyo yun gawin sa inyong ranked games, huwag niyo kalimutan, practice at tamang in-game communication lang ang susi para maipatupad niyo ang strategy niyo. Pero ang tanong, ang Pinoy meta ba na ito ay muling magto-dominate ng MPL Philippines Season 12 at ang M5 World Championship? Yan ang dapat nating abangan. Kaya naman sana ay meron kayong natutunan sa video na ito. Alam ko lumang strat ang pinag-usapan natin ngayon, so i-share nyo lang sa amin ang paborito nyong alaala sa funnel strategy at magkita-kita tayo muli sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Maging laging updated at i-follow nyo kami sa aming mga social media platforms sa YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram at ang official website ng MPL Philippines Season 12. At tandaan nyo, sa mundo ng Mobile Legends, kung may alam ka, tiyak na mas malakas ka, kaya ano pa ang hinihintay mo? Laban na!
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of smart.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin dito. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Magandang gabi, MPL Arena! And hello sa lahat ng nanonood sa buong mundo. Kayo ay nakatutok sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino, and this is MPL Philippines Season 12. For the last game of the day, we're gonna see if the ONIC magic is wearing off as the Sonics attempt to bounce back from a 3-game slide. Standing in their way is the Phoenix Army, who remain determined to disrupt their opponent's campaign and showcase that they are more formidable when the pressure is off. Kaninong kagustuhan ang mapabibigyan? Sabay-sabay natin alamin. Sonics, Phoenix Army. Ito ang tapang ng ONIC Philippines at TNC Pro Team. Bakbaka na. Casters, pasok.
After a remarkable start with 5 consecutive wins, the Sonics are now facing a challenge period, having lost 4 straight matches. Will they be able to resurrect their ONIC magic, or are the Phoenix Army set to add more problems for the Sonics? What is up, guys? It's us! It's the We Bear Bros!
Hey!
Leo Renmar, how we doing?
I did not expect for this to be as cathartic as it is. When was the last time we shared a desk?
I don't
even remember.
Last
year? No, it wasn't last year, but yeah, I don't
It's
remember.
been a minute,
Been
right?
a while, yeah.
But before we rejoice being back on the desk, we want to go ahead and give a mention to our official teleco partner, Smart. Smart Giga Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments like MLBB and many more.
To get started, all you have to do is create an account on gigarena.smart using your Smart or TNT mobile numbers. I hear by the end of the month, around October 22, there's a big event called the Gamer Fest happening to celebrate Smart Gigarena.
Yeah, and epic prizes are waiting for you. Get the chance to win a gaming monitor, gaming chair, or headset. All things I need. Just scan the QR code below your screens and answer the survey brought to you by FWD, our expert wingman. Visit fwd.com.ph for more details.
Go get your chances to go win much prizes because, again, we love to have you guys. And thank you to our official sponsors here. Now for this matchup to round out day number 1 of the final week of the regular season. You know, guys, I have to say, as we see the teams get ready to come out here to play, I did not expect the results that we've been having, you know, from Series 1, Series 2. And now, who knows to say that another kind of crazy event will happen here, but I will say this, it's really shooken up the standings.
All right, from crazy event to canon event, everything is crucial, everything matters, and best believe, even if TNC is effectively eliminated from the playoffs, they still have a chance to shake things up.
Yeah, they still want to end the season on a high note here, and we've seen the matches earlier today. ONIC, the bar has been set by Omega. The bar has been set also by Minana.
If this is not the final ONIC form that we will see in Season 12, then ONIC better just pack it up. I think they have an ultimatum. Again, it's not easy to go through a 4-series lose streak, but that has to have woken them up. This has to be the lineup that gets them to the playoffs.
I hope so, because, I mean, even last week we were talking about the hidden gem. Literally, right? For then.
Hidden gem.
Yeah, hidden gem, if you will, but I think still, you know, there's a lot left on the table that we need to see from this lineup. Not only, again, to secure that spot for the playoffs, but there's this expectation from them, right? Because how just strong they were in the beginning of the regular season and how they've kind of faltered here. Now, let's take a look at TNC Pro Team.
That's going to be a debuting day for Bao. So from Jesus to Ajay, and now Bao. If you've seen his interviews in the little trailers and commercials we have in between matches, he actually calls himself a multi-role player. And now they're saying, hey, man, go to the XP lane.
Isn't Bao related to the haircut?
Yeah, it's the haircut thing. It is a link to a popular Filipino cleaning tool.
Yep. It's what's used to scrub floors.
Yeah.
It's basically the Filipino bowl cut.
Okay, well, that's a simple. You know, I had a bowl cut growing up.
Was it a Filipino bowl cut?
It was.
I cannot
Because my mother is Filipino.
Nice
so did she use the bowl on
Yeah.
your head? Oh.
Legit, old school, back in the 90s.
It's how they save money.
I had it all. I had I don't know what it is about Filipino mothers, but they gave me all the haircuts, right? So, also, let's go ahead and take a look at the team head-to-head here, how this breaks down, Renmar.
Yeah, actually, this is going to be the exact same ONIC lineup that faced TNC in the first round, and that ended in a 2-0 victory for ONIC. Now, for TNC, the only surprise factor they have is, well, number one, they have Bao. Number two, lately we've been seeing a more aggressive early game TNC, although we've been saying that all throughout the season. How are they going to close it out? What kind of picks are they going to show? If you want to end the season on a high note and make people remember your name, even though you're the first team that don't make it to the playoffs and were eliminated from playoffs contention, you do so by breaking dreams of other teams. Teams who are already still trying hard to get into the playoffs. That's something ONIC needs to watch out for here. They are a team that likes the surprises. Now ONIC are looking for more stability, and maybe, as Leo mentioned, this might be the lineup to bring that stability.
It's exactly what they need to do. And I like that you pointed it out, this, Redmar, because, you know, some people might be thinking, well, what does TNC have for them? I mean, they're already mathematically out of playoff contention, right? Well, that's the thing. They are kind of this roadblock right now in front of all these teams that they're going to be playing against to round out regular season. And it starts here, obviously, with ONIC Philippines. And that's why it's kind of dangerous, especially because we need to see if ONIC Philippines can pull it off with this lineup.
Yep, and it gets personal is because this could be the seeds for a long-term rivalry if TNC does it.
Well, Renmar, take us through exactly the keys to victory for this matchup.
Sure, let's start things first off with ONIC-PH. Faster rotation for the mid-trio. The disclaimer here is, if you can. We know TNC Pro Team have been more aggressive with their middle trio rotations. Ben Things and Goyo have been setting the tempo more in matches, even though, yes, it's surprising to hear they've been losing more than they've been winning, but they have been setting the tempo. So, if they can do that for Yoshino, Super Friends, and Ryzen, then do it. Take TNC out of their comfort zone of being able to control the early game. Because if you don't do that, then TNC Pro Team will be able to do their keys to victory, or their key to victory, which is invade Ryzen's jungle. Now we know how integral Ryzen is to the ONIC-PH rotation. Sometimes he's going to be the frontliner guy, sometimes he's just the retry guy, but he is the most dependable guy for ONIC because they ask him to wear a lot of hats, yet Ryzen does a great job of fulfilling whatever role the hero draft calls him to do. So, TNC Pro Team, invade Ryzen as much as you can. Now for both teams, support your junglers during the objective takes, and that's going to be banking on, again, the mid trio. There will be a lot of focus here on the middle. But as always, when it comes to supporting your jungle, how well will the respective XP laners, Bao and Gem, be able to clear their wave, manage it, and invade the opposing jungle? So, look at the middle because there's going to be a lot of action in the center of the map. That's it for the Infinix Keys to Victory.
Thank you very much for the breakdown there. Again, those are what needs to happen here, right? And I feel like a lot of eyes also for ONIC Philippines, the fans out there, the Sonics here, wanting to see them obviously clinch into the playoffs because they started on fire, kind of faltered out, the fire went out, and they're playing against fire, right? They're playing against the Phoenix here. And I will say this, TNC, we have talked about this time and time again in all their series. Like you mentioned, Romar, they start off very good in most of their games. Yeah, they're on fire most of the time, right? And these two, putting them head-to-head, Ryzen, King Kong, we know, and we have talked about this even last season, the King of the Apes, King Kong in the jungle, is quite a force to be reckoned with.
Yep, I have been known to be a King Kong skeptic. I don't want to say hater, but when this young man debuted in Season 11, just as a rookie, I was all like, yo, what's all the hype about King Kong? And you give him a season, you give him another, and even now, as they are effectively out of contention for the playoffs, I still say, hey, King Kong got the moves.
Yeah, I think it's unanimous amongst the entire community that in TNC Pro Team, despite the rough season that they've had, two names stand out as their pillars, as the most dependable, Ben Things and King Kong.
Ben Things and King Kong, yeah. Again, even back in Season 9, like a lot of people, that was when, Ben Things really made a statement, I feel like, for the most part. But then King Kong, like you mentioned last season, Leo, really stood out for me. You say you were a hater. I was starting to believe at that time.
A skeptic.
Sorry, not a hater, a skeptic.
The first 2 weeks, maybe even 3 weeks, we had an 8-week season. I was all like, yo, what's up with the hype here? King Kong ain't even at the right spots. And then later on, oh, hey.
Yeah, when TNC Pro Team started doing their little threatening run into the playoffs, when they started taking down Bren, when they started taking down Echo last season, that's when King Kong really shined. And throughout this season, he's been doing just that. He's been so dependable for the Retribution battles.
Don't get me started on his dad. Did you say dad?
Yeah, I think
his
so.
dad?
He's got an awesome support group, man. His
his
father
dad.
would bring friends and family into the arena to show support for King Kong, whether or not he's winning or not. And that's a champion's mindset. I wish he was my dad. I love my dad, but King Kong's dad's something else.
Yeah. It is. And it's funny that you mentioned that because there's been a lot of stories. I mean, even recently, the story that was published, I think it was Sanji and his dad, right? The story of Sanji and his dad. So it's great to always see this kind of parental support that we're seeing, especially now through these seasons, the past few seasons, and everything because, as we get loaded in the draft, just a side note, talking to a lot of these different people from different regions with me and Manjean on the Road to M5 podcast. The Sue-Man combo. One of the biggest things that we learn from other regions is how hard it is to get some of this support from the environment, right, for this career and everything. So that's what we love here about the MPL Philippines, of course. And now, as we get through the first phase of this draft, gentlemen, we have seen quite a few different compositions come through, right? I mean, Redmar, are we expecting anything spicy, knowing what's on the line here, especially for ONIC?
I think in terms of the spicy picks, that might either be an XP lane matchup or more around the mid or the roam is where I'm looking at it. As this is a very center of the map focused matchup between ONIC and TNC. That's where we might be seeing the spiciness. I think more from the side of TNC, if they really want to try things out and shake things up, we might see it more from them, while ONIC will, again, go more for the stability. Although we saw in the last series, and especially from AP Bren, Uranus becoming more of a factor now. If you want something a little bit more calm, cool, and collected for a debuting young man, TNC might even consider putting the Uranus at the hands of Bao if it can call for it. And now as the first pick is up, Baksha is available, and Valentina as well. We've seen potential Novario first picks, but that can be a little bit shaky. If this goes ONIC Novario first pick, then TNC, they can first 2 picks the Uranus. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'd say Valentina, man.
Yeah, more Valentina.
Prince is up there when you're talking about Valentina players in the MPL.
It's his hero.
It's him.
It's him.
I also love the fact that earlier today, in the first series, we saw the combination of basically fairness with any of these utility picks in terms of roams, right? But there's the Baksha. How do you feel about this for the first pickup for ONIC, though?
Well, it makes a lot of sense. Even though all the healers are gone here, it allows them to set the tempo. It allows them to go fast, again, checking their key to victory. While for TNC Pro Team, the Valentina is available for them. They can go for an early Faramis if they want to also.
Or the Riz.
The Riz. Oh, yeah.
The Riz is
a popular first 2 picks on the red side, the Riz.
That's right. Gem is an amazing Riz player.
Yeah.
So if you steal that away from him, it'll put Bao into a great starting position as he debuts in Season 12. We're half correct so far.
Yeah.
Well, you're seeing that too.
Oh, is that?
Yep, the Edith.
Oh, it's an Edith. All right.
Okay.
I feel you. I see you. Well, to be fair, she has been banned all throughout today's series.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Right? If not picked, so here. Yeah, I understand.
What are the chances, though, we also just see Edith go in Ben Things' hands?
Oh, that's fine.
Not impossible.
Not impossible.
It's a non-zero chance. Maybe even 60-40.
Yeah.
60-40?
Higher chance.
Edith of Valentina, it's not an often picked combo, but when available, yeah, teams would like to go for it.
Yeah. I know, could complement his playstyle here, but we'll see. There's the Riz being locked in for ONIC, as you mentioned. Gem.
Hidden Gem.
Hidden Gem loves this hero. We've seen amazing things on it before, and also They're going to go ahead and lock in Nets' pick as well for the gold lane. They take the Irithel here. And, you know, also something that I've noticed, at least even today, just throughout the series, is sometimes you don't see that marksman picked up in that first phase anymore. You see more of these other roles being locked in, and then those marksman bands being focused on in the second phase. But for this, they'll pick this up.
Whoa.
Oh, interesting. A little bit of a gamble, but also, once again, this is King Kong we're talking about. Nothing to lose attitude, like we talked about last week.
And it's good, feels good for a fan. You don't have to worry about the Nakai. You don't have to worry about other heroes. They might just take out lockdowns or maybe even a Kufra just to be safe.
For now. But that skews the banning phase for TNC.
Yeah.
They have to take out the Kufra. You gotta take out the Kaja. Gotta take out the Cho. And all of these are good heroes in the hands of Yoshino.
Yeah. Just to make sure that everything is safe for the Fanny. But there's another thing though, and I've seen Yoshino play it in MPL Philippines Season 1.
What is it?
And TNC have done it against Assassins. What if ONIC decide to pick up a Hilda later on?
Oh no.
That can still disrupt the
Would
Fanny flow.
Would that be a debut pick for this season? Have we seen Hilda pop up yet?
Yeah, by Ben Things also.
Ben Thing, okay.
We've seen
Hilda. By TNC, so that's
Just
something
not
to
much.
watch out for. So objective taking right now for ONIC looks very good. Backshot, Irithel. Expect that they might dump one more really strong frontliner or maybe a strong support so that this isn't going to be bare naked Irithel. As much as possible, we've seen Irithel likely paired with more healer types. The Florian is still available if they want to go for it, but it doesn't really scream Yoshino. What screams Yoshino is the heroes that we've already mentioned, the Cho and the Kufra, which are still very available for ONIC to pick up, but for TNC to also decide to maybe even pick up the Kufra themselves, so that ONIC thinks twice about the Cho. But then that leaves the Franco available as well.
Yeah, this also makes me wonder, like, what does ONIC want to take in the mid lane, right? Lilia was off the top of my head, but that is banned out because, again, you're going to have to play into this Valentina. But not only that, but deal with a pick that is also handles the Fanny, you know, for the most part. Because off the top of my head, I would even think, you know, a lot of times you see Valentina picked up. Gord has been the answer. I love it this season so far for the most part. But he's very susceptible to Fanny here.
ONIC might even consider a Faramis mid.
Yeah.
Even though it is going to be forcing out the Nether Realm, I could see it in a scenario where it will greatly help ONIC. That extra sustainability might also be able to match up against the fact that the engaged longer team fight for an Edith is really good. But then ONIC will be giving the Faramis into the Valentina.
I hear you. And if you're looking at ONIC's lineup, Faramis, Prince, Valentina, these are all him, man.
Yeah.
And I'm with it. It's their way of maybe even giving Nets here that pseudo heal, right? To lean hard into that heavy crossbow. So I'm with it, but wait, it's TNC's turn to pick.
Oh,
Gold lane Harrod?
Interesting.
With Innocent.
Guess an Irithel.
Okay.
This is the what we were talking about, or what Carl Tizzi brought up to TNC. Nothing to lose. This is all just nothing to lose right now for TNC. And there's the Faramis picked up. This is either a Kufra or a Cho, I think, for ONIC.
It's looking good. I'm liking what ONIC's doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Without even seeing the roamer, right?
Yeah. I mean, already, even without the roamer up here, they've already got great, like, front-to-back coverage. They've got great rotational speed. One of the great things about the Irithel, too, is just how much mobility she has. And, you know, on the other side, TNC, it's a lineup you're not so much used to seeing, right? I mean, and again, they're playing in a way exactly the position that they're in. They have nothing to lose. They are the ones that can actually just force ONIC to be in a situation they don't want to be in. So the Cho is going to be the last pickup here for ONIC to lock in this lineup.
Yep, it's not so good against the Harith, but it's great against the Fanny.
Yeah.
So it's clear that they really want to bear down on King Kong.
There might be we might actually go into the. No, but I like the idea of this as being there's the Hilda. But against the Baksha.
Against the Baksha.
Seems counterproductive.
Yeah, a little bit. But it does have a 100% win rate, but that was only like one game.
That was Ben Things too, right? Like you guys mentioned, that was Ben Things.
This might be a Hilda that sticks to the Harith in the gold lane.
And then just bothers the hell out of Nets.
Yeah. Just bonk Irithel. Looking at the draft index right now. Much stronger objective fighting here for ONIC. They trump up the crowd control. Waveplay hero DPS looks good for TNC Pro Team, but the key things that we're looking for: crowd control, objective, push, and support utility. Leans towards ONIC, which even though the skew of the index for TNC looks good in terms of fighting, overall the lineup of ONIC just meshes well together.
Yeah, the synergy is what sticks out, you know, to me with the ONIC lineup here. But that's what they're going to have to do, especially, you know, we can see on the index the objective power they should have, because that's what TNC is going to be fighting against. We know that they like to be a little scrappy. They like to start strong and fast, and hopefully they can contest some of these objectives as well. But you can see it. The audience predictions very heavily favored in terms of ONIC Philippines here. We'll see how this all unfolds as we jump into the Land of Dawn, the last match here for day number 1 of Week 6. Can ONIC Philippines fight for their playoff lives here?
So it's going to be a purple start for Ryzen. Whoa, catching up a little bit is King Kong. Oh, Ben thinks already. Oh, there.
This is the JOB, man. This is the job description if you're Hilda.
Okay. They're not going to chase him. They already used the sprint.
Ben Things here put down a third of his health. Not even going to think of touching the Little Wanderer.
A bit rocky here, but I mean, as expected, the Hilda will somewhat struggle against the invade type. So it's not the Hilda that we thought would be sticking to the gold lane. This is just Ben Things wanting to be annoying.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yoshino forced to use the flicker already. I guess that's touche between him and Ben Things.
Yeah, I was going to say, Yoshino doing the same exact thing cross map. Real quick, any emblems sticking out here?
Nothing too crazy right now. Festival of Blood into Fanny though, but more for the heal is that he wants lifesteal.
He wants a snowball.
He wants a snowball, yeah.
Yo. Retribution forced out of Ryzen there.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah. Oh, Ben Things.
Oh, no!
Oh, wow.
Underneath Tier 1 in mid, they trade out a mid laner for a roamer.
Just, you know, when Ben Things gets his hands on the Hilda, you're not used to seeing it because Hilda is probably one of the few heroes that can put that kind of pressure this early on under the 2-minute mark. So, you know, great. Was that worth it, though, you know, Renmar, to get that early kill like that?
Well, right now it's taking the key to victory of TNC Pro Team, where they're actually stopping ONIC from being able to play fast. Oh, Yoshino.
All right, Ben Things is on the hunt. Yoshino looking for the dash. Gets one in. Saving himself. Close call.
Oh, sound effects in 4D from that show was great.
Yeah. 10 seconds away from that sprint earlier on, too. If he had it, he definitely would have went for it. Now, Turtle going to be up here. First one of the game. Both teams getting in position. Goyo's got his own Nether Realm. They're going to go for it.
They spend it up. The Hidden Gem, playing the Enforcer, putting up a wall. Bow with the Earth Shatter. Ryzen going to help secure this Turtle after the penalty zone coming in. And the kick from Yoshino. Nether Realm already spent up. Ben Things very low. Will he survive? Goyo gets his extra health spent up. And there's a flicker on out. ONIC happy with a small win here, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, it's those little things that are risky to me, and the questionable decision-making of TNC Pro Team all throughout the season, where you know you're not contesting anymore, well, but instead they're doing this thing where they try to aura the opposing team that's in the turtle. They're not going to be able to steal it. They're just trying to bait out a mistake.
Oh, dear Lord, Yoshino spends the flicker defensively. Keeps himself alive, though.
Yeah. Good thing, because you know, the worst thing for ONIC Philippines this early on, obviously, is giving some of the early kills to King Kong. If he gets it, you know he's going to be able to play around that lead. But right now, they're doing a relatively good job, right? There's been some aggression here and there, but it's still pretty much even across the board. Ben Things, given the information he needs, you can see also King Kong making his way towards the top side.
Does Ryzen know?
I think Ryzen, he's got to know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to take it away.
Ooh, he didn't know. he just took the chance with it. Ben Things, though.
Oh, no. Gem here gets caught up. Spends the penalty zone. No one home. Now King Kong looking for the punish.
Oh, wow.
TNC.
Oh, my.
King Kong gets the kill up top.
There it is.
Wait, fight's not over. There's a quick way of the dragon onto Goyo. No follow through, though. Here comes Ryzen. Rolling. Gets the kill. Yoshino serving it up. Kick to the face. Now Ben Things just walks away.
Good response.
Yeah. And TNC Pro Team, they're just trying to play all over the map to sort of throw ONIC off guard. But now at this point, it's clear. ONIC can invade. Let's see if they can.
And there's the onward. Super Fringe sprinkling on out of there. And there's a big one coming in. Forced out a flicker from Bell. Goes for the ult. survives with the extra shield, and that's yes, the kill underneath tier 1 in mid. Now the purple up for grabs in jeopardy. Who stole it? Did Ryzen get it? And here comes a big Zaman force coming in. Down goes Yoshinu, pays with his dear life. TNC trade in 1-for-1.
King Kong doesn't have the purple, right? There was a lot there, and that almost just looked like the perfect moment for a Fanny to go through, get a bunch of kills, but he wasn't able to. Not only that, but yes, his purple buff was taken, so he doesn't have that. But there's a lot of back and forth here going on. Both teams finding wins here and there, and this all leads to now the second turn of the game being up. Rising getting in position, but look at TNC.
Uh-oh. Is the right
Salmon
call?
Force early on from Innocent. Nets is in trouble, stays underneath. Oh, look at the confidence with Bentings. Gonna help King Kong get the kill. And ONIC was just a little too late. TNC so aggressive.
Yeah, but TNC needed to make that move. They wouldn't have been able to contest that turtle as there is no purple buff on the Ling. But still, regardless, ONIC was able to defend that. Let's see for how long. It doesn't look like not anymore, as Innocent and TNC will be able to break the bottom tower. A good trade by TNC, but ONIC, they're keeping things cool right now. Great control so far, despite a very chaotic start to the game because of, well, they're up against a Hilda Roman. Right now, ONIC just wondering, like, wait, do we go after this one? Do we go for the invade? So many questions right now for ONIC.
Yeah, I think relatively well, though. King Kong doing a great job putting the pressure where he can. He's sitting at 3-0 now on this Fanny. So, you know, in the damage department, that threat is going to be there, obviously. TNC is finding wins where they can. They're willing to trade some of these objectives as well, rather to scrap it out. And that's what they're known for.
Bentings engaging. Right now, Yoshinu very low, popping the Netherrealm. In comes the hidden gem with a penalty zone where the purple buff goes. Zaman Force already spent in by Innocent. Down goes Yoshinu, goes to less extra health. Ryzen taken out. Big 2-for-none for TNC.
Man, it's like Faramis is the pick of the past few days. Not the pick of the week, but Faramis is really skyrocketing here, and you see the effect. Fighting around the Netherrealm, still fighting under the tower are TNC and ONIC. No one's gonna actually go for anything or go for a full commit unless Bentings.
Bentings looking to cancel this recall.
He really just showed himself.
A show of dominance from the thing of Benz. All right, real quick, I have a theory. Is it just me, or is the Zaman Force a solid foil to the Netherrealm? By staying inside the damn sword, does it not make those extra health come down? Goyo in trouble, though. Close call. Flickering on out of here with the dash. Woo! Oh, you were saying.
Yeah.
You were saying.
No, you were saying. But
that's
actually a great point.
It's his turn to talk.
It's just like a...
That's how a conversation works.
It's like a layer for an unexpected layer for the Zaman Force and the Netherrealm to actually happen. So now TNC Pro Team with the... It's like it became a utility Harriet with the 4 assists that it doesn't have. But this still looks good for ONIC, though. The control that they have, but Bentings really, he gets pulled back on this.
Big old pull. Ain't no turtle dance coming in with the way of the dragon plus the penalty zone coming in. Oh, no, Netherrealm from TNC. This time around as Bentings takes a dirt nap. Bao goes down, Rising gets the kill. Salmon Force keeping Innocent alive, but there's enough firepower. As well steals away the Netherrealm. Ain't no extra health pop here as TNC just backs off. 2-for-none. ONIC with the lead. They miss out on the turtle, though.
It's the first time I've ever heard dirt nap.
I mean, he's dead.
Yeah. I think that's what that is.
Yeah, that's what that is. I had to think, what is a dirt nap?
3 feet under the ground.
Makes sense.
It's not too deep. He still responds.
Right, but he's not 7 feet under right now. Now for the Lord, though. Uh-oh.
Okay, go. Just a second too late was King Kong for the retribution.
Throughout that episode of confusion between you and me, ONIC went for the Blitz Lord. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, they rushed it. Gem now has Dominance Eyes on him, Guardian's Helmet onto Ryzen. Actually, TNC with how close the gold is, they are willing to fight it, but again, you're starting to feel here how difficult it is to actually fight if you're the
big old bush, but TNC wasn't ready. TNC wasn't ready.
We don't have the abilities. Wait up.
That was a little odd.
Yeah, they already had the info that there were other members of ONIC topside. It would have been difficult. Maybe it's because they were like, hey, that's a Baksha. It's not worth it to blow all the
Probably not worth it.
Yeah. Okay, let's think about it in that aspect. Super Prince now has a lightning truncheon, so TNC has to watch out their positioning.
Jump scare moment there.
Yeah.
That literally a jump scare right there. Jumped over the wall. And, you know, with that decisive move to go ahead and just take this Lord, it's actually going to result in quite a bit for ONIC here. Bentings, though.
And the penalty zone, keeping Bentings in play. Super Prince looking for the blast. Gets the kill. You were saying.
Well, like I was saying, you know, they get that Lord, they get some space to work with, they kind of get a couple kills as well on top of it all. So for TNC, what they were keeping relatively close is now slipping further out of their hands here, right? And I think one of the questions also was that you're getting to a point, like, how do you deal with some of this momentum being thrown at you? I mean, look at the pressure just on the purple buff. Anytime you pick a Fanny, this is what you can expect, though.
Oh, you got it!
That's right.
Oh.
King Kong coming in, getting what he needs, and Ryzen says just roll out.
Okay. So now TNC are feeling the pain of their lineup in terms of the team fighting. That, yes, the Zaman Force and the NetherRealm layered together well, but you're all sticking together, and you're up against a Faramis who has Ghost Bursters and the Lightning Truncheon already, and it's far easier for Nets to deal damage than it is for Innocent. Nets can just walk around, be able to free hit. Innocent needs to dash, combo, synchro fission, basic attack, so many things.
Oh, onward coming in from Bao, but he gets melted down, forcing an early NetherRealm from Goyo, and now they're collapsing onto them. Bending the front line. In comes King Kong, penalty zone from the hidden gem. King Kong is popped. Traded out though for Yoshinu and Gem. Zaman Force coming in. Netsa with a double kill, taking down Innocent, and now Goyo gonna follow through. Ryzen gets a shutdown. 3 for 3. It's a bloody mess in mid.
Wow.
Okay, Bao. I see you, Bao. That was questionable, but TNC responded well. Again, this chaotic energy, this big Phoenix energy that TNC is bringing right now, it's forcing ONIC to react to things that you wouldn't even expect to happen. Now as we look at the items, Feather of Heaven already for the Harith, but again, it's so difficult to fight for Harith under the conditions that ONIC bring to the table, and Gem still clutch on those penalty zones.
Yeah, not only that too, but even Yoshinu, right? Able to find the perfect target, and that's what he picked the Cho for, was to get King Kong. Oh, hold on.
Here we go. Look at the back line. Benting sandwiched by 5 members of ONIC. And that's too little too late. Pays the iron price. Now it's a 4v5 for this Luminous Lord pending.
All right, King Kong's going to go ahead and get his buff. Lord going to be started up here. Ryzen getting it in position. They know they're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers.
The onward from Bao. The penalty zone, the answer back. They're trying to melt down Bao. Pops the ult. Primal Wrath, not enough. It's a 3v5 now. In comes King Kong. Whoa, swinging around. Yoshinu keeping his CCs in check. Goyo as well stole away the penalty zone. This could be a big one. Nets controlling his space. Y-Bush control coming from TNC. Super Prince looking for a big old pull. Now Nets and Ryzen just blasting this Lord. Scored for ONIC.
I don't know what else TNC could do at this point.
Whoa!
Scramble. Oh, there's some fighting. What?
Where you going, Ben? They catch him. Yoshino with the Way of the Dragon, serving him up to ONIC PH as Ben gets taken down one more time.
As you were saying, you know, at this point, it's tough, right? What does TNC do here?
Well, you steal purples.
Yeah.
King Kong gets a purple, but then what?
It's a scenario of TNC just showing one hand, yet they're doing something with the other hand, but the other hand doesn't really know what to do, so they're just forcing fights. And at this point, it's so hard to fight if you're TNC.
How many hands are we talking about?
I was going to say, how many hands do we have, man?
I don't know. TNC want to do a lot of things with this lineup, man. And right now, it's just so hard. It's hard to fight. It's hard to split because it's covered. At this point, this is the hole that TNC have dug themselves into. It's not impossible, but again, the point is, it's just so much more damn difficult to do something with your lineup that TNC fielded here, while ONIC, it's simple. Play together, play around the kicks, allow Nets to free hit, which is so easy to do. At this point, TNC are having a hard time even finding or getting to Nets.
Oh, now down bottom lane, the inhibitor gets taken down. TNC scrambling, struggling to take down this Lord. And now the Zaman Force underneath. Tier 3 mid. Bao goes down. Zaman Force. They're dancing around it. King Kong is taken out. Innocent as well. And now ONIC goes for the throat. Game 1 goes to the Porcupines.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And what an ultra-fast ending that was from ONIC Philippines. TNC having too many hands. They couldn't handle it.
Too many hands, too many things you wanted to do. Suddenly, when all of you are clumped up together, the Ghost Bursters will just melt you down. There's a lot of things that a lot of words that you can use to describe games. At that point, that was supernatural that we witnessed. Paranormal, even.
I have 2 hands.
I only have 2 hands. Sorry.
Me too.
2 paws. Sorry, we're bears. I only have 2 paws.
2 paws.
You know, but I think that was actually an ultra-fast game. What was that, under 14 minutes?
They were going at such a fast pace, I'm talking about ONIC here, that they almost scored 2 Lords without a Luminous Lord. They almost got the second one at 11:40.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of a gamble that TNC took with the lineup. Like, we were talking about it in the draft, you know? It was kind of, I don't know if you want to say it was unorthodox or what you guys think watching at home, but it's not a draft we typically see too often.
It tried to do too many things at the same time.
Yes. And I almost thought, right, it made more sense the Hilda would be picked up on the other side. But those were the cards that were played, and that game 1 is taken by ONIC Philippines. Now, for you guys watching at home, of course, we have more for you. October Starlight is now available with only 300 diamonds. Layla's exclusive Twilight Wall skin will be yours. Check out the dazzling debut of Layla's anniversary exclusive painted skin, Midnight Waltz. The Starlight Lucky Chest will also be available for a limited time, so get it now. Make sure you guys go ahead and check that out in game. There's plenty of stuff out there, and there will be more great things. And, you know, I can't even think right now. The Irithel, we didn't get to see the Ducati skin in that one.
It's not the Ducati skin. And we really didn't mention Nets as much in any talking point. It's just he came out to do the job, and then he just cleared waves, took down turrets, killed when he could. But I guess that's how streamlined ONIC approached this, is they just enabled him and then just came in, cleaned up house.
Literally, all the pressure on ONIC is on everyone else. Nets will just be like, hey, that's what Irithel's like.
He put in kill shot. He put in kill shot, bro.
He's just like that. He's just going around, stepping left, stepping right, avoiding things.
Crossbow, sideways.
It's so easy for an Irithel to play here, and so much more harder for a Harris to be like.
That's what the Dominant Force looks like.
That's what it looks like.
Why does Harris shadow box?
No, that's him throwing it. Folks, this actual analysis, by the way.
Well, I'm going to let you go ahead and break down this game on exactly how they won game number 1 for ONIC Philippines, Renmar.
So I'm not going to be moving as much. Hi, welcome to the analysis for ONIC versus TNC. And yes, we've mentioned it. It is quite a head-scratcher. You can even describe it as a somewhat paranormal draft from TNC. But if you look at the different pieces, it does make sense. We'll explain more into that later. What was paranormal and supernatural, though, was what we called, again, one of the comfort picks here for the Faramis, for the Super Friends, which is the Faramis. 5-1-12 in KDA, 100% team fight participation. You saw it there at some point in the game. It showed up the top most played heroes for Super Friends. It was a Valentina in first, Farsa in third, Faramis in the second, and it just shows here the understanding of Super Friends and the rest of ONIC, how to play their lineup, especially around, again, what we mentioned in the keys to victory, the middle of the map. It was actually a bit of a head-scratcher for me from on the side of ONIC, where they were up against a lineup and a playstyle wherein they could have invaded much earlier to really disrupt King Kong, to force Ben things out of the weird angles he was trying to come off in terms of disrupting ONIC. Except ONIC decided to focus a little bit too much onto Ben things. It's like, hey, look at that Hilda. We gotta try to do something to stop that. But then eventually ONIC suddenly clicked in their heads where, hey, we don't need to look at the Hilda. The Hilda's going around. Let's just invade the jungle of King Kong and make him struggle. And then that forced TNC to fight in these scenarios where the Faramis is much more happy. Yes, in these scenarios as well, Goyo does have the Nether Realm of the Faramis on him, but he doesn't have the key ability, the Ghost Bursters. Again, when you all clumping up together, one Super Friend and the Faramis has the Lightning Truncheon, ONIC are happy because you see here, when you're overloaded with 2 chunky heroes, you have a pick-off style roamer that is disruptive, that can also dish out some crowd control. You have a mid laner that has crowd control, burst, has a second chance capability. The reason why we didn't talk about Nets so much in this game is because Nets' life here was so easy. Just stay alive, stay in the backline, be able to free hit. The lineup is built for the gold laner to have an easy life and for the opposing middle roaming 3 to have a much more difficult life. Once you saw them all clumped up together, it was just pure pain on the side of ONIC. A great pull from the Shadow Stampede as well. A triple kill for Super Friends to wrap that up, and he is undoubtedly the MVP of the game. Now let's talk about TNC. Again, we somewhat touched on it earlier, wherein Ben thinks playing the Hilda, even though it's not the usual scenario where we see the Hilda. What are the usual scenarios for the Hilda? When you're up against an assassin jungler, something that forces the roamer of the opposing team to respond more, to defend. when you have a lot of squishy heroes to go for. We saw it somewhat in the beginning where if Super Prince wasn't careful with his positioning, Benthinks will be able to punish him. And that may have been one of the ideas where TNC just thought, hey, let's just pick up this Hilda to, number one, really try to throw off ONIC off of their rotations, which they did until ONIC realized they can just invade and then force Benthinks actually into not being able to rotate freely around the map. And number two, which is just in case Super Prince is put in an overextension position, then the Faramis will be forced to use the Nether Realm early. We actually saw that 3 times throughout the game, but that is a band-aid solution and overall just makes the rest of your lineup struggle. You have a Harith who is going to be what? Dashing in and out, a clumped up area where he has to worry about a penalty zone, where he has to worry about damage coming in from the Tortoise Puissance, the little armor reduction skill, that little hail of arrows that Irithel has. It's so difficult for Innocent. It's so difficult for the Irithel. So, ONIC really just drafted a lineup that lets Innocent shine and makes TNC's roaming mid-3 suffer. That's it.
It's that easy, right? Let him shine, work around it. Again, you saw how, the Harith moves. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for that matchup too. And I don't know, just that lineup in general, man. Shadowboxing or not, it really was tough to make it work, right? And I think even going into this matchup, some people were wondering, has the trick behind ONIC, the magic, has it been revealed? Because after a successful first leg run, it seems like the trick behind the ONIC magic has been revealed after they suffered 3 consecutive losses. However, this scenario isn't anything technically new to them, right? I mean, even in this game 1, they look great. The magic, right? The magic is there, but there's an obvious reason also why they've been struggling.
So you're saying it's possible that it's worn out because it seems to have happened more than once. I mean, check it out. In Season 10, when they got rebranded, when they got rechristened as the new MPL-PH, they went 5-2, 7-7. And then in Season 11, they kind of turned it around. Well, much better in the second half because they started winning more. But now, it looks like it's closer to that. So is there a pattern? What's going on?
ONIC right now, the evolution that they've had, they're sort of like another version of Barangay Smart Omega. Smart Omega's always had 50-50 seasons, and then it'll take until the second half, the last few weeks of the regular season for them to suddenly pop off, make a playoffs run, and then suddenly teams are talking about them and the community's talking about them about how like, oh, hey, we should watch out for them. And our coach Bluffsy mentioned here, before we started the season, we set our expectations regarding the advantages and disadvantages of having a 10-man lineup. If we win, it's good. If we lose, we'll probably go back to fixing our chemistry. So we need to figure it out moving forward. If we're going to continue changing or if we need to stick to one lineup until the playoffs. And I have been vocal about this before. At this point, I really feel like ONIC need to decide on that lineup. And if ever they want to introduce different elements, make things spicy, do what Geek Fam did with Marky, bring him in specific moments. The solution.
That is
I
the
agree.
solution.
I agree. I think it's the latter from, one semi-informed professional to another.
Yeah.
Coach Bluffsy, I'd say stick to one, right?
Yeah.
Stick to this lineup. Well, is that this is the lineup.
This is, yes.
Yeah, it's the exact same lineup.
There it is.
Yeah.
This is the lineup. And I mean, even back when they first met in, week 3, day 1, they got a sweep here, right? They're well on their way to that again. And I would say that one of the biggest things about always the 10-man lineup, this has been in discussion since teams started doing this. When was this? Back in Season 9?
8? 8 was the first time we actually allowed up to 10.
Okay, so Season 8, I mean, there was a lot of kind of back and forth debate about what is the strength, what is the pros and cons of a deep lineup like that, And I think even talking to Coach Bluffsy, seeing that quote there and everything, it's like, that's what kind of one of the struggles is. They have to figure out what works for them. And again, we're talking about a much shorter regular season, right? Yes, you're playing quite a few games just like you have before, but you don't have as much time to adjust than before. And when you finally do adjust, you're talking about then finding the synergy that works for them, right? And that's kind of what we saw them do up to this point, but that still leaves that kind of trend, if you will, that we saw from the past seasons.
And it's much more difficult to fix is because mechanics-wise, the metagame, you can study that. There's a lot of resources. But for you to actually fix what 10-man rosters could cause, you have to go back to high school. You have to fix your chemistry. And how do you do that? I don't know if there's a science to it. Do you guys hang out more often? Do you guys memorize each other's favorite colors?
You study.
Each other?
Whatever that means. I'm just thinking of high school chemistry, man. I had to study. That was the answer for me.
I failed chemistry.
So that's why it's dangerous. That's why rocking a roster that constantly shuffles is dangerous. And that's why now, at least for now, for the run towards the playoffs, they stick to this.
Well, first, hopefully they make it to the playoffs. And then if they do, we would love to see them stick with this, because that's where, again, you have some time then to really kind of work on that refining.
That's right. And then they go for the make us, as the kids say, with one or two, maybe.
Make us.
Until you make it.
Until you make it, right?
Until you make it.
For everyone watching with us too, make us watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Pro devices. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament. So when the regular season's all wrapped up, that's when it will be posted. So there's more. We're now looking in just a second for our favorite. I feel like this is like our favorite.
Yeah, it's one of
part.
my favorites.
I will
Favorite
never
part of
admit
the
it's my favorite, but yes.
It's not your favorite?
I will never admit it.
Why?
Don't ask.
Is it because you always have to copy the
Yes!
Yeah.
And I always have to be the first to do it.
You're always the first to do it.
I don't make the rules.
Yeah.
But I don't have to like it.
Yeah, when did we start that?
Well, we're now looking for Smart Game Face of the Day. So MPL Arena, be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. Just flash the hashtag Power of Smart on your device in a green background and put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. There's tons of faces out there.
Oh, I know that guy. No, I don't.
We don't see the face.
Is this it? It's a slow reveal. He's biting the lip. It's the bite the lip play. He's going for the neck. Oh, it's not him.
Choose him.
It's not him.
Not him?
It wasn't him.
I would have liked that one.
They're tired of the lip bites.
Tongues out. Looking like Squidward from SpongeBob.
Oh, okay. All right. I see it chiseled. Okay, he's doing camera work. He's grabbing the phone from his partner. Whoa! Oh! Okay, so 1v1.
It's a Riz showdown.
Okay, one's a rocker. The other. His face made a rubber, man. His face is made of rubber.
There's a lot more flexibility on the left. The guy on the right really needs to pick it up, man.
Yo.
He's gotta do more than the peace sign. He came here just for this.
Is it not the strongest Smart Game Face of the Day we've had?
I think that's the best.
Put him in the Hall of Legends. That is the Game Face of the Day code.
Dude, I was going to say MVP, but, Hall of Legends is a whole nother step.
All right, your turn, Leo.
I can't.
How do you do that, dude?
I don't know. How does he do it? We need to talk to him after this match.
Well, congratulations to him.
You try. I just look like Robert De Niro.
I can't. If I try to do it, I look like there's something going on with me.
I look like Robert De Niro. You talking to me?
Oh, well, I'm a big fan. Oh, it's Leo.
Talking to me?
Well, one of these days we might actually win the Game Face today. But again, congratulations to him. We won't. That works too.
Contractually not allowed to win.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
We need to talk about this. We need to renegotiate our terms.
We need to renegotiate the terms. We want to join the Game Face of the Day, but now, again, we're just waiting for Game 2 to go ahead and start up here because, like we were talking about before all that, what's on stake here? What's at stake here, obviously, is ONIC Philippines trying to make that playoff spot. It's, I don't know, man. It's weird to be at this point in the regular season where we don't know 100% all the teams going to the playoffs just yet.
There's so much uncertainty.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm anxious.
I'm worried.
I think all the teams are anxious and worried right now. I'm actually trying to look at it. Okay, so currently, ONIC should be fine because they're tied at 16 points with MNNE EVOS, but they win in the head-to-head. So at the end of day number 1, MNNE EVOS is still 7th, still not fully eliminated, but they're still there.
Well, we're going to find out here. We are going to go over it and throw it over to our insider before we start this matchup.
All the way from Malaysia, ang ating balikbayang coach, Coach Zico is back! Nagbabalik! Kamusta na, Coach Zico?
Okay naman.
Oh, sinong team sinusuportahan mo ngayon?
TNC.
TNC! Ooh! Actually, what should TNC do para manalo? They have nothing to lose right now.
Just play what they play.
Just play what they normally play.
Yeah.
Okay nga, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Sino sa tingin mo ba ang top 6 teams na makakapasok sa ating playoffs?
Echo, Blacklist, RSG,
Sino ba?
ONIC.
ONIC, okay. Isa pa, dalawa pa. Oh, feeling mo Omega papasok?
Ay, dyan ako. Pero magiging bias ako, Minana.
Sa Minana, syempre. Oh, isa pa, last one. Sino makakapasok?
Bren.
Okay. Alo, hindi nakapasok si Smart Omega. You don't think yung last nila mag-work this time, no?
Hindi, bias lang.
Bias lang.
Sa Minana.
Siyempre si Minana. Oh, they're doing really good.
Yeah.
Sige nga, okay. Sa pagkakabias natin, sino ang Infinix All-Star mo? Lahat ng roles. Mag-name tayo ng 5 roles.
Jungler, Ryzen.
Si Ryzen. Oh, si Ryzen. Okay.
Gold lane, Kelra.
Kalra. Gold
Mage,
standard.
Sanji.
Sanji, okay.
Rome, Renegade.
Renegade.
Yeah, Explain, Edward.
Explain Edward. Okay. So, bilang isang coach na nagpunta sa Malaysia, feeling mo ba makakapalag yung bago mong bansa sa Pilipinas?
Feel ko naman makakapalag, pero
Pahirapan namin eh.
may harapan.
Oo, mapahirapan namin.
Sobra.
Yung Philippines, sino sa tingin mo, out of, if it's not Philippines versus Philippines, who do you think is the biggest threat?
For me, still Indonesia.
Indonesia, I'm gonna guess. May Pinoy na coach. Tsaka Pinoy na player, tama? Oh.
For me, ONIC, pati Geek Fam.
ONIC at saka Geek Fam, ang galing ng pinakita ng Geek Fam.
yeah.
You know what, dapat bumisit ka ulit dito. We really enjoy your company. Magsisimula na actually ang ating laban. Ikaw naman, bato mo sa casters?
Casters, pasok.
Thank you very much, Mara. Great to hear from Coach Zico, and also Coach Ola, I believe, was right next to him.
Yeah. Coach Ola was literally right behind, flashing pictures of Hessa, and he got away with it. He got away with it. He could have been interviewed.
Yeah. I can't, I just feel like, man, as we get closer to even, we're going to round out our season here, of course, but then M5 ahead of us, I feel like it's just going to be one big happy reunion.
That's right.
It's a homecoming.
It's a homecoming.
I mentioned it before. The upper bracket finals right now in MPL Indonesia is to see which team with Filipino players will get a free ticket back home.
Yes, it's good to great, because if some way, somehow, whoever loses the upper bracket finals defeats BTR, then that's confirmed 2 teams with Filipinos coming home.
Yeah, it's a wild story right now in Indonesia, honestly. Like, take away the bias towards the Filipino players aside, it's been fantastic. It's a fantastic ride in MPL ID playoffs right now.
Say what you will, but I'm a big fan of the Terminator. You didn't.
Oh, you can flash the Terminator sign later.
Later, you can do it. I'll do it with you.
Bigatron has a cool hand sign.
It is very cool.
All right, let's get it.
We gotta come up with a Wee Bear Bros hand sign. And then it's got to go to all the Wee Bear Bros, right?
All of us, basically.
Thank you. Now I have a project to do.
All right.
There it is. So this is the project you can take care of now, though. Renmar jumping in here to the game number 2. We do have TNC on the red side now, or sorry, the blue side, on the red. Some of the changes that need to happen. I mean, okay, let's think about this too. I know before the Insider, you were mentioning about the points, Renmar, right? So where again does that keep ONIC in terms of points? They're tied right now, right? You mentioned?
They're right now, they actually have the playoff slot.
Right now they have it.
Right now. So, which means the match between ONIC and MNNE Evas, I believe that's either tomorrow or on day 3.
Yeah.
Is going to be the decider game to see who will end up making the playoffs. We're going to have to double check. Oh, wait, no, ONIC has one more game this week. But ONIC MNNE, might actually decide it tomorrow, the final match of the day. That's wild.
Tomorrow's going to be jam-packed, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can actually happen tomorrow as well.
Yep.
Because we have 4 series tomorrow, so we'll see. But yeah, that's going to be heated. And
Wow, okay. Sorry, it's just...
Go for it.
What a banning pattern by
Right?
TNC.
Yeah, no, I mean...
That just got me shook,
The
man.
Lilia, the Iksha, and the Angela.
If the game 1 final lineup was, again, mind-boggling,
Yeah.
now they start with the banning. Again, maybe unorthodox problems demand unorthodox solutions. So we'll see what the first... With these bans, so many things are left open.
There's so much open. And that's what makes me wonder, scratching my head here thinking, all right, with these bans, what does TNC actually want to prioritize then? Are they going to like surprise us as well with with that?
Why so aggressively too? Like, because by leaving out some things, you can't expect other things to be open, and now I think ONIC onto it. They're like, let's take out the Bruno, and then we clap back with 2 of the stronger picks that TNC leaves out.
Yeah. Okay, so this is either going to be one of the slower boys, either the Fredrin or the Backshot to start off.
Or a Novi.
Or because you take away the Lilia because you want to put a beefy boy in the jungle and then a slower lineup. So maybe they might even think about the Terizla later on, and then ONIC should be actually taking the Terizla in their hands because you don't have a Lilia to worry about. I think now even TNC is wondering, hey guys, what do we do now? We've gone for the unorthodox bans. What do we pick? Faramis suddenly, a Kadita?
Val, there you go.
We're still a Val. Huh.
Okay, so they go Val.
That's about as normal as it gets right now.
Yeah.
And then ONIC picks up one of the 2, Fredrin or Baksha.
Or the Riz.
And the Riz. And then the Novi?
They can save the Novaria for later for me.
Oh, by the way, belated happy birthday to Coach. What? He's drafting with Coach Bluffsy today.
Coach Ura! For a second, I was like, what was that noise?
It's his name.
It's his name, yeah. So yeah, the Terizla makes a lot of sense. They can take one of the jungler options here. Fredrin, Martis even. Akai's available. Oh, but you're up against a Valentina.
An early Martis, though. That's a little dangerous.
It happens. Unless they want to surprise and pick Irithel.
Oh, there it is. Irithil, Fredrin. Interesting, too, because, you know, they lock in this Irithil on this choice, on this, you know, this pattern here.
Yeah.
But they're going to go with that because, again, looking back at the previous game, man, you were just watching a very comfortable Irithil game. Not even having to do too much. And I like to always call that the gold lane experience. You just farm up, and then you just have a very smooth transition into that main game. They're going with this again.
Claude? Terizla.
Terizla.
Okay.
Is this a good choice? Like, you're going to go with the Fanny again?
I like it with the Terizla and the Valentina. It's a much better go.
Yeah. I think it'll also depend on what the roamer pick will be. Something a little bit sturdier. Something that could stand in front for a much longer time, but not necessarily like go around like crazy. They can actually pick up a Faramis here, ONIC. It'll be fine. The Faramis would be great for their lineup.
And then if they do that, I'd suggest that be the only ult that the Valentina can take.
Yeah.
And then go from there. You protect Super Friends. He makes himself scarce.
Yep.
Yes.
And then they force weird engagements from TNC.
Oh, it's not a Faramis.
You need Edith.
Oh.
Oh, this could still go into the hands of Yoshino, yeah. Okay. This is kind of punishing for, now with the Edith and the Fredrin around, it's a little bit harder now for Fatty, even a Terizla. Interesting. Okay, so right now I'm leaning into going to the second phase. ONIC has a much more comfortable draft yet again. But I mean, it is the thing when you see a Fanny on one side, there are going to be a lot of questions. How well are they going to supplement it? So, and that was a key to victory for both teams. In terms of objective, ONIC trumps TNC right now. The push as well. DPS wave clear is there for TNC Pro Team. So later on, wave clear is what ONIC needs to fill up.
I gotta say too, the previous game, like for the majority of the early game and everything, it was quite chaotic. You know, there was a lot of back and forth. Relatively though, TNC played what we're used to seeing them play, right? They're pretty aggressive. There's a reason why they have such a high percentage when it comes to first blood as well. But, you know, still, it eventually got to a point where then they were just like, you know what? Don't even mind the objectives. Let's just try to get kills. And unfortunately, if that doesn't work out for you when you pick such a high momentum-based hero like the Fanny, yes, King Kong had a couple kills, but you weren't able to really contest those lore takes later on because of the way you even handle the turtles, right? So what I would love to see them do with this kind of change is also round it out so they're allowed to actually contest some of these objectives against ONIC because, again, that was a very quick game. It was, what, 2 Lords that were taken, and the game was done.
All right, and now that brings the whole new focus onto the TNC roamer choice.
Yeah.
Right? Because you couldn't really do much with the Hilda. Now, Bentings, he has a chance to do it again. I think you're saying Kofi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe Kofi, maybe Frankie.
Franco and Kufa for...
They're pretty solid picks right now.
New viewers of the English stream. We give nicknames to heroes.
I mean, we've been saying Franco for like the better part of 4 or 5 years now. So.
Sometimes you guys just got to change it up.
Spice it up.
Add a E, a Y.
Because they've become our friends, man. You play these heroes so much, you see them so much.
Oh, there it is, a Claude. We called it earlier, but it goes into the second phase. Kufra or Franco, yeah. It seems like it. Oh, yeah, it's a Kufra.
Oh, there it is. All right, Kufra's locked in alongside the Claude.
What's Prince gonna play?
Crazy idea, Novario or Savior. Or, since they already have magic damage, oh wait, no, Rafaela would be too much in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Novario is Savior for me.
Novaria's safer, though.
Novaria, yeah.
I'd say Novaria's safer.
Vision as well. They can play around with that. Obviously, against the Kufra, you know, they might want to go ahead and take some of that.
Oh, God,
wait. If you gave if you got the Savior, it's a little risky, not impossible. It makes the Valentina almost useless. You can only really steal away the dragon.
Yeah.
What do? You donning lightly. It makes it very awkward for Goyo.
So I like the Savior, but no, they still go for the Novaria.
All right, safer. Never mind.
Safer, yeah.
Straight line, A to B.
And then again, it would be difficult. Like, if you're a Savior, you're always constantly just going to be anxious because of the Fanny and the Claude.
Yep. And as if stealing Astral Echoes would help your squad, TNC is very dive heavy.
Yeah.
You're not going to do much with the extra hitbox.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even looking at this, the last part of this draft index, you can see things are heavily in favor for some of these parts of the draft, some of the index for ONIC Philippines.
Actually, majority vision, crowd control, objective push. It's ONIC. TNC, what they have going for them is just damage, wave clear to the minions, and hero DPS.
Yep.
No support utility. A little bit provided coming in from ONIC, but yeah, the draft index is pretty clear. ONIC looks like they're gonna run away with this unless TNC. Again, it's just like in game 1, it's so much harder for TNC to succeed.
But if they snowball, though, and they make it to the late game, they expedite the early to mid, there's a chance TNC takes us to game 3.
Yeah, this is why I love the index, because it gives you on paper, statistically, and like weighted averages who should have the better quote-unquote composition. But obviously, it always also comes down to that execution factor. So we'll see. We'll see if TNC can go against these odds, these points here. They've got a lineup that they can snowball with if they can get to that point as we go into game number 2 with ONIC Philippines at match point, looking to get this sweep here. You can already see it. Yoshinu going to try to put some pressure on King Kong. We saw what he did on this Fanny the previous game, right? He actually relatively had a decent game, but he dealt with a lot of pressure, especially on the purple buff. And that's what we can expect from ONIC Philippines with this.
Oh, wow. It's actually Goya's most career-picked hero, the Valentina. Very close as the Paramis and the Karata.
A relatively small sample size for TNC's new main mid laner. Looking at the rotations, you can see here that it's actually Ryzen who's faster at crossing through the river, meaning he cleared his jungle sooner, and that allows for ONIC to make moves. They're maybe a half step ahead.
Yeah, firmness on the Fredrin, a lot of agility on the side of TNC Pro Team, so they really want to supplement the potential snowball that they're looking for that was mentioned by Leo, because, yeah, harder to pull off, but if they snowball, should be good.
Whoa, here we go. Yoshinu flickers on out, but is there enough damage? The answer is yes, as King Kong slays Yoshinu for first blood.
That's a start.
That's a great start, you know, especially in the hands of King Kong, like we talked about before.
Whoa, bow here. It's knocked up. Not enough damage between these two chunky boys down bottom.
Okay. Some rotation there. All this 10 seconds away from that turtle. But like we were saying, you know, anytime you have a Fanny on the field here in the Land of Dawn, you really, if you can get the early kills, that's the best thing that can happen for you. But even so, you've still got to be able to, it's like a mini game within the game. You got to manage the purple buff pressure that's going to happen, right? Something to keep an eye on for TNC. First turtle is up here. You can see ONIC Philippines getting in position. They want to go ahead and start this up. Goyo also holding on to the Primal Wrath here. We'll see.
Bentings jumping on backwards because Yoshinu was bothering King Kong, taking his orange and Ryzen. Ooh, that was a close call. Left maybe 1.5 HP on that turtle, but ONIC scores nonetheless.
I wouldn't be surprised if the next turtle TNC don't actually heavily contest and they try to get Innocent out of lane. If it's not in the second turtle, it might be in the third. Oh, but look at this invade by ONIC.
Oh, Benting's coming in, trying to stop the steal. They do get the way of the dragon on a King Kong. He backs on out of there. Super Prince, Ryzen, and Yoshinu. Skedaddle.
That's rough, buddy. Yeah. You don't get your buff, Yoshinu and Ryzen. Great combo there. They just made that look easy. A simple kick at the right time meant no retribution coming out of King Kong, or a very late one at that.
Well, again, this is kind of what we saw in previous game, right? For the most part. And Yoshinu always found the target that he needed to for the most part throughout that game one. King Kong really kind of confident. Like, the way that I look at it is like, he's confident enough in his Fanny play. It's a little bit of a different lineup, obviously, that they're going for. But still, he needs to be able to, you talked about this too, Renmar. The next turtle that does come up, and even the subsequent objectives later on, the Lords, what can you do with a Fanny there? Aside from, you still have a couple options. You can put pressure on the side lanes. If that opens up, you can actually fight those objectives out. But right now, you got to be able to get to that point.
One of the problems right now is that Bao has been taken out of the game. He was a little bit more active in game number 1, but right now Gem has his number. Bao right now, you haven't felt him at all in the game. And so is Gem, but it's because he's taken out the Terizla. And without the Terizla, with one less tanky frontliner, that just puts a lot of pressure on Ben Things to be able to set things up.
And Ben can, but now he's getting pressured so hard. Yoshinu and Ryzen have been crossing the river, been living inside TNC's jungle for the better part of the past 2 minutes.
Oh, here's Bao.
And now an Astral Echo is confirming Bao, Ben Things, and Goyo's positioning. King Kong struggling to keep his purple. Astral Recall thrown out. Bao less than half health here. Here comes Gem. The hidden Gem. Big kick on to Bao. They're going to try to blast him. Forcing out a flicker from the Terizla. Big old bonk. Appraiser's Wrath taken down. Bao. And King Kong does get his purple, but at what cost? A 1-for-none here. ONIC scores one big kill. They're going for the turtle.
Turtle now up. I know, too, on the Philippines at first, their thought was, let's get the retribution out so they don't have it for this turtle.
Yep.
It ended up being a fight, ended up being a clash there. King Kong managed to get the purple buff.
Okay.
He's fine.
Yeah, no damage just yet, unless... Oh, no.
Goyo's making his way there, too.
A good rotation by Yoshino, though, to spot it out, and that's a second turtle for ONIC.
So this is what we were talking about, This is what we saw from game 1. It was, let's put pressure somewhere. We're giving up turtles.
Yep.
So hopefully they can convert it. I mean, they're still planning up here in this top side and putting a lot of just time here in this moment. But, Nets knows it. Yoshinu here to give him the information. We're going to jump in.
Ben Things coming in. There's a lot of damage already taken. The way of the dragon on the Ben Things. Like too much. And now Nets gets taken down. Traded out for. Make it a 2-for-1 as Yoshinu follows through. Goyo with a double. Innocent with the immediate conversion. Now Ryzen and Super Friends to the rescue. They're looking for a sweet vengeance. Misses the Astral Recall by an inch. And Goyo flickers on out. Can Ryzen finish the job? Coming in with a knock-up. And the big old bonk. It's charging up. Gets him anyways. Innocent, not enough damage yet. ONIC happy, 2-for-2.
2-for-2 trade, but TNC got a tower out of it. Innocent stays alive. That's much better for TNC. Oh, but Gem, he might outplay Bao.
Astral Recall answered back by a penalty zone. Bao goes first. Can Gem survive? Primal Wrath plus Nets. Looking for it. Does not pull the trigger on the heavy crossbow.
Oh, King Kong. Thought he was going to actually go press the situation even further, but makes the smart call. Backs off here. Ben Things charging up. They're going to lose their tier 1 turret in the mid lane, though. So ONIC Philippines able to find their own wins. Just when TNC did just minutes ago on the top side, ONIC Philippines answers back.
Yep. Haskloss already for the Irithel on the way to the Berserker's Fury. Brought up the Warrior Boots as well. You saw him, he had to build the pants considering that he is going to be, he is up against a Fanny with a lot of damage that can surprise him. DHS recently just built up by Innocent, so Innocent not that far off. Still very close in terms of the gold of the 2 marksmen.
Ooh, Ben Things almost caught Gem there, but Gem holding his ground. Ryzen propping up for this last turtle of the game.
Okay, so they're going to go ahead and start it up. You can see King Kong will make his way for this, but ONIC Philippines is going to pressure it.
And there's the catch. Bao almost committed. Still no ult spent. Super Prince just threw out his Astral Recall, waiting for a cooldown. And that's a turtle scored over by ONIC. Good try though by King Kong, but they instead catch one. Down goes Bao.
Wow. Very, very tough for a debuting game. Throughout the series, you've been marked very well by the hidden gem, and now you are just receiving hell from ONIC. Taking out the Terizla really well by ONIC.
Astral Recall in tow. They do know where everyone is. Super Prince looking for the big old dart. Pow! Hits Bentings. Where'd the purple go? They are going to take down Bentings. So one more hit. Gem gets him. Goyo steals away the Primal Wrath. Oh, can confirm. Grand Theft Purple.
Man, Gem is playing so well on this Edith. The way that he's kind of... Oh,
what?
hold on.
Oh, wow! They get him! Ryzen takes down Innocent as he walks away.
Ah, that hurts. And you're starting to feel here the key item disparity. The Kufra doesn't have a full build item just yet. Cho actually already has an Dreadnought armor alongside Edith, who also has a dominant size. Cho also has the Athena shield. So all those great utility items right now, even the blade armor on the Fredrin, right now it's just, even as a 3.3k gold lead, the item difference, it's making things really difficult for TNC.
Yeah, this is very similar to what we saw. Once again, there are so many similarities from game one to this. Oh, King Kong.
You see the mechanical timing that the hidden gem has?
That's why I was saying earlier, you know, he's been playing fantastic on this Edith pick. And there's a reason why they built him up so much as, hey, this is the hidden gem of this lineup for ONIC Philippines.
Stop you right in the middle of your sentence, too.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Onward right into a flying Fanny.
That's fast hands. And the man's what, 29?
25, I think. Oh, there's an onward. They catch him. Super Prince looking for a big old recall. Net's coming in from the flank, and he's looking for it. Down goes Yoshino, traded out first quickly. Bentings and the appraiser. Goyo gets him. Gem takes down Bao. Netsa with a double kill. 3 for 1.
And you see there again the item disparity. TNC, that looked great for them. A hell of a setup. You gotta commend what they did there. That's what others can't. Kick on.
That's one more time. That's my line, and it's a wipeout.
Wow. And just when you were saying, Renmar, it looked so good for TNC until it wasn't because of the item disparity.
Ouch. That's all I could say. Ouch. The damage from Nets. King Kong tried to whittle him down. He got a full-on burst and taste of crits. And then ONIC says, Super Prince, go do the thing. And he got a massive Astral Recall onto Innocent.
Full plate of crits with a side of recall.
The side of recall.
Oh, that is... And it went from tough to despair. I don't know what's a worse word than tough. Difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, we're 8,000 gold is what I'm trying to say here.
It doesn't tell the whole story, though.
Yeah.
Mechanically speaking, TNC has been checkmated since what, the 5 or 6 minute
my
mark,
God.
and now there's too much damage. Goyo stole away the Primal Wrath. ONIC looking to take down this mid lane inhibitor. They do get it. Benting stretching up, cancels it. I don't think they're aware. Ryzen gonna check the bush. Oh, just gonna walk away. Oh, but look, split push from King Kong.
That's what I was mentioning earlier. You know, at least your plan B when you're a Fanny is I'll just push this side lane.
Yep. And at this point, that's all TNC can do. Try to open up the map with the Fanny. Because they still really have to cash up on items. Getting close to 40,000 gold is ONIC. Still 30,000 rather for TNC. Ooh. You see, Innocent doesn't have the damage just yet. Oh, they somehow have to hold out here.
Giant echoes. You saw
everyone.
that? That was literally everyone, yeah.
That's, it makes sense again, you know, when we're talking about some of the options there for that last pick from ONIC Philippines to go in the hands of Super Prince. Novi, as you like to call it, Leo, is just, it works really well, right? And you can see it.
Oh, man.
2 arrows short.
I thought King Kong would go there. I was ready to scream my head off. Yeah, at this point, TNC, I don't know what else they could do than split up the map, open it, try to get resources, try to find a counterplay, hold out. Wave clear for them isn't the best also. Still trying to cash up in items. No one has a Dreadnought armor just yet.
Yeah.
I had to rush an Immortality, did the Kufi. Radiant armor dominant size onto the Terizla. They need that Dreadnought armor built or an anti-Karas.
They need it stacked.
They needed it 5 minutes ago. All the physical damage coming out from ONIC. Need a bit more blade armors as well.
Oh, and they're just going to take this as they do, giving it in the hands of Super Prince here. You can already see the win probability as well.
Oh,
King Kong.
That's dirty.
That's
dirty.
Oh,
You see
that's
that?
tough.
ONIC kept their own little baby bomb, and the onward and the earth shatter. The echoes. Oh, ONIC is on a hunt.
He had no buffers.
Close.
Goodness.
Oh, maybe one more hit would have taken him down, but he lives. King Kong
I can
lives.
hear Bart Simpson, man. Stop it. He's already. Oh, wait, that wasn't Bart. That was another character. Stop it. He's already dead.
But he's fine.
But he's fine. He's fine.
He's fine. Lord's up. This is a Luminous Lord. ONIC first to the scene. They're going to go for the pull.
Okay. Now that this is up here.
Oh.
Benthing's going to jump in.
They got to back off.
No connection. Yep. King Kong. Remember, he doesn't have the purple, but he got into this position.
That's right. He's in too deep, man.
They're going to spot him out.
Oh, he throws himself right up. Bush taken down. And by an inch, the mistake of a lifetime. Nets gets a kill. The Lord goes over to ONIC. 10k gold lead, more than enough to score Ryzen. A double kill, and it all falls down.
Folks, y'all don't need some heavy analysis. You saw what happened there.
Yep.
1 second he was in the bush, the next he wasn't.
And that's when you just say, oops.
And Yoshino finds one. Goyo served up to Nets. The end is nigh as ONIC goes for the sweep. TNC. What went wrong?
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. ONIC Philippines coming through with a sweep, garnering themselves those 3 points that they very much needed here.
Drums are roaring and the Sonics are happy. The pressure is on to MNNE EVOS tomorrow to defeat this team, to keep their playoffs hopes alive. And for TNC, you ask the question, what went wrong? Well, a lot of things.
It's unfortunate that it had to come down to this. We were all hoping for something that maybe in the last 30, 45 seconds, TNC would pull something out, but no, ONIC, they were dancing to the beat of their own drums, the war path onto the playoffs. They were not letting anything through.
Man, with this conclusion here, a sweep for ONIC Philippines, it's going to make these last 2 days of the regular season very interesting. Even more so, I feel like tomorrow there is going to be a lot of just things on the line, that things need to fall in place here. But, even as the teams kind of fist bumped it out here, you even saw Ryzen and, look at King Kong. They acknowledged that last interaction, right? But as TNC takes the bow here, again, it was great to even see, TNC come out, really go with something that they again, that mentality, that attitude that they have nothing to lose. And, they played, I would say, it wasn't their best, obviously, but they came out to play here. And it was also great to see, I was going to say Bao. Is it Bao? Boa?
Bao.
Bao.
B-A-O.
B-A-O.
Bao.
It was great to see Bao play here, although I do say that I think ONIC Philippines gave him a hard time.
Nope. ONIC came to win.
They came to win. They had to.
It's like ONIC saw, hey, that's a child making his first ever MPL match. He's achieving his dream. Let's ruin his day. This is the ONIC-PH villain arc, man.
I think, to be fair, that is just a byproduct of the run for the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true.
They didn't do it on purpose. It just happened.
It's like Bao was there. It's like, I don't know, man. What can I do? He tried his absolute best in game 1. In game number 2, though, you saw here the veterancy of Gem. So many times outplaying Bao, getting
Even
out of
King
lane
Kong.
first. Even King Kong, the Fanny, the mid-air catches. While the Fanny was flying around with the onward.
Hidden Gem.
What the
I've
heck was
wanted
that?
to do that for weeks now.
Can you do it
Can you do it
again,
overtime?
please?
Hidden gem.
See, that could be game face today. If we could win, right? You could do that.
I'm
Hidden
doing
gem.
it for free. I'm doing it without the expectation of a prize.
That works. So you want to do one other sign earlier?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, do it.
Congratulations to Bigatron Alpha earlier.
There.
This is the robots hand sign.
Is this right?
As soon as Moreno swept RRQ, this is what he put up to the camera.
Well,
it looked like the robot, folks.
He also did this at one point.
Yeah, but let's not take it away.
That was different.
This
That was
is Onyx
different, though.
moment.
Yeah, this
this
is
is
Onyx
Onyx moment. Hidden gem.
Yeah.
all right. There's all these hand signs, and the biggest sign for me is yes, ONIC Philippines scoring themselves 3 points here. That is massive for what they need. As Renmar put it, I think you were saying they were 16 before this, right? So now they should
19.
Yeah, now they should.
Oh, no.
18?
No. 18 because they
18.
started this match 15 points.
Yes.
So they're 18 now.
They are at 18.
It makes it all the more spicier.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now they are 5th.
Yeah.
Over Omega.
So Minana won, tight. Omega won, tight. Onyx just like, all right. We
Hold
can't
my
let-
drink.
That's right. That's right.
Hold my milk.
Bring in the drums.
Yeah.
Bring in the drums.
The
drum
division is wild, man. It's literally ONIC is 18, Omega 17, Minana 16. Going into this, it was 15 ONIC, Minana 16, Omega 17. It's like, they really don't want to let go.
When was the last time we saw a three-way rivalry go this close in popular culture?
Pop culture?
Does this
I
happen?
thought you were going to say
like
the
even in anime.
MPL.
No, because even in the MPL, like it's very rare that a tight race happens like this.
Yeah.
Especially in the twilight of the regular season. So I'm here for it. That's why the only way I can digest it and understand it on my level is through pop culture and anime.
Yeah.
So when was the last time this happened? Because I usually say Naruto, Sasuke, Vegeta, Goku. Like where? Tom and Jerry.
I don't know. I feel like the more references I try to draw up, my age will be more obvious.
Mr. Krabs
Yeah.
and Plankton.
But that was a 1v1. This is a triangle race.
Exactly.
3
Dexter
teams.
and Mandark. I don't know.
Yeah, there's 3. Like, I can't think of one
See,
either.
it's very rare that a three-way rivalry happens. This is a.
Isn't there also some way, somehow, by the end of the regular season, like we have like a 3-way tie or something? I don't
That's
know.
a possibility.
It's a possibility. There's a whole lot that can happen here, but also we're going to throw it over to the stage with Mara Aquino and hear from ONIC Philippines on their win.
Sirs, all right, let me hear it from everybody. What time is it? And it's their time today. We have to welcome back Yoshinu. Welcome back. Alam mo, parang may gigil ka today. Is it because matagal ka nang hindi nakapaglaro and you guys needed this much needed series today?
Hindi naman po sa gigil, parang ngayon po kasi parang nag-aabol rin kami para sa playoffs. Parang kailangan namin ng spot din. Parang kailangan manalo.
Ang galing mo ng Chowa. Pati Fanny na kukuha mo. Paano mo nagagawa yun?
Siguro sa kakagamit ko lang araw-araw.
Araw-araw mo ginamit. Welcome back. How does it feel to be back?
Masaya. Tsaka kasi panalo rin. Siyempre masaya. Pero siyempre pag talo, sakto lang.
May napansin ako, parehas ng kulay yung buhok mo si Ryzen. Parehas ba kayo ng Parehas ba kayo ng hairstylist?
Opo.
Parehas pala.
Thanks.
Parehas na parehas. Okay, sige nga si Ryzen naman. Same exact shade and everything. Ryzen, kapansin-pansin, game 1 and 2, kahit utility heroes yung gamit mo, ang bilis mo umikot sa mapa. Nakakakuha ka din ng kills, objectives, and kills. Anong meron kay Ryzen today?
Siguro po sobrang gigil lang namin bumawi ngayon. Kasi nung nakaraang week puro talo kami. Tapos ngayon parang nag-aabol pa kami. Yan, gigil. Siguro sa sobrang gigil lang din namin.
Paano kayo nakabangon for today? I mean, it's really difficult to come from a loose streak. So how did you guys flip that around?
Parang binalik lang po namin yung laro namin. Nung simula po ng leg 1.
Pineptok ka ba ni Boss A? Pineptok lang kayo ni Boss A? Anong kwento dyan?
Wala po.
Wala. Ikaw naman, Boss A, kailangan mo magkwento din kasi eto, kanina, nakausap ko si Banoobs from Minana. Kanina, they were at 5th place, 17 points I believe. Tapos kayo naman ngayon, binring down nyo sila Ngayon nasa number 6, kayo naman ng number 5, 18 points kayo. Meron siyang mensahe kanina, narinig mo ba yun?
Ay, di ko pa alam yun kasi ngayon naka-focus kami sa amin lang. So, hindi ako nakatingin sa standings.
Wow.
Ang gusto lang talaga namin is day by day, game by game, focus lang kami.
Bakit parang bumait ka? Pati yung mga coaches nagugulat, oh. Anong nakain mo today? Bakit parang bumabait ka lately?
Boss A, humble era.
Wow. Boss A, humble era. Okay, so bukas, you're gonna be facing Minana. What do you want to say to your rival?
Good luck po sa kanila.
Wow, nagpo! Are you, okay, is this, okay. Medyo mainit. All right, now it's time to find out who the match MVP is. Let me hear some names. Isigaw! All right, let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. Yoshinu! Welcome back talaga! Oh, nagulat ka ba?
Oo, nagulat.
Bakit ka nagulat? Ang ganda-ganda ng performance mo.
Kasi feel ko parang more on, na-spotlight yung dun agaw ng buff ganun. Kaya kay Aizen talaga yung tingin kong MVP dun.
Oh, wow! Alam mo, kailangan, coming from you, our match MVP today, kailangan natin mag-name ng Infinix All-Star. So meron tayong 5 roles na kailangan natin i-fill. And dapat hindi lahat, kung mayroong ONIC, isa lang dapat yon. So, All-Star Infinix. We have to name 5. Sino yon for you?
Sa tank si Light, sa post 4 si Sanji, sa gold si Nets. Sa XP si Sanford, wala na. Edward, tapos ano pa ba? Okay.
May isa pa.
Ano ba yun?
Jungle.
Jungle. Carl Casey.
Si Carl, nag-hesitate ka.
Wala, si Carl kasi, si Sanji na-mention ko na eh.
Oh, okay lang.
Carl Casey na lang.
Oh, si Carl Casey na lang. Alright, meron ko bang kasi sabihin sa mga supporters nyo? Now, 5th place kayo, 18 points. You have lots of fans supporting you. Nung minention kita na ikaw yung match MVP, talagang sumigaw sila for you. What do you have to say to them?
Siyempre, thank you sa support na lagi na binibigyan sa amin sa bawat laban. Thank you sa index sa book namin.
Alright. May sponsors na
Shoutout sa kuya ko.
Oh, ano pangalan ng kuya mo?
Joshua Ray Romero.
Hello, Kuya Joshua Romero. All right, everybody, give it up for ONIC Philippines. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. After 5 series, ONIC once again gets to walk to the front and claim their victory now at 5th place. They're going up, hoping to make it to the playoffs. Himayin natin ang ating laban, balikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Paso!
Thank you very much, Mara, and also great to hear from ONIC Philippines there. Congratulations to Yoshinu. I think he had an amazing game, performance, especially the way that he played the Cho.
That wasn't Boss A. Who was that?
Who was it?
That was someone wearing the skin of Boss A.
That's not the David I know.
I think maybe he had to humble himself before they get to the playoffs.
He needs to make it through first.
Yeah, they gotta get through, and then we'll see him. But Renmar, try to break this one down for us.
What if I just break down instead? No, I will try to break it down. So Yoshinu getting the series MVP, well deserved. One of the main focuses for ONIC was to have a faster rotation for the mid trio, and Yoshinu matching the pace of Ben Things in game 1 with a Hilda, and then in game number 2, even up against a Kufra, was able to rotate very well. However, we do have to talk about the game MVP first, which was Nets' Irithel. Again, the man was set up for success. He was up against a Claude, yes. It wasn't as easy as game number 1 in terms of the lineup. A little bit more, not as cohesive for ONIC. They're not playing around the Faramis, things like that. However, it is still a relatively easy game for a Irithel to shine. You have so many things going right for you in terms of the picks that you're surrounded by. You have the pick of Roamer, a tanky XP laner, a tanky jungler, and then to add to that, the cherry on top, you have vision being provided by the Novaria. So Nets really just needed to watch his positioning. Just stay alive, stay in the back, free hit. And just like in game number 1, he did that very well in game number 2. But it couldn't have gotten to the point where Nets would be the MVP of the game with 912 gold per minute, by the way. That's way above average, folks. If it wasn't for the rotation of ONIC mid 3, of Yoshinu, Super Prince, and Ryzen. Now, there was something that Yoshinu actually mentioned in the interview there, where he felt like Ryzen deserved the MVP because of all the steals that he was doing. But it wasn't just the steals, it was the very fast rotations. Ryzen looked very comfortable going from one jungle camp to the other, going from one part of the map to the other, so that they get resources faster, they get to their objectives in times, and it pressures King Kong and the rest of TNC to try and catch up. The dude moves fast, silky smooth in the jungle, so TNC just couldn't catch up because they were constantly getting their jungle invaded. The key to victory earlier for TNC was give Ryzen a hard time in the jungle. It was the opposite. It was ONIC in the series that gave TNC a lot of difficulty in the jungle. TNC tried to disrupt the rotating mid trio of ONIC, but ONIC just trumped them. Good amount of tenacities here at the side of ONIC, and of course they needed to. Going up against a Fanny, which is why we didn't actually get to see a lot of moments where the burst from King Kong would be crazy. That's because there's a good amount of, well, you got the tenacity, you got tank emblems, and great itemization as well. We were talking earlier about how at one point the item of disparity between TNC and ONIC was just too much. No Dreadnought armors on the side of TNC. Of course, they needed to build a Radiant armor for Gem's damage on the Edith. Benthings had to rush on Immortality because in those scenarios, he's going to be the guy diving in and trying to get setups. So at that point, TNC were just cornered to a point where they couldn't itemize as much as they wanted to. They couldn't get those Dreadnought armors in. It is actually quite a head-scratcher to me as to why we actually see a Molten Essence on a Kufra. Usually we see rushes onto the Dreadnought armor in that scenario because you are up against Fredrin, yes, a Chose there too, and then a little bit from Nets's Irithel, who will be reducing physical defense as part of her ability kit. So, ONIC, we saw it in the draft index already. It's so much easier to pull their lineup off. TNC relied on them being able to snowball. ONIC just itemized well up against the Fanny. They played well up against the Fanny, shut them down. Everything ONIC needed to do right, they did right. Rotations, item build, they were just comfortable while TNC looked stressed out. Not just in that game, but the entire series. That's it for the analysis.
Thank you very much. You look very comfortable.
I'm okay.
Don't break down.
Yeah, please don't break down.
I'll do it after.
That was a great job kind of breaking down that game because in a way, there's a lot that, yes, just did not go in favor of TNC. And, you know, throughout the game, it was relatively fast too, right? 14-something minutes or so.
Yep.
And much like game 1, right? So today was filled with I just feel like great series that a lot of people weren't expecting.
That's right, and it allowed for us again for this race for the playoffs, a three-way rivalry, which now I figured out, thanks to Riash, by the way, the original Pokemon starters, Fire, Water, Grass.
That worked.
Bakugo versus Deku versus Todoroki, My Hero Academia, and the old classic Powerpuff Girls.
They weren't rivals, though.
Yeah, but you know, sibling rivalry, bro.
Okay, that
can work.
Yeah, that can work.
Okay, maybe Bubbles didn't fight back as much, but
hey, she's hardcore.
If you know where and how that came from, you're a little too old. Get married.
Well, thanks for watching with us. I'm Nice-Sue. This is Leo. This is Redmar with We Bear Bros. Let's throw it over to Mara on stage.
Upsets after upsets ang ating natunghayan sa unang araw ng ating final week of the regular season. Sinimulan niya ng White Tigers matapos nilang gulatin ang lahat nang matalo nila ang league-leading Orcas in a sweep para manatili sa paghabol ng ating standings. After that, we saw a mega timer taking effect. Mabilis nakapag-adjust sina Etomax at Kelra sa bagong playstyle na dala ng AP brand para sa isa na namang upset victory. Finally, the Sonics returned to the winning column and bolstered their way up to the standings by defeating the determined Phoenix Army in 2 games. Patikim pa lang yan ng mga bakbakang dapat natin abangan ngayong linggo. Kaya kita-kits ulit bukas dahil 4 na sunod-sunod na laban ang ating matutunghayan. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalala ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo ay mas Pinas Lakas. Keep it good vibes everybody and see you tomorrow!
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.